A man named Gylfas Eldragon devoted his entire life to one dream, reaching the absolute peak of martial arts. Yet as the years passed, he realized talent alone would never allow him to reach that summit. Desperate, he hunted a legendary golden fruit, guarded by a divine dragon. After a brutal battle, he defeated the dragon and consumed the fruit, believing it would grant immortality. Decades later, Gylfas died as an old man, still clinging to his unfinished dream. But death was not the end. He awakened as a newborn in the same family, realizing the fruit had granted reincarnation instead. Surrounded by other infants, he witnessed maids feeding them dangerous dragon blood. When it was forced into him, he endured the unbearable power, determined to use this second life to surpass his former limits and finally reach the true peak of martial arts. Gylfas burned with fury, refusing to accept that anyone would ever look down on the name Gylfas Eldragon. As the infant reacted with such intense emotion, the maid watching over the babies questioned whether this particular child was truly any different from the others lying nearby. Meanwhile, as Gylfas drank the crimson liquid placed before him, a silent determination filled his mind. He resolved to absorb every fragment of the ancient dragon's source power contained within the blood. If he succeeded, he believed he could finally reach the ultimate peak of martial arts that had slipped through his grasp in his previous life. To his astonishment, the process was far easier than he had imagined. The power entered his body smoothly, as though it had always belonged there. To him, the outcome felt ideal. After the feeding ended, the babies were laid down again. Gylfas rested on the small bed, faint traces of the red liquid still staining his lips. Relief washed over him as he realized he had somehow managed to endure the ordeal. Looking around, he noticed that the other infants had survived as well. At that moment, he acknowledged that the instinct for survival even in newborns was not something to underestimate. His body felt unusually heavy, and the strength within him seemed extraordinary. Yet exhaustion soon claimed him, and he drifted into sleep. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a training ground, a boy who appeared to be nearly 7 years old pushed his body to its limits. A heavy stone was tied to his legs as he hung upside down, repeatedly performing inverted sit-ups. He continued the motion tirelessly, eventually completing 1,000 repetitions. When he finished, he admired the strong physique he had built, convinced that the ancient dragon's blood flowing through him was the main reason for such a powerful body. That boy was none other than the former head of the Eldragon family, Gylfas himself, now reborn in this era as Zeke Eldragon. In this world, every living creature possessed something known as source power. The ancient dragon's blood that Zeke and the other babies had been forced to drink was overflowing with this energy. Any infant who managed to survive consuming it would naturally develop a body far superior to that of ordinary people. However, Zeke was different from the rest. He had absorbed the entirety of the dragon's source power. The transformation it caused within him was so profound that even he found it surprising. In addition to that immense strength, he also carried the source power of the divine dragon he had slain in his previous life. While continuing his training, a faint golden light occasionally flickered from the center of his chest. Despite this, Zeke felt dissatisfied. After 7 years, he had managed to form only a single star within his body, far below the level he believed he should have reached by now. Stars represented the ultimate compression of one's source power. When the energy was condensed to its limit, it would manifest as a star floating within the body, resembling a miniature universe. The number of stars a person possessed directly determined their strength. However, forming each additional star required exponentially greater effort. In his former life, Gylfas Eldragon had achieved something no one else in the world had ever accomplished: 10 stars. As Zeke reflected on his current circumstances, he realized just how quickly time had passed. It had been 7 years since he was reborn as the illegitimate child of the current head of the Eldragon family. His mother had died long ago, and the man who was supposed to be his father had never once come to see him. The situation made him question his father's character, but an even greater mystery troubled him. He had been reincarnated not just into a new life, but into a time that was 1,000 years in the future. The very idea of reincarnation was shocking enough, yet awakening in an era so distant made the situation even more surreal. The world itself seemed to have transformed into a far harsher place, where only those strong enough to survive could continue living. The dragon trial perfectly represented this brutal reality. Infants born into the Eldragon family were forced to drink the blood of ancient dragons. Only the ones who survived this dangerous test were deemed worthy of receiving education and training as Eldragon warriors. Yet Zeke's experience did not follow this rule. 7 years had passed since the trial, but no instructor had ever appeared to train him. One day, a maid approached him while he was training. Zeke looked at her, ready to question the strange situation surrounding him. Before he could even begin, the maid made it clear that she was unable to answer any of his questions. The response only deepened his frustration. From his perspective, the circumstances were clearly abnormal. Children who survived the dragon trial were supposed to receive combat education from skilled warriors. Yet he had spent 7 years surrounded by nothing but servants. The maid reacted coldly, as if asking whether there was truly any issue with the arrangement. Zeke concluded that he was not particularly troubled by the lack of instruction. For the time being, physical conditioning was far more important than formal combat training, and that was something he could handle on his own. What truly interested him was information about the other children who had passed the trial or details about the main Eldragon family. However, the maid repeated that she could not provide any answers. Zeke continued pressing her, pointing out that he was simply asking about matters related to the family itself. Even then, she refused once again. Her response remained unchanged, no matter how he questioned her. Watching her closely, Zeke eventually realized something surprising. The maid herself possessed the strength of a 3-star practitioner. For basic combat education, someone at her level would have been more than capable of teaching him. In the end, he turned away, deciding not to dwell on it any further. Instead, he announced that he would head to the forest. Living for 7 years, with almost no meaningful interaction, was far too strange. It appeared that the Eldragon family had deliberately chosen to ignore his existence. Deep within the forest, Zeke continued his training in unusual ways. One of his methods involved eating poisonous grass that grew in the area. The taste was revolting, and he could barely tolerate it, but he forced himself to swallow it anyway. To him, enduring the experience served as a form of patience training. Even during this routine, he constantly felt that someone was watching him from a hidden location. The gaze followed him wherever he went. Although it irritated him, he understood that the person observing him would never reveal themselves over something insignificant. Growing annoyed, Zeke suddenly pushed aside the surrounding bushes and released a wave of dark aura. In front of him stood an anger boar. The creature's body was surrounded by a strange black mist, something that had not existed in the world 1,000 years ago. The unfamiliar sight immediately caught Zeke's attention, making him wonder about this mysterious new phenomenon. The boar became increasingly aggressive, its body engulfed by the ominous aura as it charged directly toward him. Zeke calmly stepped aside at the last moment. As the beast passed by, he delivered a single powerful punch. The blow instantly brought the anger boar down. Observing the result, Zeke noted that even a light strike against another creature at the same 1-star level produced overwhelming power in his case. Lifting the defeated boar onto his shoulder, he reflected on how much the quality of stars influenced one's true strength. Despite his progress, the continued neglect from the Eldragon family began to weigh on him. The idea of leaving the estate and embarking on a journey crossed his mind. If he were to depart, he had already decided that his destination would be the sea. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been secretly observing everything. The hidden watcher was stunned by what he had witnessed. Zeke had manifested a star on his own, without receiving any form of training, and he had defeated an anger boar with a single strike. Even more unsettling was the fact that the boy had sensed his concealed presence. The observer reflected on Zeke's situation. His mother had died early, and his father had shown absolutely no interest in him. Under such conditions, there was no way the child could have received proper guidance or education. Nevertheless, the blood of the Eldragon family head flowed through his veins. Because of that lineage, Zeke could never be allowed to leave the family's domain freely, and he remained under constant surveillance. Although he was born outside of marriage, he was still a descendant of the family head. To the observer, that fact alone made the boy's future incredibly interesting to watch. Later, when Zeke returned to his residence, he immediately sensed something unusual. An unfamiliar presence filled the building. Through his senses, he detected the pressure of 3 warriors who had reached the 4-star level, along with another individual whose strength had already reached 5 stars. The sudden arrival of such powerful figures made him wonder about their purpose. Since there were no nearby rifts that could cause chaos, their presence seemed unrelated to any emergency. At the same time, their aura did not feel hostile, nor did it resemble the intent of assassins. When he entered the room, he noticed the familiar emblem of the Dragon family displayed on their clothing. The visitors revealed that it was their first meeting. They had come with a specific task, escorting Zeke so that he could undergo an examination. The announcement stunned him. Only then did Zeke realize that he was suddenly being summoned to take an exam, despite the fact that he had never received any form of education or training from the family at all. Zeke arrived at the main estate once again. The return felt strange to him, almost ironic, because he had never imagined that he would step foot in that place again. The journey back had not been his decision. Messengers from the main house had come all the way to bring him there. As soon as he arrived, they instructed him to change his clothes, explaining that he could not enter the estate grounds dressed the way he was. The demand left him confused, and he quietly wondered why his appearance mattered so much. However, the reason for his return was not to live in the main residence. Instead, he had been summoned for something entirely different. His destination was Net, a place known as the Dragon's Nest. It was said that over the course of 1,000 years, the Dragon family had established this institution, specifically for the education of their descendants. Every child born into the Dragon lineage aimed to enter this place. Until the age of 7, they received training within their own homes, after which they faced the entrance examination. That very day was the day of that test. This realization left Zeke frustrated. Unlike the others, he had never received any formal teaching. Yet despite that, the examination was mandatory for him as well. Because of this requirement, he had been taken all the way from the distant frontier to participate. The pressure of the upcoming test weighed heavily on him. Sitting down, he held his head in irritation, thinking about how inconvenient the timing was. He had only recently begun preparing to leave, and now everything had been interrupted by this sudden obligation. While he sat there, a boy with blue hair approached him. The boy introduced himself as Rangis, someone from Ordscale village. Hesitantly, Rangis tried to ask whether Zeke was having trouble. Zeke immediately responded with suspicion and demanded to know who he was. Rangis explained that he had only approached because Zeke seemed troubled. Observing him more carefully, Zeke noticed that although the boy appeared timid, he seemed quite perceptive. Realizing he had been unnecessarily harsh, Zeke apologized and confirmed the boy's name before introducing himself. He admitted that he had no idea what exactly the test would involve. Rangis was surprised to hear that. He explained that the content of the examination did not change every year. Zeke openly admitted that he knew nothing about it at all. Since he had grown up with no proper background in the family's traditions, the details of the exam were completely unfamiliar to him. Rangis found this difficult to believe and repeated the question in disbelief. In his mind, not knowing something so important seemed incredibly reckless, and he began to worry about whether Zeke would be able to handle the situation. Trying to help, Rangis started explaining the structure of the test. However, before he could finish, someone behind them suddenly interrupted with mocking laughter. The voice called Rangis a weakling. The sudden insult startled him, causing him to freeze in place. The person responsible was Retin, another boy from the same village. Ordscale, Retin glared at Rangis and questioned why he had even come to this place. He sarcastically suggested that Rangis must have gotten lost, and advised him to go back home before he ended up getting hurt. Nervously, Rangis explained that he had come for the Dragon's Nest entrance exam like everyone else. Retin only laughed harder, openly mocking the idea that Rangis could ever succeed. He pointed out that Rangis's father was a pseudo-dragon, and sneered at the thought of what a child of such a lineage could possibly achieve. Zeke quietly reflected on the social structure of the Dragon family. The clan operated under a strict hierarchy, ruled by an absolute monarch. At the lowest level were the novice whelp dragons. Above them were the regular soldier-level child dragons. Higher still were captain-class adult dragons, followed by executive-level elder dragons who served as leaders. Beneath even the lowest recognized rank were the pseudo-dragons. These were individuals who either could not enter the Dragon's Nest or had failed to graduate from it. They were marked with a title that essentially meant they were immature or incomplete. Despite that label, Zeke believed that those people deserved a chance to prove themselves rather than being dismissed as fake. Because of that belief, he questioned Retin's reasoning. He wondered why someone would decide something was impossible before even attempting it. Retin immediately turned his anger towards Zeke and demanded to know who he was and whether he was looking for trouble. Zeke remained calm, explaining that he was simply curious about why Rangis was being judged so harshly. Retin answered bluntly that the reason was obvious. In his mind, Rangis was simply weak. The remark visibly hurt Rangis, and his expression darkened. Zeke responded by suggesting that Rangis might actually be stronger than the others present. Retin became furious at the implication, and loudly demanded whether Zeke was claiming that they were inferior to someone like Rangis. Before the confrontation could escalate further, an adult dragon examiner arrived and called everyone to attention. The Dragon's Nest entrance exam was about to begin. All the applicants were instructed to register in an orderly line and proceed forward with their numbered tags. Hearing the announcement, Retin turned to leave, but not before threatening that he would remember Zeke's face. After he left, Zeke turned back to Rangis and remarked that Retin's reaction had seemed unnecessarily extreme. In his mind, young people seemed far too quick to anger these days. Rangis, still uneasy, pointed out that they were actually the same age, and that anyone would get upset after being told they were weaker than someone else. Zeke considered the comment and wondered if that was really how people saw it. Still, he pointed out that the entrance examination was mandatory for everyone, which made declaring something impossible feel meaningless. Rangis then clarified that withdrawal was actually allowed. Hearing this, Zeke was genuinely surprised. He admitted that he had not known that detail, and asked again whether backing out was truly possible. Rangis suggested that it might even be better for Zeke to withdraw as well, since it would prevent him from getting hurt. Zeke, however, dismissed the idea with quiet confidence, claiming that someone with his level of ability could not withdraw even if he tried. Rangis found that statement rather bold, especially since Zeke did not even know the details of the exam. Zeke simply brushed off the concern and told him they should hurry before the test started. Though still uncertain, Rangis agreed and followed along. Before long, all the applicants had gathered at the testing ground. The adult examiner stepped forward and explained the rules. The challenge itself was simple. Each participant had to scratch a special rock. If they succeeded in leaving even a small mark on the surface, they would pass the exam. Only the weapons provided at the site could be used, though attacking with bare hands was also permitted. However, each participant would only be given 3 attempts. Hearing the conditions made most of the students extremely nervous. Zeke, on the other hand, found the task surprisingly easy. Rangis was shocked by how casually he reacted. Zeke explained that the requirement sounded straightforward. After going through the intense dragon trial earlier, he had expected something far more terrifying. Compared to that, simply scratching a rock felt almost disappointing. The examiner signaled for the test to begin. The first participant stepped forward and swung his sword with all his strength against the stone. The sound rang out loudly, and students covered their ears. But the stone did not break. Instead, the boy's hand was cut and the sword shattered. Overcome with pain, he collapsed. The examiner announced the first attempt had failed, with 2 remaining, and asked if he would try again. But the attempt was considered abandoned. The examiner ordered it cleaned up and called the next student. Another student stepped forward. Rangis covered his ears from the noise. Watching this, Zeke grew angry. He realized this was the test. Looking at the stone, he recognized it as a regeneration stone. It instantly repaired minor scratches and reflected brute force attacks with hundreds of times the power. Zeke thought such a material was ridiculous. Rangis explained that if someone properly circulated source power through their body and attacked, the stone could be scratched. Zeke understood, from what he heard, martial arts quality mattered less than controlling source power. Looking around, he thought many students could pass, including those guys from earlier. One by one, students failed. Finally, it was number 315's turn, Zeke. He announced his turn. Rangis nervously warned that he could still withdraw, but Zeke stepped down calmly and told him not to worry. The examiner watched in surprise, impressed by his composure. Then the examiner was shocked as an aura rose behind Zeke. The reflection of Gilfa's Eldragon appeared behind him. Zeke twisted his hand, observing the weapons within that collection. Zeke arrived at the examination grounds without carrying any weapon. The examiners looked at him in surprise and asked why. Zeke calmly replied that he did not need a weapon. His fist alone was enough. The other candidates began whispering. Some could not believe he planned to fight barehanded, while others doubted he could even scratch the stone without a weapon, even with source power. Rangis grew extremely anxious. He imagined Zeke's fist shattering or his arm flying apart, and regretted not stopping him earlier. When the examiner gave the signal, Zeke looked at the enormous stone. After observing it, he realized it was a mineral he had never seen before, likely formed through 1,000 years of change. He touched it briefly, thinking about how much he still did not understand, but decided it did not matter. Focusing his mind, he activated the power in his fist. Rangi's panicked and tried to step forward to stop him, but Zeke was already excited to test his strength. Gathering his power, he attacked. Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, First Form, Burst Strike. The moment his fist struck the stone, a massive explosion erupted. Air spun violently in every direction, and the crowd gasped in shock. Even the examiners were surprised, though they hid their reactions. The giant stone split in half and shattered, pieces scattering across the ground. Zeke's hand was badly injured, but he laughed at the pain, saying he still needed more training. The candidates stared at him speechlessly. Retin muttered irritably that Zeke had actually destroyed it. Among the crowd, a young girl watched with interest, clearly impressed. Rangi stood frozen in shock and relief as he saw Zeke smiling despite his wounds. One examiner silently analyzed what had happened. Zeke had destroyed a regeneration stone, something that normally required at least a 4-star level. For a child to do it was unbelievable, even if he was an illegitimate child. The bloodline of the Eldragon head was clearly present. The technique Zeke used also felt strangely familiar. Zeke approached and asked about his result. The examiner announced that candidate number 315 had passed. Another examiner quickly handed him a liquid bottle and told him to move along. Zeke took it with irritation, feeling their attitude was unnecessarily harsh. Rangi's ran over with shining eyes and praised Zeke as amazing. Zeke dismissed it as something easy. Rangi's then pointed at the bottle and said it was healing poison. Zeke looked confused at the name. Rangi's casually opened it and confirmed it was the standard kind. After examining it carefully, Zeke realized it was not poison but spirit medicine. The medicine was called cloud-piercing clarity wood, made from rare herbs grown in secret realms, and refined with high-purity source power cores from divine and phantom beasts. It could instantly heal injuries, erase scars, and even increase source power. However, because the ingredients were extremely rare and difficult to refine, it almost never appeared in the world. Zeke drank the medicine. His injuries healed instantly. Excited, he asked again if it was spirit medicine. Rangi said he did not know about that, but the Eldragon family's healing potions were far superior to ordinary ones, so it was not strange. Zeke disagreed slightly, saying such severe injuries healing instantly was indeed surprising. However, he realized it did not increase source power like true spirit medicine. Rangi's again praised Zeke for being amazing. Zeke brushed it off and said that idea was ridiculous. Looking at the empty bottle, he thought it was proof of how much wisdom humanity had gained over 1,000 years. They returned to their seats. Rangi's once more said Zeke was incredibly strong. Zeke replied casually that his goal was to become the strongest. Rangi's was astonished at how casually he said it. The examination continued. Candidates number 383 and 395 passed, followed by number 4. Those seriously injured were also given healing poison. Watching them, Zeke felt their success was expected. Then the next candidate was called, number 414, Rangi's. Nervously, Rangi stepped forward. Shaking, Zeke noticed and asked why he was so nervous. He loudly encouraged him, saying he should have no problem and needed to pull himself together. His voice attracted everyone's attention, embarrassing Rangi's, who begged him not to shout. Rangi's gripped his sword and prepared. When the examiner gave the signal, he swung with all his strength, but immediately collapsed. The examiner declared the first attempt a failure, with 2 attempts remaining. Rangi's asked for another chance and tried again. This time, his sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, leaving him panicked. Some candidates laughed and mocked him. One called him a pseudo-dragon's child, who was unworthy and incapable. Another told him to give up. Retin joined the ridicule and mocked Zeke, reminding him that he had earlier claimed Rangi's was stronger than them. Angered, Zeke shouted for them to stop talking nonsense. Retin laughed louder, calling it ridiculous. The examiner reminded Rangi's that he had one final attempt and asked if he would continue. Rangi's panicked, unsure what to do. At that moment, Zeke walked closer and asked why Rangi's insisted on using a sword instead of a spear. Rangi's looked confused and asked what he meant. Zeke asked why he had chosen an unsuitable weapon without any plan. Retin mocked them again, saying that no matter how hard Rangi's tried, he could not even scratch the stone with a sword. Others laughed as well, saying his father never used spears and had taught him swordsmanship. One candidate added that changing weapons would not help. Ignoring them, Zeke asked the examiner if changing weapons during the test was allowed. The examiner replied that it was not against the rules. Zeke told Rangis that this was good news and asked if he was really going to give up like this. Still frightened, Rangis remembered his earlier words. Gathering his courage, he stood up and declared that he would try again, this time using a spear. The focus shifted to Rangis. His father had never been allowed into the dragon's nest and was mocked as a pseudo-dragon. Despite the ridicule, his father never grew resentful and raised him with pride. The son he raised was not a fraud, and today Rangis intended to prove it. He realized that using the sword again would lead to the same failure. Instead, he chose to trust Zeke, though he had never used a spear before. Zeke advised him to thrust forward without overthinking, simply driving the weapon straight ahead. Rangis repeated those words in his mind and prepared himself. Normally, someone holding a spear for the first time should not even scratch the regeneration stone. But he remembered Zeke's challenge about judging the result before trying. Although they had just met, Rangis strangely trusted him. Since Zeke believed in him, he decided to believe in himself as well. Until now, he had only used a sword. Yet in that moment, his source power surged through him more strongly than ever. With determination, Rangis drove the spear into the rock. Retin and his companions laughed, convinced that switching weapons would change nothing. But the spear suddenly felt natural in his hands, as if it had always belonged there. The thrust pierced the stone. Splitting it halfway, the laughter stopped instantly. The examiners reacted in shock. Not only had the stone been scratched, it had been pierced through. Zeke praised Rangis, calling the strike impressive. Still stunned, Rangis could barely understand what had just happened. The examiner then announced that candidate number 414 had passed. Rangis repeated the word in disbelief, while Zeke calmly confirmed it. Overwhelmed, Rangis grabbed Zeke with tears of joy. Celebrating the result, Zeke simply reminded him that he had believed in him from the start. Retin's group tried to dismiss the result as pure coincidence. Soon after, the examiner declared the test finished and announced the start of the entrance ceremony. Zeke asked Rangis if the examination was truly over. Rangis explained that more tests might follow after admission, while Zeke wondered what they would face next. The examiner announced that the leaders of the Eldragon family would now deliver congratulatory speeches. The head of the family, Baltza Eldragon, appeared before them. Zeke observed the gloomy man with curiosity, while Rangis explained that he was the family head. Zeke found his cold demeanor strange, thinking the leader could at least appear warmer. Alarmed, Rangis quickly tried to silence him and urged him to stay quiet. Baltza stood before the crowd. Zeke quietly evaluated the strength around him, several 7-star fighters, many at 6 stars, and at the center Baltza himself, who had reached 8 stars. 1,000 years ago, even the entire world had fewer than a dozen people at that level. Though unfamiliar with this era, Zeke immediately felt that he disliked him. Deep down, he recognized the man as his father. The examiners called for silence and announced Baltza's address. Baltza spoke about striving to become the flesh and blood of Eldragon. As he spoke, a dark aura spread from him. Black energy filled the area, pressing down so heavily that many students struggled to breathe. Zeke sensed the overwhelming presence. It felt as if Baltza's will alone was crushing everyone around him. He could not explain why, but an intense dislike rose within him. Beneath the power he sensed something else, deep hatred. At that moment, another man arrived, cheerful and laughing. He expressed appreciation for Baltza's words and claimed that the family head had great expectations for the students. Zeke watched him with curiosity. The man brushed aside the formal tone, saying he would leave the stiff speeches to others and simply encourage the students to keep striving forward. The examiners commented on his unusual way of speaking. He casually added that worrying about small matters would only lead to baldness. Zeke did not quite understand, but he was grateful that the oppressive atmosphere had faded. The ceremony moved on. The examiners announced that dormitory assignments would now be revealed and instructed everyone to move quickly when their names were called. Zeke wondered if everyone would stay in the same place. Rangis explained that the Dragon's Nest had 4 sections, and new students were assigned to the east, west, south, or north halls. Zeke nodded in understanding. Soon Zeke's name was called, number 315. He told Rangis to take care, and Rangis wished him the same. At the east hall of the Dragon's Nest, Zeke searched for his assigned room. After 1,000 years, the place had changed in many ways. He checked the corridors several times before finally locating it, admitting to himself that he had gotten lost and arrived late. His roommate was probably already inside. He opened the door and greeted the person within. mentioning that they would now share the room. But the moment their eyes met, Zeke froze in shock. Zeke immediately felt a strange sense of familiarity when he noticed his teammate. It was Rangi's. The sight brought a genuine smile to his face, and Rangi's also looked relieved. Being paired with someone familiar eased the tension both of them had been carrying. After settling down, Zeke casually wondered if there were any plans left for the day. Rangi's explained that there were none, and reminded him that training would start early the next morning. It quickly became obvious that Zeke hadn't listened to the instructor earlier, which made Rangi's sigh in frustration. Zeke admitted it without shame, while Rangi's scolded him and advised resting early before the intense training began. Later, Rangi's quietly reflected on his reasons for coming here. He had wanted to escape the suffocating life at home and chase something greater. The entrance exam had already shown him a world full of fascinating possibilities, and the idea of staying with the Eldragon family no longer seemed so bad. Soon a month passed. One day, the instructor gathered the trainees and introduced them to Dragon's Breath, a breathing technique created by the 15th head of the Eldragon family. It was an essential skill meant to draw in source power from the atmosphere and circulate it through the body. The hall filled with the sound of heavy breathing as the students trained while holding heavy dumbbells. Rangi struggled badly, his body trembling with exhaustion. The instructor noticed that some students were already beginning to understand the technique. Among them, Leika stood out the most, her source energy slightly overflowing as she approached the T-level. Then the instructor noticed Zeke. Unlike everyone else, Zeke was training with rocks balanced in both hands and even on his head. The sight was unbelievable. Despite supposedly having no formal instruction, his mastery looked far beyond the others. During the exercise, Zeke reflected inwardly. The technique they were learning was actually a simplified version of the Dragon King's breath, a breathing method he himself had created long ago. Originally, it allowed complete control of source power even while moving, but it had been extremely difficult to master. Over centuries, it had been simplified so the entire family could use it. Realizing his creation had survived for 1,000 years filled him with emotion and curiosity about how other martial arts might have evolved as well. Later, during lunch, the exhausted students gathered to eat. Many stared at Zeke with disgust as he devoured food at an incredible pace, eating as if he had been starving for centuries. Noticing Rangi's tired face, Zeke urged him to eat more and train harder if he wanted strength. Rangi's could only stare at him in disbelief, calling his stamina unnatural, but Zeke simply dismissed it and continued eating. While observing the others, he noticed a few well-trained students. At that moment, a blonde girl approached and praised his strength with a cheerful smile. Confused, Zeke asked Rangi's who she was. Rangi's nearly choked in shock. The girl was Leika, the head's daughter and one of the candidates to inherit leadership. Zeke calmly admitted he didn't know her. Rangi's panicked, warning him that she wasn't someone to speak to casually. Zeke casually mentioned that he was also the head's son, though illegitimate. The statement caught Leika's interest. She revealed herself as Leika Typhona Eldragon, and questioned how someone without support could possess such strength, especially after breaking the regeneration stone. Zeke dismissed the question simply. Intrigued by his confidence, Leika offered him a deal. She wanted him to serve under her and support her rise to become the family head, promising influence and rewards in return. Zeke refused instantly. Leika's smile vanished. She suspected he might be aiming for the head position himself, but Zeke made it clear he had no interest in family politics. This only angered her more. At that moment, Zeke's patience ran out. He slammed his knife onto the bench, releasing a powerful aura that shook the hall. His presence radiated overwhelming dominance, making it clear he would never serve under anyone, because he believed himself to be the strongest. Even Leika trembled for a moment under the pressure. Rangi's rushed over, trying to calm him down, but Leika's pride had already been wounded. Instead of backing down, she decided she would force him to submit and challenged him to a duel. News spread quickly across the academy. Students rushed to the training grounds after hearing that the head's daughter was about to fight someone. Soon, a crowd gathered as whispers spread that Zeke was her opponent. Zeke remained calm, while Rangi's nervously warned him about Leika's strength. She was a prodigy supported by one of the 4 great families, and had mastered the Typhona family's lightning great sword technique at the age of 7. However, Zeke barely listened. The only detail that caught his attention was that she was the head's daughter. Rangi's grew desperate, unable to understand why Zeke would accept such a dangerous challenge. Zeke simply laughed, saying the uncertainty made the fight more exciting. For him, the reason was simple. He never backed down from a challenge. As the two stepped onto the training ground, the atmosphere instantly changed. Leika raised her sword confidently, and the crowd fell silent. The battle was about to begin. Zeke stood calmly on the training ground with a confident smirk, his relaxed posture showing he was completely ready. Nearby, Rangis was full of worry. Fear covered his face as he hurried away, warning Zeke to be careful. Zeke watched him leave with amusement, believing caution was something his opponent should worry about instead. He then looked at Leika, curious about why she insisted on challenging him. For Leika, the reason was simple. She wanted to become the future head of the Eldragon family, and to do that she needed Zeke to submit under her authority. Zeke looked irritated, unable to understand why her ambition involved him. Frustrated, Leika implied his ignorance came from being an illegitimate child. Zeke calmly replied that he might understand if someone actually explained it. Leika then clarified the situation. There were 5 candidates competing to become the next head of the Eldragon family. Except for Zeke, each candidate had support from one of the 4 powerful branch families. Their competition would decide who produced the next leader. All of them had gathered at the dragon's nest for this purpose. Leika, especially, needed more power to compete with her older brothers. Zeke realized it was simply a conflict between the branches. The complicated politics didn't interest him. Though he said he understood, it was clear he didn't truly care. Leika remained determined. As a candidate, strengthening her influence was necessary, and defeating Zeke would help achieve that. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and attacked. But Zeke moved with incredible speed. Dodging the strike easily, Leika attacked again and again, pouring more power into each swing of her weapon. Yet none of them reached him. Zeke avoided every attack effortlessly, even smiling as her frustration grew. Enraged, she pushed herself harder. The surrounding students watched in amazement. Whispers spread as they admired Leika's speed and precise control over her source power. Her attacks became faster with every moment. Many believed they were witnessing the strength expected from a branch heir. Yet Zeke remained untouched. He continued dodging, while mocking her inability to land even one hit. His words only fueled her anger. From a distance, Rangis watched in disbelief. Stunned by the difference in skill, Zeke quietly observed her movements. Her martial art was unfamiliar, and her speed was unusually high for a 1-star warrior. Furious, Leika launched another attack and demanded he stop talking. This time, Zeke clenched his fist. Power gathered around it, and with explosive force, he struck her stomach. The blow sent Leika flying backward. Blood burst from her mouth as she crashed to the ground. Shock spread across the training field. Students murmured in disbelief, wondering who this mysterious boy really was. Leika lay on the ground in pain and confusion. She couldn't understand why none of her attacks had connected. For a 1-star warrior, her speed should have been exceptional. Zeke looked down at her calmly, like a teacher observing a student. He admitted her speed was impressive compared to other 1-stars, but she was still only a 1-star. Angry, Leika argued that someone at the same level shouldn't keep up with her. Zeke simply explained that predicting attacks was easy. Breathing, eye movement, and muscle shifts revealed intentions before a strike began. With experience, everything became predictable. Reading her movements required no effort for him, a skill gained from the life he once lived as a powerful swordsman. Refusing to give up, Leika suddenly jumped back to her feet and attacked again while his attention drifted slightly. Her blade rushed toward him, but once again, the strike passed harmlessly in front of his face. Zeke calmly said he could read every movement she made. Within a second, he could already see how her next attack would come. Then he moved. His body blurred forward, and another devastating punch struck her, sending her flying across the arena. She crashed into the wall with tremendous force. Cracking it, her condition instantly became critical. The students were left speechless. They couldn't believe Leika had been defeated. Rangis, however, burst into excited cheers. Zeke didn't celebrate. He stared at Leika's fallen body and slowly raised his hand. Sensing something strange, in his mind, the battle wasn't over. During the previous hit he had noticed, she concentrated her source power at her core to endure the blow. That instinct impressed him. Leika looked terrible. Blood flowed from her mouth and stomach as she struggled to breathe. Rangis rushed toward her, begging her to stop fighting. Zeke warned him to step away. If he stayed, he might get caught in what was coming. Zeke's sharp senses felt a change in Leika's energy. Earlier there had been faint signs of advancement. Now the presence was growing stronger. He suspected she might have just reached the 2-star level. Moments later, Leika slowly stood up. A brilliant white aura burst from her body. Radiant energy surrounded her as students gasped in shock. She had advanced to the 2-star level. At that stage, a warrior could release source power outside the body in the form of aura. Leika stared ahead with fierce determination. The battle with Zeke had pushed her beyond her limits and allowed her to break through. With this new power, she believed victory was certain. She rushed forward again, faster and sharper than before. Zeke smiled slightly while dodging the strike, impressed by the improvement. But as he moved aside, a sudden sting appeared on his cheek. A thin cut formed. Surprise flashed across his face. He had clearly avoided the attack, yet he had still been hit. Leika now stood surrounded by a powerful aura, gripping her greatsword with confidence. With her newly awakened power, she was ready to reveal the true form of the Thunder Greatsword technique. She intended to defeat Zeke, but instead of fear, Zeke only looked more interested. Resting his hand on his chin, he studied her with an excited smile. For him, this was perfect. He was about to witness a martial art he had never seen before. The thrill of battle surged through him. For Zeke, the real fun was only just beginning. Then Leika began the clash by unleashing Lightning Flash, a lightning-charged greatsword technique wrapped in a blazing yellow aura. Zeke barely avoided the strike, surprised by the unfamiliar power, dismissing lightning manipulation as absurd. Leika followed with Lightning Net, forcing Zeke to leap away. He admitted the fight now felt completely different, and that handling the lightning had suddenly become difficult even for him. Watching students whispered in shock at how gaining just one more star had changed everything. While Rangis grew worried for Zeke, Zeke observed that the movements themselves were simple and unchanged. Yet once Leika reached 2-star level and gained an aura, the power of her lightning great sword technique had surged enormously. She had already been fast, but now she was even faster, and the lightning surrounding her felt mysterious. Though he could counterattack, his curiosity about that power made him hold back. Leika, angered by his calm expression, attacked again. After a series of strikes, she unleashed a thunder-like blow that Zeke failed to dodge. The impact smashed him into a wall hard enough to shatter it, leaving him badly injured but still smiling. She launched another full-power lightning flash, yet Zeke avoided it and countered with a kick that cracked the ground. Rangis rushed forward, begging Leika to stop and pleading with Zeke to surrender. Leika refused, claiming stopping would insult him since he could still stand. She even offered him the chance to yield and serve under her. Zeke simply smirked, calling him a proud Eldragon even as an illegitimate child. Leika decided to end it with the Lightning Great Sword technique's first secret art, Heaven's Thunder. The strike landed, knocking Zeke unconscious. She declared the match finished and turned to leave. To everyone's shock, Zeke suddenly stood again, lightning aura spreading from his body. Leika could not believe it. Zeke casually explained that he had intentionally endured her attacks to study the power. While doing so, he continuously used Dragon King's breath, which reacted with her lightning aura. The lightning gradually accumulated inside him until he could control it himself, though he did not fully understand how. Wiping blood from his mouth, he guessed Leika possessed a rare constitution and even thanked her, saying the fight had helped him reach the 2-star level as well. Lightning crackled from his hand as he declared the battle unfinished. Leika attacked again, but Zeke now dodged easily, realizing that enhanced source power strengthened muscles and nerves. From the sidelines, Rangis watched in awe as Leika's lightning strikes no longer landed. When she angrily accused him of mocking her, Zeke insisted he truly saw her as a threat before kicking her sword away and knocking her down. Laughing, Zeke decided it was time to end the fight and announced he would create a new technique on the spot, a special form. Leika briefly wondered how he could invent techniques so easily, but her distraction cost her. Zeke warned that fighters should never lose focus, and then struck her chest with Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, special form, Lightning Peak, knocking her unconscious. Zeke declared the match over, calling it an interesting fight. Even in defeat, Leika refused to accept losing and vowed to become clan head by defeating her brothers. Acknowledging her strength, Zeke offered her his hand in friendship and suggested they spar again someday, believing their clash had been a meaningful and exciting experience. Zeke chuckled and said that he was already looking forward to it. Leika smiled as well, took Zeke's hand, and accepted his offer of friendship, admitting that Zeke was unbeatable and that the match had been her complete defeat. Then a few hours later, Balsa was deep inside a dungeon casually overwhelming monsters, using only the first form of his dragon combat arts. He wiped out wave after wave with effortless ease, moving through the dungeon as if he were taking a relaxed walk rather than fighting for survival. While he was clearing out another group of creatures, A messenger rushed in and excitedly reported that Leika had reached the 2-star rank. Balsa barely reacted, hoping to impress him. The messenger enthusiastically suggested that she might even reach 5-star before graduation. But Balsa remained completely unimpressed. In his view, talent alone meant nothing unless it produced real results, and he told the messenger not to bother reporting simple rank increases again. The messenger then hesitantly added another detail. Leika had just lost a fight. Balsa initially assumed she had been defeated by an upperclassman, but the messenger clarified that the one who beat her was Balsa's own illegitimate son, Zeke. That name finally caught Balsa's interest. He recalled Zeke's mother, a talented woman who had died before the boy was born. Now he wondered how Zeke could have grown strong enough to defeat a 2-star opponent. The messenger explained that Zeke had reached 2-star on his own, without any mentor or instructor. Hearing this, Balsa immediately decided it was time to initiate the first trial. The messenger was shocked and warned that it was too early, but Balsa dismissed the concern. In his eyes, only the strong deserved to survive, and anyone unable to pass the first trial had no future anyway. Before the messenger could argue further, Balsa issued another order to summon Freya. When the messenger questioned it in disbelief, Balsa confirmed that he wanted her personally involved. As Zeke seemed worth observing, reluctantly accepting the command, the messenger left, once alone. Balsa allowed a faint grin to appear, clearly interested in discovering Zeke's true potential. Later at the academy's training grounds, students practiced under their instructor's guidance. While most focused on learning dragon breath techniques, Zeke trained differently, lifting enormous boulders many times his own size while maintaining controlled breathing. To him, the method was so straightforward that it seemed like something even children could understand. Langus noticed the unusual training and wondered why Zeke was not practicing with the others. Zeke calmly revealed that he had already mastered the dragon combat arts, which left Langus stunned. Doubting such a claim so early in training, Langus questioned him. To demonstrate, Zeke pointed out that Langus's ether flow was unstable. He then dropped the massive boulder from his head, moved behind Langus, and lightly tapped him while transferring a small amount of ether energy. Instantly, Langus felt the proper flow through his body and realized Zeke truly understood the technique. Grateful, he thanked him, while Zeke seemed slightly irritated at having been doubted. Langus quickly explained that his disbelief came from inexperience, since his father had been his only teacher. He acknowledged that Zeke had already defeated Leika, and assumed the dragon combat arts must feel too simple for someone at his level. Zeke disagreed. In his opinion, the art was actually refined and impressive. Though many once criticized it for being overly complex, it contained multiple powerful forms. He also mentioned that his battle with Leika had inspired him to create a new form, the technique he used to defeat her, and he was curious about how the martial art had evolved. Since there was little else for him to learn from the basics, he returned to his physical training. At that moment, Langus made an unexpected request, asking Zeke to train him. Acknowledging that the road to strength was difficult, he still wanted to pursue it seriously. To his surprise, Zeke agreed, recognizing that Langus had the right mindset. Langus was thrilled, but before he could celebrate further, another voice interrupted Leika's. Slightly nervous yet determined, she stepped forward and asked Zeke to train her as well. Losing to him had crushed her pride, but it also made her realize his strength. Now she wanted to grow stronger, not only to surpass her brothers, but eventually to overcome Zeke too. Her request caught Zeke off guard. He paused to think about it, leaving Leika anxiously waiting for his response. When Zeke didn't answer Leika's request right away, she asked if he truly had no issue training her. Rangus supported the idea, realizing that since Zeke was Balsa Elragan's son, even as an illegitimate child, he was still technically one of the Elragan family's successors. Zeke said he didn't mind, but questioned Leika's condition, since her injuries from their fight should have taken a month to heal. Leika explained she had used a healing potion. Rangus clarified that the basic potion from the entrance exam couldn't heal wounds that quickly, so she must have used a far stronger one reserved for the family head's daughter. Zeke was amazed by how advanced such potions were. Leika admitted she would have been bedridden without it, but what mattered was whether he would train her. Zeke agreed easily, saying he never refused someone with ambition. Leika and Rangus were surprised since they were all the same age. Zeke joked about whether Leika was comfortable learning from the person who defeated her, but she firmly stated that losing didn't matter, only becoming stronger did. If she wanted to become the next head of the Elragan family, she couldn't afford pride. Curious about her determination, Zeke asked why the position mattered so much. Leika revealed that failure meant being forced into a political marriage, possibly even to a cousin or stranger. Zeke's expression darkened when she explained that the Elragan bloodline was extremely valuable, causing the family to obsess over preserving its purity. A chilling aura spread from Zeke as he declared that such traditions were disgusting and swore to destroy them. The tense moment ended when several instructors arrived with a red-haired woman. An instructor announced she would personally teach them despite her busy duties. As she approached Leika, Leika instinctively jumped back, sensing danger. Zeke stepped forward protectively while Rangus nervously grabbed his arm. The woman calmly praised Leika's sharp reaction and strong aura. Zeke frowned because he hadn't sensed her approach. The instructor introduced her as Freya Fewingkick of the Black Dragon Corps. Freya greeted the class and focused on Zeke. Wondering if he was surprised, Zeke calmly remarked that her stealth technique was interesting. Freya realized why Balsa Elragan had taken interest in him. Zeke had already analyzed her martial art, noticing the unique flow of source power in her lower body that allowed silent movement. Freya then announced she would be their new instructor. The students whispered in disbelief. Known as the Tempest Wind, she was a 6-star warrior from the elite Black Dragon Corps serving the family head. She explained that her training began with a simple test. Each student would receive a crystal orb and survive for 1 month inside Poison Dragon Mountain while protecting it. Rangus immediately panicked because the mountain was filled with deadly poison, where even touching plants could kill someone. Zeke felt nostalgic, remembering it as a training ground in his past life. Though he thought the test harsh for students, Freya added that breaking or losing the orb meant instant disqualification and expulsion from the dragon's nest. Dragon's breath breathing could resist the poison, but students would still have to hunt monsters for food. The class was horrified since many doubted their basic strike dragon technique could even harm the creatures there. Freya told them they had 5 days to prepare and could choose one basic weapon technique from the family archives to improve their survival chances. If they failed to learn it in time, she wouldn't be responsible. When someone asked if she would rescue them if things became dangerous, she coldly replied that only the strong survived in the dragon's nest. After distributing martial arts books, students chose their weapons. Rangus hesitated until Zeke advised him to learn a spear technique since he had used one before. Leika planned to study another greatsword art, but Zeke suggested axe techniques to cover her weaknesses, and she trusted his judgment. Freya reminded them that their survival depended on mastering their techniques within 5 days. Just before leaving, she gave one final warning. During the trial, senior students 10 years older would also enter the mountain, and their task would be to hunt the younger students and steal their crystal orbs. The class was stunned. Rangus panicked at the thought of facing both poisonous monsters and stronger upperclassmen. Leika realized most of their classmates wouldn't survive direct fights, since every senior was at least 1 star stronger. Zeke advised forming small groups of 2 or 3 for hunting and defense. When Rangus asked Zeke's plan, he casually said he would go alone and enjoy the exam, making Leika sigh since it sounded exactly like him. Before preparing, Zeke suggested they eat first. As they walked away, Leika quietly asked Rangus if Zeke seemed strange sometimes, and Rangus simply shrugged in agreement. 5 days later, the students gathered at the entrance of Poison Dragon Mountain, filled with both fear and determination. Standing before them, Freya smiled confidently and declared that the weather was perfect for the trial to begin. Agnes was, as usual, a bundle of nerves. The mere thought of teaming up with someone as fierce and formidable as Leika had his stomach doing somersaults. I mean, come on. This girl was basically royalty, and here he was, a regular Joe with no noble blood running through his veins. Did he even belong in her elite circle? But just when he thought he'd crumble under the pressure, he overheard Celine, sweet, brave Celine, chiming in that she too was joining Leika's squad. And guess what? She was just a commoner like him. Then there was Raymond, another dude in the same boat, also lacking those fancy noble ties. Leika made it crystal clear that titles were as irrelevant as yesterday's leftovers. What she cared about was raw talent, and boy, had she picked a trio with some serious potential. Feeling a surge of confidence from her unwavering belief in them, Agnes swore he'd give it his all. Celine and Raymond nodded in agreement, pledging to rise to the occasion like champions ready for battle. Then there was Zeke, the lone wolf, who decided to go it alone. But even he had to admit that Leika's team was a force to be reckoned with. He could see the incredible skill skills and boundless promise radiating from each member. And he couldn't help but admire Leika's uncanny knack for spotting talent. With a lineup like that, Zeke assured Lagnus they had nothing to sweat about. What the hell could go wrong? Freya, the overseer of this chaos, watched the students make their choices with a mix of surprise and delight. It was wild to see so many decide to band together, especially since most were still figuring out how to wield their weapons without accidentally turning themselves into a walking disaster. Once everyone got their shiny crystal orbs, Freya laid down the law. They had to survive for a whole damn month while clutching onto those orbs like their lives depended on it. Anyone who managed that would pass. But then, in a twist that had everyone's jaws dropping, she revealed the kicker. The orbs were identical, which meant they could be snatched right out of their hands. Panic spread like wildfire as the students grasped what that meant. Not only did they have to fend off the terrifying dangers lurking in the mountains, but they also had to watch their backs from each other. Freya warned them that once they stepped into the fray, senior students would be on the hunt, turning their survival test into a brutal battleground. A wave of dread washed over the recruits, especially after hearing the seniors' taunts about them barely scraping by with 1 star. What the hell were they getting themselves into? After Freya delivered her final chilling words, she dramatically signaled for the test to kick off. The students, practically tripping over themselves in their haste, bolted toward the forest like a pack of wild animals. And just before vanishing into the tangled maze of trees, Leika shot a glance back at Zeke, a silent, urgent prayer for each other's safety. Zeke, however, remained behind, as cool as a cucumber, casually watching his peers disappear into the depths of the wilderness. When Freya inquired if he wasn't going to join the chaos, he simply shrugged, saying he didn't feel that same jittery rush that had gripped the others. What the hell was up with that? Once the clearing fell silent, the head instructor couldn't help but voice his concerns about the exam's sheer insanity. I mean, come on. These students barely knew the basics and had the combat experience of a houseplant. But Freya, with her unwavering confidence, just smirked. Sure, the monsters lurking on the mountain were numerous, but weak. Like, seriously, she trusted that teamwork would be their saving grace. Yet, she casually dropped a bombshell about something peculiar she planned to unleash into the forest later, leaving the instructor's jaw practically on the floor. But she just brushed it off like it was no big deal. When the moment of truth arrived, Freya commanded the senior students to spring into action. They dashed off, practically bursting with excitement, ready to ambush the unsuspecting newcomers. Watching them scamper away, Freya couldn't help but grin to herself. Her curiosity piqued. How many of these kids would actually make it through this? Twisted Gauntlet alive? Deep within the shadowy depths of the forest, one group of seniors soon spotted a lone figure, Zeke. They figured he'd be an easy target, just standing there like a deer in headlights, and attacked without a second thought. But before that arrow could even whisper past him, Zeke caught it like it was a damn frisbee. His laughter rang through the woods, sharp and unnerving as he taunted them, claiming he'd been waiting for this moment. The seniors froze, their faces turning ghostly pale, realizing way too late that they were not the hunters, they were the prey. Zeke charged forward, his smile twisted into something straight out of a nightmare. And the game was officially on. Deep within Poison Dragon Mountain, Leika and her group were locked in a fierce battle against the mountain's monstrous creatures. After Celine skillfully brought down a massive frog-like beast, another one lunged from behind her. But before it could strike, Raymond stepped forward, shield raised high, blocking the ambush and saving her in time. With a brutal counter, he slammed the creature to the ground and drove his shield through its body, ending its life instantly. Nearby, Rangus was locked in combat with another monster, taking it down with surprising ease. Raymond looked over, satisfied by their coordination, and Leika praised their teamwork. Rangus blushed at the compliment, but froze in disbelief when he saw the mountain of corpses Leika had already piled up on her own. Celine couldn't help but admit that Leika's strength was beyond comparison, exactly as they had expected. Raymond nodded, adding that while they were struggling with a handful of monsters, Leika had already wiped out nearly all of them herself. Leika simply shrugged, saying it was natural. As a 2-star warrior, these creatures were nothing more than a warm-up to her. She added that everyone had shown huge improvement since the exam began a week ago, especially Celine and Raymond, who had both reached 1-star level. Celine thanked her sincerely, admitting they wouldn't have advanced so quickly without her help, and Raymond agreed. Rangus, however, stayed silent, staring at the ground, feeling how far behind he'd fallen. Now that both his friends had already awakened their first stars, Celine noticed the look on his face and gently reassured him that he'd get there soon too. Raymond nodded, telling him to be patient and keep working hard. Their encouragement brought a faint smile to Rangus's face. Leika then pointed out that Rangus had already defeated 3 giant frog monsters without having a star, which was no small feat. She reminded him that before the exam, he had personally trained with Zeke and perfected his spear handling, so it was only a matter of time before he awakened his own star. Touched by her words, Rangus felt a lump in his throat, struggling to hold back tears. As Leika glanced toward the sky, she noticed the sun dipping behind the peaks. Night was approaching fast. She told everyone it was time to return to base. Celine agreed immediately, warning that Poison Dragon Mountain became even more dangerous after dark. While heading back, Leika suddenly stopped mid-step. Rangus, alert, asked what was wrong, but she didn't respond. Her expression turned cold as her eyes narrowed toward the distance. Moments later, a figure emerged from the tall grass near their base. The others froze, weapons drawn. The mysterious figure stepped out with a cocky grin, weapon resting loosely at his side. Leika instantly recognized him as an upperclassman and asked if he was here to steal their crystal. The man confirmed it with a smirk, saying the current exam required upperclassmen to take crystals from first years, though he hadn't expected his first target to be Lady Leika's group. Leika warned him that he was making a mistake, saying one upperclassman stood no chance against her team. But the grin on his face only grew wider as he replied darkly, "Who said I was alone?" From the grass behind him stepped out 3 more upperclassmen, each radiating 1-star energy. Their leader sneered, saying even Leika would struggle now since her teammates were nothing but dead weight. Drawing his sword, he demanded they surrender their crystal orbs. Without hesitation, he lunged at Leika, but she easily sidestepped the strike and ordered her teammates to hold formation while she dealt with him. The battle erupted instantly. Rangus, still starless, struggled desperately to defend himself. His opponent mocked him, telling him to give up and hand over his crystal. Rangus faltered for a moment, unsure what to do, until a memory flashed through his mind, a conversation with Zeke. He had once asked Zeke how someone weaker could possibly defeat stronger enemies. Zeke's reply had been blunt, "Then you should surrender." Rangus had been stunned at the answer, but Zeke clarified. If the enemy was far beyond reach, a 3-star or higher, surrendering was the only logical choice. But if the opponent was closer in strength, maybe 1-star, there was still hope. When Rangus had asked how, Zeke's words were simple. "You just have to exploit an opening." Rangus had been confused, and Zeke continued, "Exactly. Wait for an opening. You can't force one. Endure until they slip. That's your chance." He had explained that against stronger opponents, especially special ones like Leika, survival was impossible. But against an average 2-star, it could be done with patience, endurance, and confidence in his own ability. His final advice had been clear. Don't overthink it. Just wait. When you see the opening, strike with everything you have. Now, as blows rained down on him, Rangus gritted his teeth, Zeke's voice echoing in his mind. He focused on surviving, dodging, blocking, and waiting. His opponent grew increasingly frustrated, shouting for him to just fall already. And then it happened. A brief moment, a single flaw in the enemy's guard. Without hesitation, Rangus drove his spear forward with all the strength he had left. The weapon pierced through his opponent's chest, dropping him instantly. The man collapsed, unconscious, and a bright light flared from Rangus's chest, the mark of his first star awakening. Leika noticed immediately, eyes widening in surprise and pride. Rangus had done it. He'd taken down his opponent and awakened his power. Meanwhile, Leika's own duel raged on. Her opponent, a 2-star like her, couldn't comprehend how she was overpowering him so easily. Leika realized that since mastering the axe arts technique Zeke had taught her, her strikes had become sharper, her energy denser, and her power overwhelming. She told the man it was simply his bad luck to challenge her team. Golden lightning surged across her greatsword as she raised it high. "This battle ends here," she declared, her voice cutting through the chaos. With one devastating slash, she struck him down, the shockwaves scattering debris around them. As the dust settled, the enemies lay unconscious. Leika rushed back to check her team. Once she confirmed everyone was safe, a wave of relief spread through the group. They had just claimed their first victory against upperclassmen. Celine and Raymond congratulated Rangus on his newly awakened star, and he smiled brightly, thanking them. Leika looked at them all, pride gleaming in her eyes. Her entire team had finally reached 1-star level. With newfound confidence, she said their future battles would be much easier from now on. Then, with a thoughtful look, she wondered how Zeke was doing. Elsewhere in Poison Dragon Mountain, an upperclassman sprinted through the darkness, face pale and soaked with sweat. His breath came in ragged gasps as he mumbled in panic, "Please, don't come here, Zeke! Don't come here!" His voice trembled, tears streaming down his face as he cursed under his breath, terrified beyond reason. Whatever he had seen, whatever Zeke had become, it wasn't human. Moments later, more upperclassmen came running through the forest, shouting for help, praying to survive whatever monster Zeke truly was. As Zeke dragged the beaten upperclassmen across the ground, the others cursed under their breath, terrified and confused about what kind of monster he was. With the corpse of a massive snake beast dangling casually from one hand, Zeke grinned and asked mockingly what their problem was, wondering if no one else wanted to play with him anymore. The upperclassmen called him insane as they ran for their lives, panicking over how the situation had flipped so completely. The hunters had become the hunted. One of them tripped while fleeing and fell face first onto the dirt. He tried to get up, trembling, but froze when he realized Zeke was already standing in front of him. Those crimson eyes glowed faintly as Zeke sighed, saying he was getting tired of chasing him. He even stretched out a hand, calmly offering to help the guy up, only to add that once he did, they'd have to fight. The poor upperclassman's eyes went wide in pure horror, and then his body just gave up. He collapsed unconscious before Zeke could even touch him. Zeke tilted his head, genuinely confused, muttering to himself in disbelief. He looked around and wondered aloud what was wrong with everyone, why the mighty upperclassmen had suddenly become so timid. He called them pathetic, mocking how brave they'd acted earlier, only to now run like scared chickens. With a smirk, he shouted for the rest not to leave him behind, clearly enjoying every second of this twisted game. Just then, Zeke felt a faint presence nearby. Turning his head slightly, he called out to whoever was watching, asking if they wanted a better view, they could just come closer. When no one replied, he chuckled and said that since the hidden observer wasn't interfering, it must mean he wasn't doing anything wrong. With a playful grin, he announced he'd stop holding back and continue his little hunt. From the direction Zeke had been staring, a man stepped out from the shadows. It was one of the overseers observing the exam. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he whispered to himself, struggling to process what kind of creature this boy was. He had seen Zeke defeat upperclassmen who were supposed to completely outclass him. And worse, Zeke had sensed his presence despite all the concealment. Realizing how serious this was, the overseer knew he had to report everything immediately. Meanwhile, outside Poison Dragon Mountain, Freya sat at the camp when several observers arrived to give their reports. It had been a week since the exam began, and already 30% of the lower classmen had dropped out. The rest were barely adapting to the poisonous terrain and fierce beasts around them. One observer mentioned that the remaining students seemed to be managing now and probably wouldn't withdraw soon. When Freya asked about the upperclassmen, however, the observers exchanged nervous looks. Her expression hardened and she demanded they speak clearly. Finally, one of them confessed that the upperclassmen were constantly fleeing. Freya frowned, asking why they were running. There were no monsters strong enough in Poison Dragon Mountain to make them retreat. That's when one of the observers explained they weren't running from a beast. They were running from Lord Zeke. Freya blinked in surprise and asked why they would run from him of all people. Another observer took a deep breath and said that Zeke had been relentlessly hunting and attacking them. At first, they tried to fight back, but after losing repeatedly, they had no choice but to run. A second observer spoke up, his tone uneasy. He said Zeke seemed to be enjoying it, grinning while cutting them down one by one, as if it were all some grand game. To them, this wasn't training anymore. It was pure carnage. Even though Zeke was the son of the Dragon Family head, they said he was far from normal. He was something beyond, a true monster wearing human skin. Freya listened silently, then said in a calm but serious tone that she wasn't surprised. From the very beginning, she had sensed that Zeke was unusual. Unlike others, he chose to take the exam alone and had walked into Poison Dragon Mountain completely relaxed. That alone said everything. He hadn't planned to survive, he had planned to hunt. Remembering the cold glint in Zeke's eyes when they first met, Freya murmured that the boy truly was a monster. Just then, a low rumbling echoed in the distance. One of the observers frowned and asked what that strange sound was. Freya's lips curled into a faint smile. She said it was something she'd been waiting for. Moments later, a soldier approached, asking Lady Freya where to place the massive iron cage they had brought. She told them to leave it right there and thanked them for their effort. The observers turned to look and froze. Their eyes went wide as they saw the creature trapped inside. Some even stepped back, demanding to know if Freya was serious about releasing that thing inside the mountain. The aura alone was terrifying. It was clearly a 3-star beast, far too powerful for any student to face. But Freya only smiled, explaining that there was nothing to worry about. Adjustments had been made. The creature would only attack individuals with 2-star strength or higher. Ordinary students would be fine. When someone asked why such a dangerous beast was being added mid-exam, Freya calmly replied that it was a direct order from the Dragon Family head, Lord Balza himself. In her mind, however, she already knew the truth. She wanted to see Zeke's full power with her own eyes, to know whether the boy everyone called a monster could truly survive against something like that. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she ordered them to release the creature at dawn. The next morning, deep inside Poison Dragon Mountain, Rangus and his team were moving cautiously when the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Leika frowned, saying she had a really bad feeling about it. Raymond wondered if the upperclassmen had caused it somehow, but Rangus quickly dismissed the idea, saying it was probably a beast, maybe a massive anger boar. Still, Leika couldn't shake her unease, muttering that something about this tremor felt different. Then, without warning, the ground rumbled again, twice as strong. A towering tree cracked and began to fall toward them. Leika's instincts kicked in, and she yelled for everyone to move. The group leaped aside, just in time as the tree smashed, down where they had stood moments ago. When they turned around, Leika froze. Celine gasped, unable to believe what she was seeing. Rangus went pale, sweat dripping down his temples as his voice trembled. He said they had to run now, because standing before before them wasn't just any beast, it was a colossal golem, towering like a mountain, with eyes glowing like molten lava. And from that moment, everyone knew the real test inside Poison Dragon Mountain had just begun. Zeke rested atop a mound of fallen monsters and defeated upperclassmen, his posture relaxed yet restless. The examination had lost its appeal. No challengers remained willing to step forward, and even the unseen exam observers had withdrawn their presence, leaving him free to act without restraint. What should have been a tense trial had instead become dull and unfulfilling. That boredom lingered until a sudden disturbance reached his senses from beyond the opposite side of Poison Dragon Mountain. The unfamiliar aura immediately caught his attention. At first, he assumed it belonged to a two-star creature, but as he focused, the pressure of the presence revealed itself to be far greater. It was unmistakably three-star. The realization unsettled him. Poison Dragon Mountain was not supposed to harbor creatures of that level. He briefly considered the possibility that the aura belonged to some ancient being that had lived hidden within the mountain for centuries. If such a monster truly existed, none of the examinees would stand a chance against it. Even Leika, among the strongest, would be unable to face it alone. The instructors should have ensured that no such threat remained before the exam began. Yet, after a moment of reflection, another possibility surfaced. Perhaps Freya and the other instructors had deliberately allowed the three-star creature to remain as part of the examination itself. Their intentions were impossible to decipher. Regardless of the reason, Zeke found the situation exhilarating. At last, there was something worthy of his attention. Although the creature was far from his current location, he had no intention of waiting. If it would not come to him, then he would go to it. Elsewhere on Poison Dragon Mountain, a fierce battle was unfolding. Selene launched a full-force attack at the golem, blocking their path, but her strike failed to leave even the smallest mark on its hardened body. Raymond followed, slamming into the creature with his shield using all his strength, only to achieve the same futile result. Recognizing the disparity in power, Leika stepped forward and infused her attack with aura and lightning. This time, a shallow scratch appeared on the golem's arm. From that result, she immediately understood the situation. Only someone at the two-star level could damage its outer shell. Their one-star companions were completely incapable of injuring it. Rangus quickly sought guidance, and Leika took command. Her plan was clear once she drew the golem's attention. The others would seize the chance to escape. However, her companions refused to retreat and leave her behind. They understood their limitations, yet they insisted on fighting alongside her. She pointed out the faint scratch on the golem's arm as proof that even her strongest attacks barely harmed it, emphasizing that they would only hinder her in direct combat. Raymond acknowledged their inability to deal damage, but argued that they could still support her by ensuring her attacks landed cleanly. Rangus and Selene shared that resolve, determined to contribute in any way possible rather than stand aside. Their trust and determination moved Leika, and she accepted their support. As she gathered aura and lightning into her sword, the others prepared their roles. Raymond readied himself to defend, while Rangus and Selene positioned themselves to distract and assist. Once her power was fully concentrated, the group launched their renewed assault. Leika advanced first, immediately drawing the golem's counterattack. Raymond raised his shield to protect her, but the sheer power of the three-star creature overwhelmed him, pushing his limits as a one-star. Rangus and Selene rushed in, striking to divert the golem's attention. Using the opening they created, Leika circled behind the monster and unleashed her lightning greatsword technique, Heaven's Thunder. The blow detonated with immense force, shaking the forest of Poison Dragon Mountain. When the smoke finally cleared, the devastation to the surrounding area was undeniable. The golem lay collapsed, and Leika had exhausted every last bit of source power within her body. Rangus rushed to check on her condition, while she turned her attention to Raymond, who remained standing with Selene's support. Believing the battle over, Leika suggested returning to their base. At that moment, a chilling presence surged behind them. The golem moved again, reacting instantly. Leika shoved Rangus out of harm's way, leaving herself seized in the creature's grasp. Shock and disbelief washed over her as she realized her mistake. She had lowered her guard too soon. Selene was equally stunned. Even after taking Leika's full power strike, the golem was still alive. Rangus tried desperately to intervene, thrusting his spear at the monster, but the golem swung Leika's body violently, preventing any clean attack. As panic set in, a massive tree suddenly came flying through the air. It slammed into the golem with tremendous force, Breaking its grip and freeing Leika, Rangus rushed to her side, helping her regain her footing and retreat from the monster. Still disoriented, Leika struggled to understand what had saved her. Before an answer could form, a familiar presence made itself known. Both she and Rangus immediately recognized it. Zeke had arrived. Instead of checking on her injuries, Zeke's attention was entirely consumed by the monster itself. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he took in the sight before him, utterly delighted by the unexpected encounter with a powerful clay puppet worthy of his interest. Moments before reaching the source of the disturbance he had sensed, Zeke noticed a flash of golden lightning cutting through the distance. He instantly recognized the aura as Lee's, and was stunned by the realization that her group had encountered the monster before anyone else. The timing was far from ideal. He pushed his body to its limits, sprinting without pause. That was when a sudden realization struck him. He came to an abrupt halt, memory aligning with instinct. Grabbing hold of a massive tree, he tore it free from the ground with raw strength, channeling both his physical power and newly learned technique. He hurled the enormous trunk toward the monster's location. As the tree soared through the air, he assessed the result and found it satisfactory. Learning that technique had not been a mistake, his current body demanded it. The method he used belonged to the nurturing dragon throwing arts. These techniques, much like the strike dragon combat arts, were part of the basic Eldrian manuals distributed before the exam. They contained no advanced combat skills, only fundamental movements and guidance on source power flow. Yet for Zeke, they were ideal. In his previous life, he had excelled as a long-range fighter while possessing a physique better suited for close combat. Still, he understood immediately that a single thrown tree would not be enough. Without hesitation, he resumed his charge toward Lee's location. By the time he arrived, Rangus was still struggling to believe Zeke had appeared at all. Their group had survived, but survival was not the real issue. The golem still stood as an overwhelming threat. Zeke's attention sharpened the moment the creature was identified. The name alone intrigued him. The monster was strange. Its presence was unmistakable, yet it carried no trace of life force. As the golem rose once more, it launched an attack directly at Zeke. Despite warnings of its danger, Zeke caught its massive fist with a single hand. The impact confirmed what he already suspected. The creature was incredibly tough. Its hardened body made it clear that aura would be necessary to break through its defenses over time. With a simple motion, he shoved the fist aside, already dismissing the idea of defeating it through conventional means as dull and uninspiring. To Leika and the others, his attitude bordered on recklessness. Their group had barely survived the battle, yet Zeke treated the golem as little more than an inconvenience. When the monster attacked again, its sheer size and power became even more evident. Still, Zeke did not retreat. He raised his arms and blocked the strike head-on, the collision sending shockwaves through the area. Even while defending, he recognized the danger of their surroundings. The battlefield was too unstable for the others to remain. At his signal, Lee's group withdrew without hesitation, retreating to a safe distance. Once they were clear, Zeke seized the moment. Gathering momentum, he grabbed the golem and hurled it away with overwhelming force. The creature's outer shell proved extraordinarily resilient, surviving even that. Unfazed, Zeke began channeling aura into his fist as he rushed forward. The durability of the exterior no longer interested him. What mattered was whether the inside was any different. Launching himself into the air, he prepared his answer, activating the first form of the Dragon Destruction combat arts. Burst World, he struck the golem directly. The impact triggered a violent explosion that tore through the area. Rather than slowly wearing down the monster's defenses, Zeke had chosen a far more efficient method. By injecting source power directly into its body, he destroyed it from the inside out. The result confirmed his judgment. The technique worked exactly as intended, and the battle ended decisively. For Zeke, this approach transformed the fight into something genuinely enjoyable. 1 month later, Zeke found himself inside the main building of Eldrian State. Irritated by the sudden interruption to his training, the reason soon became clear. The 1-month examination at Poison Dragon Mountain had concluded successfully. Aside from the 3-star golem incident, no further major threats had occurred. The harsh environment had taken its toll. The number of 7-year-old class members had dropped to 30% due to the extreme conditions. However, those who remained had been pushed to the brink repeatedly. Constant exposure to danger and near-death situations had hardened them. As a result, the surviving 30% had achieved impressive progress, reaching the 1-star level by the end of the exam. Following the conclusion, Zeke was directly summoned by Baltza Eldrian, head of the Eldrian family. As they walked through the estate's corridors, it became clear that this meeting was not a formality. Freya, accompanying him, showed visible displeasure at Zeke's casual manner of addressing the family head. Formality mattered here, even if Zeke saw little difference in titles. The reason for the summons was no mystery to Freya. Zeke's conduct during the examination had guaranteed this outcome. His actions had gone far beyond expectations. The exam's purpose had been for upperclassmen to hunt lowerclassmen and steal their crystal orbs. Instead, Zeke, a lowerclassman, had done the unthinkable. He had targeted the upperclassmen themselves. Because of him, not a single upperclassman succeeded in stealing a crystal orb. While his actions had not violated any explicit rules, they shattered every assumption the instructors held. No one ever anticipated that a lowerclassman would possess both the strength and audacity to challenge those above him. Freya could only sigh at the situation. As she turned away, one thing was clear in her mind. Before Zeke could stand before the masterhead, his attitude would need to be addressed. Once again, Freya warned Zeke about his manner of speaking, emphasizing that his attitude needed to be corrected, especially when he was in front of the masterhead. She stressed that speaking carelessly to someone of that position could have serious consequences. Zeke showed little concern for her warning, prompting Freya to explain that his reckless behavior could eventually cost him his life. She feared that one day she might have to witness him being punished by execution at the hands of his own father, simply because of his conduct. Zeke, however, reacted indifferently, remarking that if such a thing were possible, then his father must be an extremely violent person. When they reached the door, Freya wasted no time and knocked immediately. She formally identified herself as Freya Wink of the Black Dragon Corps and explained that they had come in response to the Masterhead's summons. After a brief moment, permission was granted for them to enter. Freya opened the door and led Zeke inside the room. As soon as they stepped in, she reported that she had brought Zeke as instructed. At that time, Balsa was still occupied with writing. He suddenly stopped and lifted his gaze toward Zeke, fixing him with a stern expression. Without hesitation, he questioned the reason behind Zeke's attack on the upperclassmen during the examination. Zeke remained quiet for a short moment, clearly tired of being confronted with the same accusation repeatedly. Instead of directly answering, he chose to question whether attacking the upperclassmen during the exam had actually been forbidden. When Balsa sought clarification, Zeke laid out his reasoning. He explained that the only conditions given for passing the test were to survive for 1 month on Poison Dragon Mountain and protect the crystal orb. He stated that he had never been informed of any additional restrictions. As far as he was concerned, as long as those conditions were met, participants were free to act however they wished during the examination. He further implied that if certain actions had been prohibited, those rules should have been made clear before the exam even began. Hearing this, Freya was overwhelmed by fear and panic. She reacted strongly, unable to believe the way Zeke was addressing the masterhead. At that exact moment, Balsa's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming dragon aura erupted from him. The sheer pressure of it was so intense that Freya was forced to her knees, convinced that the masterhead's aura alone was powerful enough to kill Zeke. Contrary to her expectations, Zeke remained standing. The crushing pressure had no visible effect on him. Not only that, but he showed clear irritation, finding the attempt at intimidation increasingly bothersome. This unexpected reaction caused Balsa's expression to darken, a mix of shock and displeasure surfacing on his face. While Freya remained kneeling, Zeke questioned whether he had truly been summoned only to face such pointless questioning. Balsa then shifted the focus and asked how Zeke had accomplished what he did. Zeke did not immediately understand what was being asked. Balsa explained that reports claimed Zeke had not only defeated the upperclassmen, but had also taken down a 3-star golem. He further questioned how Zeke could stand calmly before him, even after being subjected to such intense pressure. Finally, Balsa demanded to know how a child born out of wedlock could possess such unfathomable strength. Zeke responded with casual confidence, stating that the reason for his power was simple. He attributed it solely to the fact that he was himself. This answer caused Balsa to frown deeply, frustration evident, while Zeke maintained his sharp gaze and unwavering stance. After a tense silence, Balsa acknowledged that Zeke's personality was indeed as terrible as the reports described. Nevertheless, he declared that Zeke would still be rewarded for defeating the golem. He presented 2 choices: Zeke could either take a single item from the dragon treasury or gain access to the second floor of the dragon hall. Freya, listening silently, struggled to comprehend why Zeke was being rewarded at all after showing such blatant disrespect. In her understanding, both the Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury were sacred repositories built over more than 1,000 years. Beginning with the founding patriarch, Gilfa's dragon, the Dragon Hall housed countless books, including techniques that were now considered forbidden. The Dragon Treasury, on the other hand, contained relics left behind by former heads of the Dragon Family, legendary weapons, spirit medicines, artifacts, and rare items from many different eras. These places also safeguarded the family's most closely guarded secrets, which was why they were so heavily protected and accessible only to a select few who demonstrated extraordinary achievements. Freya found it impossible to believe that despite everything, Balsa still viewed Zeke as an exceptional child. Zeke then questioned why he was being forced to choose only one reward and suggested that receiving access to both should not be an issue. Balsa firmly denied this request, stating that only one choice was allowed and dismissed them, unwilling to accept that the conversation was already over. Zeke attempted to continue, which immediately alarmed Freya. She quickly grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away, emphasizing that receiving a reward directly from the Masterhead was a tremendous honor. She stated that she now understood the Masterhead's intentions and that they would be leaving. As she turned and dragged Zeke away, he declared that there was one final thing he wished to say. He stated that as long as Balsa continued to suppress his own emotions in the way he had been doing, he would never grow any stronger, regardless of his actions. Balsa was shaken by this statement and released his aura once more. However, to his shock, his dragon aura was suppressed by an even greater presence, the divine dragon aura emanating from Zeke. Freya trembled and desperately urged Zeke to remain quiet. After they exited the room, Balsa remained behind in silence, questioning what kind of existence Zeke truly was and what he had just sensed. Outside the main hall, Freya finally released her frustration. She questioned Zeke's behavior and demanded to know why he had been so disrespectful, reminding him of the warnings she had given beforehand. Zeke responded with genuine confusion, stating that he had done his best to restrain himself and behave appropriately. This only caused Freya to question whether his idea of restraint could truly be considered restraint at all. She wondered why he could speak respectfully to instructors, and even to her, yet treat the Masterhead so differently. Zeke explained that the reason was simple. Balsa was his father, and therefore the way he addressed him was naturally different. Faced with Zeke's overwhelming abilities and unconventional mindset, Freya could only conclude that he was far from an ordinary child. She questioned who he truly was. Zeke reacted as though the question itself was absurd, once again stating that he was simply Zeke. Freya was left speechless. In her understanding, all of them had consumed ancient dragon blood as infants, binding them beneath the authority of the Masterhead, who possessed the power of the Dragon King, a superior being among ancient dragons. Even Zeke should not have been capable of opposing him. This realization only deepened her confusion about Zeke's true nature. When Freya fell silent, Zeke asked if something was wrong. She denied it outwardly, but inwardly resolved to investigate Zeke's birth records thoroughly. She then brought up the matter of his reward once more, reminding him that he could either enter the Dragon Hall up to the second floor or choose a single item from the Dragon Treasury. Only one option was allowed. Zeke once again asked if he could have both and was denied. Left with no alternative, he chose the Dragon Hall, valuing knowledge above material rewards. He reasoned that he lacked understanding of the current era and wanted to learn about the medicines, tools, and advancements developed over the past 1,000 years. At that moment, Rangus arrived, visibly astonished that they had been granted access to the Dragon Hall of the Dragon Family. When Zeke asked about his reaction, Rangus confirmed his excitement. He believed that the combat arts he had already learned were incredible, and the chance to access even greater martial knowledge was beyond his expectations. He found it hard to believe that such rewards were granted simply for passing the exam. Soon after, Leika arrived, equally excited. She wondered how much knowledge she could absorb before the time limit expired, and resolved to read with everything she had. When Zeke asked about the duration of their stay, she explained that although they could only access the first floor, the rules were similar to the higher levels. Each person was allowed to borrow one book, but they could read as many others as they wanted as long as their time had not run out. Proper time management would be critical, Zeke acknowledged this calmly. Leika then mentioned hearing about Zeke's reward choice and expressed surprise that he had chosen the Dragon Hall over the Dragon Treasury. As she had expected the opposite, Zeke explained that while he had considered the treasury, knowledge was more important to him at this stage. Leika added that the second floor contained significantly rarer and more advanced books, particularly in martial arts, and that the gap in quality between floors was immense. Even so, she confidently believed that her lightning great sword technique remained unmatched. Zeke, however, seemed far more focused on the Dragon Hall itself, barely reacting to her words. This prompted her to question whether he was even listening. When they finally reached the Dragon Hall, the Guardian announced that they would be granted 5 hours inside. They were instructed to remain silent and use their time wisely. Zeke briefly wondered whether 5 hours was considered long or short. Leika reassured him that it was extremely generous compared to others who were only allowed 2 or 3 hours. She suggested that their first priority should be deciding which book to borrow, after which they should spend the remaining time reading as many others as possible. Rangus mentioned that he had heard of geniuses capable of reading multiple books at once, though his own goal was simply to find a martial arts technique that suited him before time ran out. As they stepped inside the Dragon Hall, Zeke remarked that finding suitable books to borrow would likely be difficult. Rangus and Celine were still in disbelief, overwhelmed by the reality of standing inside the legendary hall. Zeke, however, was struck by the sheer number of books before him, far exceeding his expectations. A rare smile appeared on his face as excitement surged within him, eager to discover whether the knowledge contained within might hold something capable of surprising even him. Not long after the protagonist finished selecting and reading several of the books that caught his interest, he experienced a shock so intense that it felt as though lightning had struck his mind. Surrounded by towering stacks of books piled in front of him and scattered at his sides, Zeke stared blankly, struggling to accept the information he had just uncovered. The concepts of rifts, chaos, and magic were far beyond anything he had anticipated. The sheer volume of unfamiliar knowledge overwhelmed his thoughts, making it impossible for him to process everything at once. Eventually, mental exhaustion forced him to collapse onto the floor beside the books he had already finished. As he lay there, he reflected on how terrifying the last 1,000 years truly were. More than anything else, he could not believe how drastically the world had changed in such a short span of time. The most unsettling revelation was that their world was no longer isolated. It was now connected to another realm through mysterious rifts. According to the records he had read, the first tear in the dimensional wall had appeared 900 years ago. Beyond that rupture lay a chaotic land that later became known as the Chaos Realm. Within it roamed monstrous beings called chaos creatures, existing freely without restraint. However, monsters were not the only inhabitants of that world. Humans also lived there, individuals who wielded an extraordinary form of power known as source power, and who constantly fought against the chaos threatening their realm. When the Eldragon family learned of these people and their struggle, they formed an alliance with them to resist the chaos. Through countless battles and the bonds forged in war, 4 exceptionally powerful female warriors from the other world eventually married into the dragon family. These women, Tyona, Fafnhield, Levias, and Bahamid, later became the founders of the 4 great Eldarin branch families that continued to exist in the present era. Zeke's thoughts gradually shifted from the past to his own experiences. His mind returned to the anger boar he had slain in the forest, the one shrouded in an unnatural black mist. He also recalled the lightning aura he had recently witnessed emanating from Lee. For the first time, he admitted to himself that he truly understood none of these phenomena. Both the strange black mist and Lee's lightning aura originated from the other world, far beyond the scope of his current knowledge. Among all these revelations, one subject captivated him more than anything else: magic. To Zeke, magic felt less like mysticism and more like a highly advanced form of technology introduced by beings from another world. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he began searching for books related to magic, wondering where such volumes might be located. Given the usual organization, he expected them to be placed near the historical records. Yet no matter how thoroughly he searched, he could not find a single book that taught magic directly. Before he could dwell on this mystery further, a sudden warning echoed through the Dragon Hall, instructing him to remain silent. Startled, Zeke turned around and noticed a faint golden aura lingering in the darker regions of the hall. Immediately, confusion set in. He had clearly heard a voice, yet he sensed no presence nearby. This raised a new question: Had that truly been a voice? Or was it a form of magic capable of transmitting sound without revealing its source? Looking up toward the ceiling of the Dragon Hall, Zeke confirmed that he could still sense nothing aside from the faint source power he had noticed earlier. Then, without warning, the books before him began to move. One by one, they lifted into the air. Shock coursed through him as he watched the impossible unfold. Yet that surprise quickly transformed into fascination when realization dawned on him. The books were being manipulated through threads of source power. His excitement surged at the discovery of such a technique. However, the same warning rang out once more. Urging silence, unable to contain himself, Zeke reached out and grabbed one of the floating books midair. Completely captivated by what he was witnessing, he demanded that the one behind this technique reveal themselves properly. Despite this, the cloaked figure seated on the upper floor of the Dragon Hall remained motionless and silent. In the next moment, those same source power threads were activated again. Zeke froze instantly as he realized his entire body had been bound. Before he could react, he was violently hurled down toward the first floor. Just as suddenly, he was thrown out through the doors of the Dragon Hall. His time inside declared over. Zeke tumbled across the ground outside before stabilizing himself and landing properly. Even as he recovered, his thoughts were consumed by the discovery he had just made, another phenomenon he could not yet comprehend. As he stood, he found himself uncertain whether he felt anger or exhilaration. The technique he had witnessed fascinated him deeply, and he longed to understand how source power threads were used in such a refined manner. Before he could pursue that thought any further, Rangus arrived, clearly confused by the scene before him. Shortly after, Leika followed, equally bewildered, wondering what Zeke could have done inside the Dragon Hall to be forcibly expelled. Zeke brushed it off simply, explaining that he had become overly excited. He then asked how their own time inside had gone, and whether they had found the books and techniques they were seeking. Rangus confirmed that his experience had been successful. He explained that he had borrowed a martial arts manual titled Cloudwater Spear Arts, and believed he had already grasped a few basic techniques from it. Selene also shared that she had learned some techniques, and had borrowed a sword manual called Windflower Sword Arts. Reynold added that he had studied the Dragon-style Guardian Sword Arts, and had chosen a book focused specifically on Guardian Shield Arts. Zeke greeted them awkwardly, concealing his inner shock. In his past life, every technique they mentioned had been something he had created casually, merely as personal experiments or pastimes. When he asked about Leika's choice, she responded enthusiastically, explaining that she had selected the heavywave Great Sword Arts. This technique had originally been created by the first Dragon Patriarch, Gillis Elragan, and had since been revised and refined by the 15th family head. She also mentioned that her own family possessed hereditary martial arts, allowing her to use the book for research purposes. Zeke fell into silence once more. He reflected on how yet another one of his techniques had been revised by the 15th family head, just like his Dragon's Breath and Strike Dragon combat arts. He recalled seeing numerous books in the Dragon Hall that were related to techniques he had once created, most of them now accompanied by improved versions placed neatly beside the originals. The more he thought about it, the more intriguing the 15th family head became. As Zeke glanced back at the Dragon Hall, he realized how wrong his initial expectations had been. He had assumed that the experience would quickly become dull. Instead, he now found himself eagerly anticipating the next opportunity to return. 5 years later, Lee walked quietly through a hallway before suddenly stopping. She wondered where Zeke and Rangus had gone. At that moment, several classmates appeared and greeted her respectfully, informing her that Lord Zeke and the others were currently at the training grounds, engaged in practice. Muttering to herself, Lee Typhona thanked them and continued on her way. Now 12 years old, she soon arrived at the training grounds. There she immediately spotted Rangus, Reeld and Selene, all preparing to launch an attack toward the protagonist, Zeke, who was also 12 years old by that time. At the same time, within Balsa's office, a report arrived concerning the emergence of a special rift. After questioning the reliability of the information, Balsa received immediate confirmation. The report had been delivered by Ain, the captain of the Black Dragon Corps. According to the results of their investigation, there was an estimated 80% probability that water-based magic existed within the newly discovered rift. Balsa reacted with visible concern. The location where the rift had appeared was exceptionally problematic, and he questioned why, out of every place within their territory, it had manifested in such a troublesome region. Despite his misgivings, the rift could not be ignored. The possibility that it contained magic water was simply too important. Balsa reflected on the nature of magic water. Anyone who consumed it gained a special constitution that allowed them to convert source power into an entirely different force, known as mana, effectively turning them into a mage. The introduction of mana-based magic had drastically altered the world, creating new techniques while also igniting fierce territorial conflicts over the sources of magic water, known as magic springs. In the current age, the number of mages directly determined a noble house's military strength. Unfortunately for Eldrian, not a single magic spring existed within its territory. For the Eldragon family, which possessed no natural access to magic water, there was only one method of obtaining it: conquering special rifts. Even now, the number of Eldrian mages remained extremely low, including Balsa himself. All of them were seasoned veterans who had acquired magic water through dangerous special rift conquests. Despite this, they were still vastly outnumbered by rival houses that controlled magic springs. Because of this imbalance, conquering special rifts had become Eldrian's highest priority. However, as Ain had reported, the location of the rift posed a serious problem. The abundant dragon forest, where it had appeared, was notoriously difficult to manage. A minor border conflict had already occurred in the surrounding region just days earlier. The forest itself was a massive woodland that lay mostly within dragon territory, but portions of it extended into the lands of another house. Those who claimed broader ownership of the forest and referred to it as the Great Abundant Forest were the Cerberus family. Ain pointed out that while the rift itself was clearly within Eldrian lands, the special domain formed around it could easily spread into Cerberus territory due to its scale and placement. Given the nature of that family, it was highly likely they would swarm toward the rift the moment they detected it. Balsa acknowledged that the Cerberus family's instincts were sharp and that they would inevitably sense the rift's presence. As a result, the Eldragon family needed to prepare for an inevitable confrontation. Because it was a special rift, both sides would be limited in how they could act, but speed would be crucial. Action had to be taken before the Cerberus family fully mobilized. With his decision made, Balsa immediately instructed Ain to notify all dragon nests at once. He also declared that a selection exam would be held as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Leika observed that Rangus and the others never held back when training against Zeke. In contrast to their intensity, Zeke remained composed, calmly waiting for their attacks. When the three launched a coordinated assault from different directions, Zeke's expression hardened as he reinforced his body and accepted all of their strikes at once. Rangus's spear struck Zeke with such force that its sharp tip pressed into his cheek. Despite this, Zeke calmly evaluated their teamwork, noting that their coordination was solid. However, he pointed out that Rangus was applying excessive force, which undermined the true effectiveness of spear techniques. At the time, Rangus was 11 years old. Zeke then turned his attention to Celine, who was 12. He observed that she relied too heavily on speed and the sheer number of strikes, sacrificing weight and impact in the process. According to him, she needed to find a better balance. As for Raymond, also 12, Zeke acknowledged that his movements and shield usage were correct and well-structured. Even so, Zeke concluded that all of them were still far too passive and needed to grow more accustomed to attacking with intent. Once again, he urged them to attack him. As Rangus charged forward yet again, Leika commented that witnessing their training was still completely unbelievable. From her perspective, Zeke allowing himself to be struck directly, without even using source power to defend himself, was pure madness. Zeke, however, treated it as nothing more than proper training. He demonstrated the results of his conditioning by flexing his muscles beneath his shirt, emphasizing that his body had become exceptionally resilient even without the aid of source power. Leika complained that Zeke should at least have the others stop attacking while they were talking. However, at that very moment, Rangus delivered a powerful spear strike from behind. He emphasized that this attack would demonstrate just how abnormal Zeke's physical defense truly was. Leika could only shut her eyes and clutch her head, concluding that every one of them was abnormal. Zeke refused to use any defensive techniques, while Rangus and the others continued attacking him with full force. Raymond then wondered how Zeke could possess such extraordinary defense without relying on source power at all. Celine added that it was far too mysterious to be explained by a normal human body. Leika immediately rejected the idea of comparing Zeke to humans, stating that he was nothing like them. She then revealed that seniors had given Zeke a particular nickname, He was known as the demon child of the Eastern Hall. At that moment, Lee arrived to observe them and considered joining the training. While she was willing to train, her arrival prompted Zeke to question the nature of the title that had just been mentioned, and whether it was meant as an insult. He also asked whether Leika had come with something specific to say. Leika then explained that it seemed they would soon encounter children from other dragon nests. Far sooner than expected, Rangus reacted with visible shock, while Raymond remarked that he had anticipated such a meeting eventually, though not so soon. To him, it felt like the moment they would finally meet those rivals had arrived. When Selene questioned whether this was related to an upcoming test, Lee admitted that even she did not know the details. Zeke then asked how Lee had learned about such information. She explained that she had simply observed the instructors, their conversations, movements, and behavior. Zeke admitted that he had never paid attention to such things. Unlike Lee, who was known for closely following rumors and subtle signs, Leika responded that regardless of how the information was obtained, they needed to remain cautious. The West Hall possessed a particular individual they needed to watch out for, one of the candidates for the next head position, alongside herself and Zeke. Zeke reacted with interest, finding the situation more entertaining than concerning. A few days later, the students of the East Dragon's Nest gathered in the arena. Among them were several students who were being introduced for the first time. Zeke noticed that everyone had been assembled together, without any separation by grade. Leika confirmed his observation and reminded him that, just as she had predicted, they would soon be meeting students from other dragon nests. Before long, the arena fell silent as Freya arrived. She immediately brought the students to order. Once they were lined up before her, Freya announced that in 3 days' time, they would be fighting against the children of the other dragon nests. Once again, Freya made a major announcement. 3 days later, the students would face opponents from the other dragon nests, commonly referred to as the Dragon Halls. The moment her words settled, unease spread through the crowd. Many students were stunned by the news, as confrontations between different dragon halls were traditionally reserved for graduation-level trials. The sudden timing left them confused and speculating about the true purpose behind such an event. Freya acknowledged their doubts, explaining that there were multiple reasons for organizing these matches, though she made it clear that the details could not yet be revealed. Before concluding, she added one final piece of information that instantly ignited excitement throughout the hall. Those who emerged victorious would be granted a special mission. Upon hearing this, Zeke's interest was immediately piqued. He began to wonder what kind of opportunity could justify such a competition, and the situation quickly became more intriguing in his mind. Freya then clarified the structure of the matches. They would follow an elimination format, with 7 representatives chosen from each of the 4 halls, East, West, South, and North. The responsibility of selecting these participants would fall entirely on the students themselves, and the decision had to be finalized by the end of the day. An upperclassman questioned whether the 7 fighters would be chosen exclusively from senior students. Rather than answering directly, Freya pointed out that every student in the hall had been gathered for a reason. She then confirmed that participants would be selected from all grades. This revelation visibly shocked several upperclassmen, who immediately began doubting the usefulness of involving lowerclassmen. In their view, the younger students were far too weak to compete against fighters from other dragon halls, let alone stand on equal footing with upperclassmen. Unbothered by their reactions, Freya bluntly stated that she did not care how the selection was handled, and instructed them to resolve everything among themselves before leaving. As soon as she departed, tension erupted. Rick, an upperclassman, forcefully took control of the discussion and declared that the 7 representatives would come solely from the upperclassmen. He challenged the lowerclassmen to oppose his decision if they dared. Lee immediately objected, arguing that lowerclassmen had just as much right to participate. She insisted that excluding them outright was unreasonable. Rick responded with clear disdain, dismissing her stance as a misunderstanding. From his perspective, the only factor that mattered was combat ability. He further implied that bloodline prestige held no value in a true contest of strength. In response, Leika stepped forward, releasing her aura without restraint. As her 3-star level became evident, the atmosphere shifted instantly. She questioned whether ability was truly the basis of Rick's argument. The upperclassmen were visibly shaken, as many had believed rumors claiming she had only reached 2 stars. The revelation left them struggling to comprehend how quickly she had advanced. Leika calmly agreed that strength and capability should determine who fought for the dragon nest. She then challenged Rick directly by asking whether there were even 7 upperclassmen stronger than her. If not, she argued, then excluding lower-class men made no sense. Rick, now clearly irritated, struggled to respond. He eventually claimed that Leika's strength was merely a result of her exceptional bloodline. Still, he stubbornly maintained that aside from her, no lower-class man stood a chance against the upperclassmen, openly belittling them as worthless. At that point, Zeke intervened, cutting through the tension by criticizing Rick's behavior. This only fueled Rick's anger, prompting him to focus his hostility on Zeke. Unfazed, Zeke repeated his criticism without hesitation, further escalating the situation. Zeke then questioned whether the upperclassmen truly believed all lowerclassmen were weak and insignificant. As his expression hardened, his aura surged forward, silencing the room. He proposed a drastic solution, allowing everyone to fight freely until only 7 students remained. Lee immediately reacted in disbelief, overwhelmed by the extremity of the suggestion and labeling it dangerously excessive. Sensing the need for a more practical approach, Leika stepped in to clarify her own idea instead. She proposed holding preliminary matches open to anyone who wished to participate, regardless of grade. Those who proved themselves would earn the right to fight in the official matches 3 days later. She invited the upperclassmen to consider this option, pointing out that true confidence in their abilities should leave them with nothing to fear. Rick ultimately agreed to the proposal, though he clearly believed it would amount to nothing more than wasted time that could be better spent training. As the upperclassmen dispersed, Rick cast a final glance back at Lee and Zeke before leaving. Afterward, Lee turned her attention to Zeke, asking whether he intended to take part in the preliminaries. Zeke confirmed without hesitation. He went further, insisting that Rangis, Selena, and Raymond should participate as well. The 3 were taken aback, and Rangis quickly questioned whether Zeke was serious about having them challenge the upperclassmen. Zeke reaffirmed his decision firmly. He reminded them that they had trained together for a long time, and if they could not demonstrate their growth now, there would never be a better opportunity. Selena admitted that the pressure of facing upperclassmen was overwhelming. Raymond, on the other hand, accepted the situation calmly, stating that since Zeke had already made up his mind, all they could do was give their absolute best. Leika then remarked that it seemed she would once again be fighting alongside her teammates. She turned to the other lowerclassmen and invited anyone else who wished to join the preliminaries to step forward. However, most of them hesitated, whispering anxiously among themselves and admitting that they saw no chance of victory, especially against 3-star upperclassmen. Hearing this, Zeke let out a quiet sigh and questioned their lack of determination. He reminded them that growth came from challenging stronger opponents and expressed his desire to witness the true abilities of their upperclassmen firsthand. The moment the upperclassmen drew their weapons, they began murmuring among themselves with clear irritation. To them, the selfish attitude of lowerclassmen had become unbearable. No matter how desperately those beneath them struggled, victory was impossible. At least that was what they believed. Rangis and the others instinctively regrouped, their bodies stiff with anxiety as they faced opponents who clearly outclassed them in rank. The upperclassmen looked down on them with open mockery, treating the fight as nothing more than a chore. In their eyes, aside from Lady Leika, the lowerclassmen were barely more than children stuck at the 2-star level. Zeke quickly noticed the tension hanging over his teammates. Their expressions were heavy, their confidence shaken. When he pressed them about it, Rangis admitted the truth. Every opponent they faced was a 3-star upperclassman, and fear felt unavoidable. Zeke reminded them of the past 5 years they had spent training together. They had endured everything, refined their skills, and grown stronger. What they lacked now was belief in themselves. His words took effect immediately. Selene and Raymond steadied themselves, visibly encouraged. Rangis, however, still struggled to completely suppress the nervousness rising in his chest. Before the atmosphere could settle, one of the upperclassmen grew impatient. The chatter annoyed him, and he made it clear that upperclassmen had no intention of wasting time on those beneath them. The fight needed to start, and the lowerclassmen needed to be shown their place. What followed left everyone stunned. In less than a minute, the battle was already over. Spectators stared in disbelief, struggling to understand what they had just witnessed. The upperclassmen had fallen far too easily. Some wondered if this year's upperclassmen were unusually weak. Others quickly rejected that idea, concluding that the lowerclassmen they had faced were simply abnormal. Zeke watched it all with a broad smile. Clearly satisfied, he praised Rangi's and the others without hesitation. Rangi's ability to deflect attacks and identify openings had sharpened significantly. Selene handled the multi-strike windflower sword arts with impressive control. Raymond's seamless transitions between shield techniques and swordsmanship stood out as well. Every one of them had demonstrated clear results from their training. Zeke believed that continued exposure to real combat would only accelerate their growth. Lee had also improved drastically. With her lightning aura, she possessed the power to overwhelm opponents in a single strike. While the defeated upperclassmen struggled to process the speed and intensity of what they had just experienced, Leika calmly noted that decisive victory was the proper response to arrogance. Not everyone accepted the outcome. Rick refused to acknowledge what had happened. In his mind, it was impossible for 3-star upperclassmen to lose to 2-star lowerclassmen. Zeke confronted him directly, pointing out the foolishness of denying reality, even after witnessing it firsthand. Rank and age, he explained, were nothing more than indicators. In real combat, the only thing that mattered was who remained standing. Rick exploded in anger, clinging to the belief that star levels equaled absolute power. Zeke remained calm, stating that regardless of stars, destruction of the heart meant death all the same. Strength, in the end, was defined by victory alone. The argument only fueled Rick's rage. He dismissed Zeke as an ignorant brat, insisting that mercy had been the only reason the lower-classmen had survived. Now he claimed there would be no restraint. Zeke showed no interest in continuing the exchange. Words were meaningless, action was what mattered. With only the two of them left in the arena, Zeke challenged Rick to demonstrate the martial arts he was so proud of. Rick charged forward, unleashing his full-strength technique without hesitation. Before the attack could land, a golden light flashed from Zeke's eyes. A single punch followed. Rick was sent flying across the arena. The silence that followed was absolute. Zeke casually acknowledged Rick's training, a remark that only deepened the shock rippling through the audience. Rick remained on his knees, stunned and unable to respond. Many students openly agreed with Leika's earlier sentiment. Praising Rick's training felt absurd when he had been defeated before showing anything at all. Far away at the West Hall training grounds, the atmosphere was equally grim. Students lay scattered across the ground, groaning and clutching their injuries. One man looked down on them with clear disdain, declaring every last one of them useless. He was Vaniel Fafnald Elragan, a candidate for the position of the next family head. Soon reinforcements arrived. Alan, Vaniel's right-hand man and a 3-star, reported that the selection process had concluded. Behind him stood the other 3-star students who had passed, including Retin, a lower-classman who was only 12 years old. Vaniel immediately took interest in Retin. Upon confirming that the boy had already reached 3-star level, Vaniel openly praised him. He valued capable individuals and hinted that Retin could earn a place under him if he proved useful. Retin bowed deeply, thrilled by the acknowledgement. With Vaniel present, he believed there was no chance the West Hall would lose to the others. Retin was confident that success in the special mission would secure Vaniel's position as the next family head. When that happened, he would become a direct subordinate of immense status. As they spoke, Alan stepped closer and quietly relayed new information. Lady Leika would be participating in the East Hall selection team. The news visibly irritated Vaniel. He regarded Leika as a persistent nuisance. Still, he dismissed the concern. No matter how exceptional she was, he believed victory would belong to them. Once again, Vaniel declared that he would complete the special mission and prove to his older brothers that the seat of family head rightfully belonged to him. From the very instant the match was announced, the arena exploded into life. Cheers didn't merely rise, they crashed like tidal waves, rolling in from every corner of the stands. Students packed the grounds so tightly that it looked less like a tournament venue and more like a festival that had spiraled completely out of control. Voices overlapped, excitement ran wild, and the noise reached a level that made thinking feel optional. Lingus arrived alongside Leika and the rest of their group. He turned slowly, scanning the massive crowd, his expression frozen somewhere between shock and regret. The number of students present was far beyond what he had expected, and his thoughts reflected that clearly. Leika standing just behind him, she lifted her head, surveyed the arena, and noted calmly that the number of participants alone made this event anything but ordinary. Lingus responded with a quiet sigh. As the noise swelled around him, an old memory surfaced uninvited. His father's calm voice echoed faintly in his thoughts. reminding him that those who ran away were never meant to stand here in the first place. Only the real ones remained. The so-called fake dragons had already filtered themselves out. Realizing this, Lingus acknowledged inwardly that his father had been right all along. Leika, meanwhile, seemed completely untouched by the pressure. Her eyes sparkled with confidence as she observed Lingus's tension. To her, there was nothing to fear. They were already strong enough to represent the East Building. A light poke to Lingus's shoulder followed, as if physically reminding him that pride was allowed in moments like this. Lingus gave a small smile in response, resolving to give it his best effort. Behind them, the roar of the crowd continued to climb, growing louder by the second. Amid the chaos stood Zeke. His posture remained straight, calm and unmoving, like a statue that had accidentally been placed among overexcited students. While everyone else was caught up in the excitement, Zeke observed quietly, noting that the crowd was far too worked up. Leika turned toward him, curious, but Zeke showed no outward concern. His arms crossed, gaze fixed forward, as though nothing of importance was happening. Still, his composure felt strange. No matter how intense the atmosphere became, he remained unnervingly steady. In truth, Zeke wasn't ignoring the situation. He was analyzing it. He was measuring the combat ability of every student who had gathered for the competition, silently categorizing strengths and weaknesses like someone browsing items in a shop. When Leika realized what he was actually doing, she froze after thinking it through. She admitted to herself that this behavior was exactly what she should have expected from Zeke. Even so, the realization sent a faint chill through her. Suddenly, Zeke's eyes shifted. From the opposite side of the arena, two students came running toward the stage. Zeke calmly noted that they had changed significantly since the last time he had seen them. Lingus, standing nearby, agreed. The two approaching figures were senior members of the East Wing, Reek and Irene. Both rushed forward with clear urgency, their excitement obvious as they closed in on the stage. As they neared, Reek abruptly stopped. His eyes widened as disbelief washed over his face. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure erupted. Zeke's eyes gleamed with a sharp golden light, releasing an overwhelming presence that locked directly onto Reek. Now, standing before Zeke once again, Reek felt as though death itself was watching him. Gathering his resolve, he bowed slightly in genuine respect toward overwhelming strength. Zeke paid him no attention, lowering his gaze as if nothing noteworthy had happened. At that moment, Lingus clung desperately to Zeke's leg, visibly shaken. The sudden release of pressure had scared him senseless. Zeke looked down calmly, unfazed, and internally concluded that if fear worked as a deterrent, then it wasn't a bad result. His attention then shifted to the other senior members nearby. One by one, he evaluated them in silence. Then his gaze moved again, this time settling on a newly arrived group. Among them stood the true genius of the wing, a 4-star talent named Vaniel. Vaniel walked at the front, his presence sharp and controlled, followed closely by two subordinates who radiated strength well above average. Zeke observed them without emotion, acknowledging that there were indeed a few students worthy of real combat. A faint spark stirred within him as anticipation quietly built. Elsewhere, Leika lifted her head and turned to Lingus, urging him to prepare himself for what lay ahead. Before she could say more, a figure rushed in suddenly. A girl sprinted straight toward Leika and wrapped her in a tight embrace. Overflowing with excitement, it was Leika's cousin. The hug was enthusiastic enough to nearly knock Leika off balance, fueled by relief and joy as the arena continued to thunder around them. The girl looked like a more polished version of Leika, more mature, more composed, like an older sister sculpted from the same blueprint. Zeke glanced over briefly, his expression tightening just a little as recognition flickered through his thoughts. The older sister finally pulled back to inspect Leika closely, clearly relieved to see her unharmed and thriving. Leika reassured her calmly that everything had been going well. Hearing this, the older sister smiled and gently patted Leika's head, affection evident in every movement. Then her expression shifted. Her sharp gaze swept over the nearby students as she assessed them critically. Leika nodded and introduced them as her classmates. She then added that the elegant girl standing behind her was her cousin, Sandy Typhonia, the daughter of the head of the Typhonia family. Sandy's presence was refined and dignified, unmistakably noble. Behind Leika, Selena and Raymond stiffened in shock. The realization hit hard. The Typhonia family was one of the 4 greatest families. Sandy then turned her attention to the others, questioning who they were. Leika explained that they were her classmates and friends. Sandy's gaze narrowed slightly. While friendship was acceptable, She openly questioned whether they were far too weak to stand beside a future family head as cadets. Her words were sharp, cutting directly into Lingus, Selena, and Raymond. The three froze as humiliation washed over them. At that moment, Zeke spoke calmly, stating that such judgments would be corrected after seeing them fight. There was a trace of mockery beneath his composure. Sandy's attention snapped toward him, cold and piercing. Leika quickly introduced Zeke as a fellow cadet, hesitating before mentioning the rumors surrounding his birth. Sandy responded with clear disdain, openly questioning how someone like him could stand there with confidence. Leika frowned at Sandy's behavior, but Sandy dismissed her concerns. To her, Zeke's existence alone made him a rival, someone standing in Leika's path. She continued, asserting that surrounding oneself with weak companions would only hinder growth, her gaze flicking dismissively toward the others. Zeke ignored the provocation entirely. His expression remained relaxed, as he calmly warned that underestimating them would lead to regret. Though spoken lightly, the words carried undeniable weight. Sandy's fury flared as she stepped forward, unleashing insults and accusations, questioning his right to speak at all. Zeke met her glare without hesitation. A smirk curved his lips as pressure quietly spread from his body. He dismissed her words as irrelevant, stating that if she truly wanted answers, she should stop posturing and see for herself. Sandy froze, rage choking her breath. Before the situation could escalate further, a senior student stepped between them and firmly shut it down. The tension lingered thickly as the arena roared on. The senior then revealed himself as Eldridge Van Blade, representative of the North Wing. Lingus recognized him instantly, noting his exceptional strength. Sandy tried to dismiss him, but Eldridge refused to ignore the disturbance. With the tournament about to begin, such chaos was unacceptable. Before she could respond, heavy footsteps echoed across the arena. An instructor arrived, and with him came overwhelming pressure. Crimson-golden energy surged outward as his presence dominated the field. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere shifted completely. He announced the official start of the selection tournament, known as the leader of the Golden Dragon Squad. His cold reputation and ruthless methods were legendary. As his authority settled over the arena, students froze in place. Lingus stiffened, Selena straightened instinctively. Leika's expression sharpened with focus. Only one person remained unaffected. Zeke. There was no fear on his face. No tension either. He grinned instead, like someone who just found a bonus stage. A quiet laugh escaped him. This wasn't pressure. It was a chance to beat up stronger seniors. And just like that, the competition finally got interesting. Menric addresses everyone and announces that the elimination rounds are about to begin. He explains that the tournament will be a survival-style showdown between the 4 pavilions. He states that the pavilions will first be divided into 2 groups, and the winners from each group will later face each other in the grand final. He clarifies that the combat format will be based on individual duels. Menric further explains that each pavilion will send its warriors one by one, strictly following the order that was already decided. From the 7 participants of each pavilion, the side that manages to defeat 4 opponents first will be declared the winner, while the rest will lose, deciding the second and first positions accordingly. He makes it clear that once the contest has begun, changing the starting order will not be allowed. He reminds everyone that the order of the combatants itself is a crucial part of the overall strategy. Menric then adds one final point, revealing that those selected through this tournament will be assigned a special mission. He emphasizes that this mission is of vital importance to the Eldragon family. Completing it would count as an immense contribution to the clan, and contributing to the Eldragon family carries only one true meaning. As this sinks in, Zeke reacts with a confident smile, clearly energized by what he has heard. At the same time, Leika listens carefully, taking in every detail. Vaniel, on the other hand, smirks to himself, thinking that this tournament is the very first step toward claiming the throne of the family leader. Menric then announces that the draw for the groups will now begin. The tension in the air rises as the process officially starts. He calls for the representatives of each pavilion to step forward and take a stone from the box, beginning with the representative of the West Pavilion. Vaniel moves first and selects a stone. Menric acknowledges him and tells him that he may leave. Seeing this, Leika is visibly shocked as she realizes who it is. Zeke notices her reaction and wonders what is wrong, asking if she knows that person. Leika confirms that she does, explaining that he is the candidate to succeed the East Warden she had mentioned before, Vaniel Fafnald, the dragon. Zeke reflects on this revelation and realizes that it is not just Vaniel who is dangerous. In general, the West Warden Haviland commands extremely powerful warriors. While the other wardens have trained hard, everyone can clearly feel that the gap in power between them is overwhelming. His attention then shifts to another young warrior. He notes that he has not seen this kid's face in a long time. The boy had already shown great potential during the entrance exam, but reaching the 3-star level at such a young age is something completely unheard of. Zeke acknowledges that it seems the boy has been truly dedicated to his training, and concludes that the growth he is witnessing is genuinely impressive. Letton grits his teeth as he notices Rangi's among the representatives, anger rising within him as he wonders what Rangi's is doing there. Around them, the students erupt into loud shouts as they recognize Rangi's. They mock him openly, pointing him out and calling him a loser, questioning why someone like him would be standing in such a place. Rangi's becomes visibly nervous under the attention. He panics for a moment, then forces himself to calm down, reassuring himself that he is fine and that everything is okay. As the noise settles, the process continues smoothly. The next announcement is made, calling for the North Pavilion representative. The turn officially shifts to them. Edge smiles confidently, noting that it is now their turn. Menric acknowledges it and signals for the next representative to step forward. A girl with purple hair walks up and picks up a stone, completing her role as the pavilion's representative. Soon after, the final call is made for the East Pavilion representative, marking the last draw of the round. Leika nudges Zeke forward, urging him to go since he is being called. Zeke reacts with surprise, unsure if he is the one meant to step up. Leika reassures him, stating that of course it has to be him, as he is the strongest among them all. Zeke hesitates and reflects that in tournaments like this, younger participants should take the spotlight instead. Leika immediately counters him, reminding him that they are the same age and pushing him to move already. Zeke sighs in frustration and reluctantly agrees, muttering under his breath as he steps forward. At that moment, Sandy suddenly intervenes, questioning why Zeke, the illegitimate son, is going instead of Leika. Leika responds calmly, explaining that the reason is simple. Because Zeke is the strongest in their group, Menric calls all the representatives to attention and instructs them to infuse their original power into the drink they have just taken. Zeke proceeds to take his stone as instructed. Soon, the stones held by all the representatives begin to glow brightly. Reacting to the infused power, Menric announces that with this process complete, the groups are now decided. He declares that the first match will be between the East Pavilion and the North Pavilion. He then announces that the second match will be between the West Pavilion and the South Pavilion. As this is revealed, Jill from the North Pavilion looks toward Zeke. Rangi's, watching the scene in fear, is shocked by Zeke's presence and struggles to believe that someone like him is also a student. Leika observes quietly and acknowledges that it appears to be true. She then reflects on the situation, still unable to believe that they will be facing Sister Sandy right in the first round. Sandy confronted Leika, making it clear that this was the perfect opportunity for her to open her eyes. She vowed to crush Leika properly, intending to engrave the lesson deep into her memory. Through this defeat, Sandy wanted Leika to remember her position and never lose sight of her true goal. Leika answered with a confident smirk, fully welcoming the challenge. To her, the situation sounded ideal, and she showed no hesitation or fear. As the tension settled, Edge observed the unfolding matchup. It became obvious that they would be facing each other in the first round. He expressed genuine excitement, eager to see exactly what his opponent was capable of. Meanwhile, Zeke reacted with loud enthusiasm. He found the situation amusing and felt they would get along well. The thought of the battle ahead thrilled him, and he openly looked forward to finally getting started. As anticipation reached its peak, Zeke's impatience took over. He could no longer wait and was desperate to jump into the fight without losing even a single second. Vaniel felt extremely bored while watching all this unfold. The other students, however, were observing everything with full attention, their eyes fixed on the scene. Zeke's team and Sandy's team were about to face each other head-on. The atmosphere slowly grew tense as the confrontation drew closer. A boy named Menric announced the matchup angrily, declaring that the first battle would be between the East Wing and the North Wing. His voice echoed through the area, making the situation feel official and serious. Rick responded with strong enthusiasm, confidently stating that his team would secure the victory without fail. His words carried determination, but the pressure of the moment was evident. Leika, noticing Rick closely, wondered if he would be able to handle the situation. To her, Rick looked unusually nervous, and that concern lingered in her expression. Zeke also appeared confused as he observed Rick, unsure of how the fight would unfold. Menrick then announced that both sides were ready and officially began the match. With that signal, the long-awaited battle finally started. The first fight began between Rick and another boy. Rick charged forward with full confidence, putting all his strength and resolve into his opening move. Watching from the side, Zeke commented to Leika that they would now see how things turned out. His tone suggested calm interest rather than concern. Leika, still uneasy, felt that the situation looked difficult based on how things were unfolding. The tension in the air made the outcome feel uncertain. Zeke responded by stating that in the world of competition, nothing was absolute. He made it clear that certainty rarely existed in such battles. He then added that he himself was different and that his own victory was always absolute. His confidence sharply contrasted with the uncertainty surrounding the others. Leika made it clear that she had not been asking about him. Her focus remained on Rick and the ongoing fight. Zeke shifted the topic and explained that, judging purely by skill level, the North Wing fighters were not much different from Rick. From his perspective, the gap in strength was not significant. He added that if they fought the way they usually did, the match was winnable. His analysis suggested that experience and consistency could tip the scales. Leika, however, pointed out that this was the first time they were fighting in front of such a large audience. The unfamiliar pressure of so many eyes watching could easily affect their performance. She also acknowledged that since this was a team match, everyone felt the pressure even more deeply. The weight of representing the team made the battle far more intense than usual. The scene then shows Rick gradually falling behind his opponent. He proves too weak to keep up, taking heavy damage and suffering serious injuries as the fight continues. As Zeke observes this situation, he calmly comments to Leika that this is true, but that point should be set aside for the moment. He then explains that those two fighters are exceptions. Leika reacts in a tense state, suddenly realizing that he is referring to her and that person as well. Zeke explains that those two already have 1 foot in the 4-star level. Because of that, they would not hesitate so easily in a real fight. As he thinks to himself, Zeke recalls that Sandy is Leika's cousin and believes she should be able to handle a similar fighting style. For Leika, he considers this experience to be a good stimulus for growth. Soon after, Menrick announces that it is enough and declares the first round over, with the North Wing taking the win. Rick loses the match. His opponent strikes him so brutally that Rick ends up half-bald, lying injured on the ground and unable to move properly. One of Rick's teammates, crying from frustration and pressure, resolves that she has to win no matter what. Leika encourages her, saying that as long as she does not get too nervous, everything will be fine. Despite that encouragement, the second round also ends with the North Wing winning again. Leika becomes visibly frustrated as the losses pile up. The two teammates, a boy and a girl, step forward and apologize to Zeke for losing. Zeke smiles and explains that they were completely carried away by the intense atmosphere of the place. They apologize once again, but Zeke reassures them not to worry. He explains that if this were a real battlefield where life and death were decided, the outcome would be very different. He reminds them that this is a learning place where they compete using their own skills. It is not about killing each other. He adds that bitter experiences like today's can only be accumulated in a safe environment like this. He firmly believes that this failure will one day become fuel for them on the battlefield, and he urges them to keep working hard. Hearing this, both of them shout a strong yes in response. Zeke then points out that even so, the team has suddenly suffered 2 losses in a row. He stresses that this makes the next match extremely important and directs this remark toward Rangi's. He then turns toward Rangi's with a cheerful expression. Rangi's responds in panic, begging Zeke not to make him any more nervous. He admits that he has been extremely nervous since the morning. He mentions Class A and Class B in his anxious rambling, and then adds that his opponent is that terrifying senior. Overcome with fear, Rangi starts crying and tightly grabs onto Zeke. Zeke calmly asks if the senior is Lin, and reminds Rangi's that he already fought against them when the teams were chosen. Rangi's, still terrified, explains that there was no one in the East Wing with such a frightening appearance. He expresses his fear at the thought of having to defeat such a terrifying senior in front of so many people. Zeke lets out a quiet sigh and thinks that there is no other choice. He realizes that he will have to use a different method to encourage Rangi's. Zeke then laughs lightly places his hand on Rangi's shoulder and points toward Rangi's opponent, telling him to look carefully at his opponent. Rangi's reacts in confusion, not immediately understanding what Zeke means. Zeke calmly directs his focus to the opponent's weapon and makes Rangi's think about what the opponent is holding. Rangi's identifies the weapon as a sword. Though his answer comes hesitantly, Zeke pushes the thought further, making the idea sink in clearly. He explains that the one Rangi's will fight is nothing more than an inhuman opponent wielding a sword. He tells Rangi's not to think about anything else. He explains that if the opponent attacks with the sword, Rangi's should dodge. If the opponent raises the sword to cut, Rangi's should back off. If the opponent lowers the sword to attack, Rangi's should advance and strike. Zeke instructs him to concentrate only on responding the same way he always does to a weapon called a sword. He emphasizes that this alone is enough. Rangi's listens carefully and responds with growing confidence, stating that he will act as he always does. Seeing Rangi's regain his confidence, Zeke smiles inwardly. He thinks that Rangi's certainly has an excellent capacity for concentration. For now, he believes Rangi's still needs guidance to focus properly. Zeke further reflects that once Rangi's can concentrate naturally on his own, he will be able to aim for an even higher level. He wonders how much Rangi's will grow after this battle. Nearby, other students begin mocking Rangi's, pointing out the difference in physique, and claiming that someone so weak could never become a ranker. Rangi's responds by glaring at them with a deadly look, silencing their ridicule. Soon after, Menric announces the start of the match between the two fighters, smoothly shifting the focus back to the arena. The moment the match begins, Rangi's opponent launches an instant attack, using the three-blade sword technique and executing a one-blade cut. The sword swings sharply toward Rangi's, but Rangi's successfully dodges the strike. Angered, the opponent insults him and tells him not to run away. Without hesitation, the opponent follows up by activating the three-blade sword technique once again, pressing the attack even further. The opponent then activates the From Dew Leaves Formation technique and launches another powerful attack. Rangi's blocks it effortlessly, showing no sign of panic. Seeing the situation escalate, Leika becomes tense with worry for Rangi's. Rangi's other friends observe closely and note that the opponent is closing the distance where Rangi's is most skilled. They grow anxious about whether Rangi's will be able to handle it. Zeke carefully observes the scene and smiles calmly, telling them not to worry so much. He points out that they should look at Rangi's eyes, explaining that Rangi's is deeply concentrated. The focus shifts to Rangi's as his blue eyes begin to shine brightly. His opponent continues attacking relentlessly, but Rangi's keeps dodging each strike with precision. Frustration builds as the opponent grits his teeth in anger and unleashes the three-bladed sword technique, executing the chaotic three-leaf dance. At that moment, Rangi's eyes glow even brighter as he activates the cloud and water spear technique. Using the passing clouds flowing water technique, he cleanly blocks the incoming attack, leaving his opponent visibly shocked. Without giving any time to recover, Rangi's uses the cloud and water spear technique again and follows up with flood drilling. Rangi's drives his polearm forward with tremendous force, striking his opponent directly in the chest. The impact is decisive, leaving the opponent fully injured and unconscious on the ground. Menric quickly steps in and announces that it is enough. He declares the third round over and announces that the East Wing has won. Rangi's exhales deeply and gives a weak smile, feeling a strong sense of relief after the intense fight. Zeke lets out a small chuckle and remarks that they finally seem to be turning things around. It is announced that from Rangi's victory onward, the East Wing has been securing consecutive wins. The fourth round ends with a victory for the East Wing. The fifth round also concludes with an East Wing victory. Now, only one more win is needed for the East Wing to achieve total victory. With that, the sixth round begins. So far, the East Wing has won 3 rounds, while the North Wing has won 2. In the 6th round, Leika and Sandy come face to face. Leika shows a confident smirk, expressing that it has been a long time since they last faced each other. Sandy steadies her posture, her gaze firm, fully prepared for the battle ahead. As the tension builds, Sandy's teammates begin cheering her on from behind. Soon after, the Battle of the Same Thunder officially begins. Sandy speaks with a mocking tone, reflecting that she never imagined the North Wing elite would lose. She especially finds it hard to accept losing against someone younger who barely possesses 3 stars. Leika asserts with confidence that she had already said they were strong. Sandy responds dramatically, placing a finger on her cheek and acknowledging that she had underestimated Leika's colleagues. As the moment continues, a highly energetic and powerful aura begins to flare from Sandy's body. She then emphasizes that the real problem does not lie there, and makes it clear that Leika herself is the issue. She explains that Leika's colleagues matter the least, because to become the head of the family, one must possess overwhelming power individually. Hearing this, Leika flinches and is visibly terrified. Sandy then points her finger at Leika and shouts, questioning the fact that Leika is second, in command of the East Wing. She stresses how dangerous that position is, and presses whether Leika truly understands the weight of it. After hearing all this, Leika becomes slightly shaken. She forces an awkward, yet nervous smile and glances toward her teammates. With a trembling voice, she states that she does understand. Her eyes then fall on Zeke's confident expression, and seeing it restores her confidence. Drawing strength from that sight, Leika points her sword toward Sandy, steadies her facial expression, and raises her voice with renewed determination. She declares that she understands everything, but has not given up on becoming the head of the family. She further asserts that even against Sandy, she now believes she can win. Sandy responds with a dark gaze and a sinister grin, remarking that confidence is good, but excessive confidence is not. As her words settle, an even more powerful and intense aura erupts from Sandy's body, and in the next instant, she vanishes from her position. Witnessing this, every student flinches, shocked and completely stunned. Disbelief spreads through the crowd as they cry out that Sandy has vanished, unable to comprehend how it happened, or where she disappeared within a single second. As the confusion lingers, Sandy suddenly reappears by leaping in from behind Leika, swinging her sword down to attack. The sight leaves every student stunned once again, struggling to grasp how she moved so fast. Just before striking, Sandy challenges Leika to withstand the force coming at her. Leika holds her ground with unwavering focus and urges Sandy to show her that power immediately. Sandy launches her attack, releasing an intense and explosive aura from both her body and her sword. At the same moment, an equally powerful and energetic aura bursts from Leika's body, and she manages to block Sandy's sword with her own. Without warning, Sandy shifts her position, leaving Leika confused and completely caught off guard. Lowering her stance, Sandy then propels herself upward at full speed and power, attacking Leika once again from above. Leika barely manages to block the strike, letting out a scream as the clash shakes her to the core. As the battle continues, Edge observes everything with intense focus. A smile forms on his face as he reflects that, as expected, Sandy holds the advantage. He assesses the situation further, noting that Sandy's edge stands at 25%. His attention remains fixed on the fight, as he considers that Leika is now facing an opponent who has mastered the Great Thunder Sword technique far better than she has herself. He wonders how long Leika can possibly hold out under such pressure. The scene smoothly shifts back to the battlefield, where Sandy's eyes glow with a powerful golden light. She fixes Leika with a deadly glare and unleashes multiple techniques at once, including the Thunder technique, Thunder Sword Great, and Thunder Needle, all channeled through her sword. This time, Leika is unable to dodge or block the overwhelming triple attack. Sandy's sword strikes her directly, and Leika screams in pain as the impact sends her flying backward. Even as she is thrown through the air and begins to fall, Leika urges herself to wake up, reminding herself that she has to win. Despite all her efforts, Leika is still blown away by Sandy's attack and crashes to the ground at a distance. Seeing this, her friends grow deeply concerned and frightened, repeatedly checking on her condition and wondering if she is all right. Lying on the ground, Leika struggles to steady her thoughts. She forces herself to calm down, repeating in her mind that she must regain control and return to herself. Nearby, Rangis reacts in panic, realizing that the power is far too overwhelming for Leika to be suppressed so completely in an instant. Rick adds that he had heard Leika had been trained by Sandy ever since she was a child. Moments later, Leika pushes herself back onto her feet. A powerful and intense aura pours out from her body as she grits her teeth. Gathering all her strength, she charges forward with her sword, launching a full-force attack toward Sandy. However, Sandy effortlessly dodges the strike. With a mocking attitude, she remarks that Leika still carries the habit of swinging her sword wildly and without control whenever she is corrected. Leika grits her teeth once again and charges forward, striking at Sandy with her sword using the Flash of Thunder technique. Sandy remains calm and fully focused on the battle, responding immediately by attacking Leika with the Scattered Thunder technique. Both techniques collide head-on, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire arena and cracks the ground beneath them. Leika suffers severe injuries in the clash. Deep cuts appear on both of her hands from the sword, and she groans in pain before collapsing onto the ground. Sandy fixes Leika with a deadly glare, concluding that the outcome is exactly as she expected and that the effort was useless. Casually adjusting her hair, Sandy adds that Leika's bad habit has not changed at all, and that she is not even capable of becoming the best in the East Wing. She further implies that if Leika had joined the North Wing, this situation would never have occurred. Despite her condition, Leika struggles to stand back up. She is heavily injured and breathing hard, but she insists that she can still fight, making it clear that the battle is not over yet. Sandy fixes Leika with another cold and serious death glare, stating that surrendering would be wiser, because with this level of strength, Leika will never be able to defeat her. She reflects further, remarking that if this outcome was inevitable, she should have asked their father from the very beginning to bring Leika to the North Wing, even if it required force. At that moment, Sandy notices Leika standing up once again, gripping her sword and preparing herself to continue the fight. Sandy acknowledges Leika's stubborn nature and declares that, in that case, she will be taught a harsh lesson. For a brief instant, Sandy becomes slightly distracted. Leika immediately tries to take advantage of that opening and rushes in to attack. However, Sandy still manages to dodge the strike with ease. Leika grits her teeth once more and gathers every bit of remaining power and energy she has, launching another desperate attack toward Sandy. This time as well, Sandy blocks the assault effortlessly and counters by striking Leika hard in the stomach. Leika collapses to the ground as Sandy continues to land blow after blow without pause. In that relentless exchange, Leika is unable to strike Sandy even once, nor is she able to dodge any of Sandy's attacks. As Leika collapses onto the ground, Sandy leaps high into the air and comes down again, launching another attack toward her. Seeing Leika in such a condition, her teammates grow extremely worried. Anxiety spreads among them as they fear for her safety and wonder whether she is all right. In panic, Rangis grabs Zeke's hand and shakes it desperately, pointing out that Leika is being beaten harshly, yet still refuses to give up. Unsure of what will happen next, Zeke responds with a calm and confident smile, observing that another layer of Leika's shell is about to break. Rangis is left stunned by these words, unable to immediately grasp their meaning. Meanwhile, an even stronger and more intense aura erupts from Sandy's body. Fueled by anger, she attacks Leika again, demanding that she stop resisting and surrender. Sandy then activates another technique from the Great Sword of Thunder, unveiling the first secret technique, known as Gelestin Thunder. Leika gathers herself and braces her stance, preparing to block the incoming assault. In the next instant, Sandy unleashes all three attacks at once, triggering an enormous explosion that engulfs the arena. The shockwave leaves all the students completely stunned by the sheer power on display. The students are struck by shock once again when they realize that Leika is nowhere to be seen. A wave of disbelief spreads through the arena as they begin to think that the outcome of the fight has already been decided. Even Sandy is caught off guard by this sudden development. At that moment, Leika's voice emerges, acknowledging that she now understands what she has just faced and recognizing it as Sandy's Great Thunder Sword technique. Leika's body is covered in sword wounds. Deep cuts run across her chest, hands, and face, with blood flowing heavily from each injury. Her wounds are severe, yet despite the pain, she manages to smile widely. Seeing this unwavering confidence leaves Sandy shocked and confused. She cannot comprehend why Leika is still standing, believing that the previous attack should have been more than enough. Leika responds with a playful smile and turns her attention toward Zeke, admitting that if this had happened earlier, it truly would have ended her. Zeke returns a bright and reassuring smile, silently encouraging Leika. With renewed confidence, Leika places a hand on her chest and declares that for the past 5 years, she has been training there as well. She firmly affirms that the fight is not over yet. The scene then shifts smoothly to a moment before the fight begins. Zeke and Leika are seen talking quietly among themselves. Zeke notices something off about her and remarks that she does not seem like her usual self, sensing her nervousness. Leika reacts with visible embarrassment and admits that she is indeed nervous. She explains that her opponent is none other than her own sister. Sandy, Zeke responds casually, acknowledging the situation without making it heavy. Leika goes on to explain that her sister Sandy was the one who taught her the Great Thunder Sword technique. She mentions that she first learned the basics from the current head of the Tyrona family, her uncle, but it was Sandy who helped her understand the parts she struggled with. Because of this, Sandy is not just a sister to her, but also a mentor. Zeke listens calmly and shows understanding. Leika then admits that she has never once managed to defeat her sister. She acknowledges that while she herself has grown stronger over the past 5 years of training, the same is true for Sandy. She confesses that although she spoke confidently earlier, she is honestly unsure if she can win. At that moment, Zeke cheerfully places a hand on Leika's shoulder and gives her a thumbs up. He tells her to remember the training she went through with him, and to recall all 5 years of hard training days. He repeatedly cheers her on, calling her name with enthusiasm. Leika clenches her teeth in frustration. Clearly irritated, Zeke notices this and smiles, pointing out that it seems to bother her deeply. He reminds her that when her emotions rise, her perspective tends to narrow. That is precisely why she trained for 5 years to maintain a calm and clear perspective during combat. Leika responds in a bored tone, stating that his method mostly involved attacking her without hesitation. Zeke winks and smiles, explaining that this was part of the charm. Leika questions what could possibly be charming about that approach. Zeke brushes it off and states that the results of that training are now clearly visible. He explains that she should now be able to observe her opponent much more calmly. Even in the middle of battle, Leika admits that this may be true, but she still does not know how much it will help against her sister. Zeke then extends his hand forward, as if passing strength to her, and smiles brightly. He tells her that if she fights naturally, she will understand, as someone with true talent. By carefully watching her opponent's movements, she will see what kind of effect the training has had. He reminds her that she has received guidance from him, the guide of the strongest, and that she no longer needs to worry about past victories or defeats. Leika smiles and admits that even though he says it confidently, it is not that simple. Still, she thanks Zeke sincerely, saying that thanks to him, she has been able to relax a little. Zeke smiles in return and adds another point. He recalls that Leika mentioned her sister taught her the great thunder sword technique. Leika confirms this with a smile. Zeke calls it the perfect opportunity. Finally, Zeke points towards Sandy and tells Leika to do exactly what she did during training. He encourages her to carefully observe her opponent's great thunder sword technique, explaining that by doing so, she will be able to grow even stronger. The scene smoothly shifts back to the present, where the fight between Leika and Sandy continues without pause. Leika is now heavily injured, her body battered, yet she refuses to give up. Blood runs down her face, and she wipes it away as she steadies her breathing. Leika reflects that she has had the opportunity to closely see her sister, Sandy's great thunder sword technique. She recalls receiving it head-on and observing it carefully, and realizes that she can now barely see it, even if only a little. Sandy is caught off guard by this sudden realization, reacting in shock and confusion. In the very next instant, Leika launches herself forward and attacks Sandy directly. A fiery and powerful aura bursts from Leika's sword, overwhelming the space between them. Sandy fails to properly block the strike and is struck with fear as she senses something is wrong, realizing that the attack has stopped feeling the same and that its speed feels slower than before. Before Sandy can recover, she is shaken once more when Leika unleashes another powerful assault. Leika activates the Thunderneath Needle technique and charges straight at Sandy. Lightning explodes violently around her. Golden electricity races across Leika's body, snapping through the air as her eyes ignite with the same blinding light. She lunges forward with her arm pulled back, lightning compressing tightly around her fist, screaming and barely contained. The instant the strike lands, thunder follows. A single thrust is released. A piercing blow erupts. Thunder Needle is unleashed. The attack surges forward in a flash of gold, tearing through everything in its path. The impact sends Sandy flying backward, her body thrown far away as she crashes to the ground from the force of the strike. Sandy groans in pain as she lies there in shock, struggling to comprehend what just happened. She demands to know why Leika's movements have suddenly changed so drastically. Without giving her any room to recover, Leika launches another attack and unleashes Thunder Flash. A sharp smirk forms on her face as she explains that this change comes from a variation in rhythm. She realizes that this rhythm was something her sister possessed, and something she herself lacked before. Now that she finally understands it, all that remains is to put it into practice. Sandy reacts in panic and desperately tries to stop her, insisting that simply understanding the technique does not mean it can be imitated immediately. On the other side of the arena, Leika's friends erupt with excitement. They cheer confidently, calling her incredible and praising how amazing she looks. They point out that Leika's movements have suddenly changed, and that her fighting style has become completely different. Zeke watches with the pride of a seasoned master, and calmly explains that fighting someone who uses the same technique can teach a tremendous amount. Rocky turns to him, trying to grasp what is happening, and asks about the true reason behind Leika's sudden transformation. Zeke explains that Leika has mastered her sister's great thunder sword technique during the battle itself. He states that this is the result of their training, which focused on receiving the opponent's technique directly while calmly observing it. Rocky is left completely shocked by this realization. Zeke continues, explaining that before this, Leika tended to become overly excited during battle. With no room for maneuver, she could only see her own sword. However, the current Leika is different. She now possesses enough calm to observe her opponent even in the middle of combat. By observing a sword technique equal to her own, she has reached an entirely new level. At that moment, Sandy screams in frustration and declares that she has not lost yet. She refuses to accept defeat, shouting that she will not give up now, especially not against such an improvised technique. Leika responds with a shout of her own and charges forward, unleashing an attack known as the Thunder is Failing. A massive explosion erupts between them. Sandy is left in shock, her anger boiling over as she realizes in disbelief that she has been overwhelmed in brute strength. Leika suddenly leaps into the air and attacks from above, declaring that, when it comes to physical training, she has pushed herself beyond limits. She reveals that she has been training with someone until she was on the verge of death. She calls out to her sister Sandy and declares that this is her own great thunder sword technique. With that resolve, Leika unleashes celestial thunder. A violent explosion erupts once again. Sandy is struck directly by the thunder, her body convulsing as she screams in pain from the overwhelming shock. Another explosion follows immediately. As the dust settles, both Leika and Sandy are shown breathing heavily. Their bodies exhausted, Sandy remains standing, but only barely. Her body is covered in bruises, and she gives Leika a weak smile. She acknowledges that Leika has grown much stronger and admits that it is over for her. Leika stands firm and steady, her posture confident and unwavering. The coach steps forward and announces the winner as the East Wing. Vaniel and his teammates stare in disbelief, shocked by the sheer strength and power Leika displayed during the fight. Moments later, Leika runs toward her teammates with joy. Her teammates rush to her as well, clearly overjoyed by her victory. Zeke watches with a satisfied smile and praises the match, calling it a wonderful fight. He adds that, although he did not get a chance to fight himself, the outcome was still impressive. Leika's female friends surround her and hug her tightly in celebration. Leika then smiles at Zeke and says that she is glad the match was somehow decided during her turn. She reflects that if she were to lose, even though she never intended to, then Zeke's opponent would have been that Edge's fighter. Zeke asked about that individual. Leika clarified that it was not because she knew the person personally, but because the person was extremely famous. It was widely said that she was the greatest genius since the Vanblade family began. Zeke smirked, understanding the implication. From what he observed, even among the participants this time, that person clearly stood above all the others. Leika, looking toward the Edge, told Zeke that even if it were him, she could not imagine what might happen against that person. As the tension carried forward, the coach announced that the East Wing's victory was already decided, but every match would still continue until the very end. Zeke's expression turned rigid with shock. One of his group mates, visibly saddened, remarked on how strange the situation was. The matches were supposed to end the moment all 4 members of the opposing team were taken down. Zeke reflected silently on what their true objective might be. Soon after, he broke into a smile, deciding that the reason no longer mattered. As long as they could fight, that alone was enough for him. At that moment, Edge smiled as well, sharing the same resolve. Across the arena, Edge's Van Blade stood ready. His posture was composed, yet the anticipation within him was unmistakable. The clash that everyone had been waiting for had finally reached the point where it could no longer be avoided. Edge's was the first to speak. Even though North Hall had already suffered defeat, he admitted that he was genuinely pleased that events had unfolded in a way that allowed him to confront Zeke directly. Zeke reacted with a slight blink of surprise. It seemed Edges had truly wanted this confrontation. Without hesitation, Edges confirmed that he had indeed been eager for it. Zeke had been chosen as the representative of East Hall. Despite Leika being present, the role had been given to Zeke instead. That single decision had sparked Edge's curiosity. He wanted to see the truth with his own eyes and understand exactly who Zeke was. Rumors circulated among the others, suggesting that Zeke carried the bloodline of the family head. Yet by all visible measures, he remained only a two-star fighter. Despite that apparent limitation, he had still been chosen over Leika. The contradiction fascinated Edges deeply. With a bright and unrestrained smile, he revealed that this very mystery was what drove him to test Zeke personally. Zeke remained silent for a moment before responding. As expected, his answer carried a light tone. In his view, they would likely get along quite well. He himself had also been waiting for this battle. Edges, slightly amused, wondered whether Zeke felt any excitement. Zeke acknowledged that there were many capable fighters present. However, Edges stood apart from the rest. Being recognized as a prodigy, praised as a once-in-a-century genius of the Vaniel family, made him impossible to ignore. Facing someone of that reputation naturally sparked interest. Slowly, Edges raised his katana. His expression sharpened, revealing that he appreciated Zeke's attitude. If anything, his anticipation had only grown stronger. Zeke's attention settled on the weapon. It had been quite a long time since he had seen a katana of such quality. At that moment, Menri's voice rang out again, formally announcing the beginning of the 7th match. Edges moved. In a single step, he vanished, erasing the distance between them. Even Zeke reacted with a brief moment of surprise. The speed of that movement was impressive. Edges drew his katana in one smooth motion. The thousand-leaf katana style, bright sheath, golden lightning burst outward from the blade, flooding the arena with radiant light as the strike descended. As the blade approached, Zeke sensed something unusual. The presence behind the attack seemed to vanish completely, as though the strike had erased its own intent. The katana hovered less than an inch away. Zeke calmly evaluated the situation. He could avoid it. The blade appeared to slice cleanly through his body. Edge's eyes widened in shock. Zeke stood beside him, completely unharmed, as if he had never occupied the space that had just been cut apart. It had been a feint. Edges realized immediately that he had been deceived. At the same moment, Zeke rotated his body smoothly. He had already confirmed that the strike had connected, just not in the place Edges believed. A faint smile formed on Zeke's lips as he acknowledged the technique's quality and urged Edges to continue. Edges showed no sign of irritation. Instead, he regarded the outcome as expected. Such skill was something he had anticipated from Zeke. Stepping forward once again, he shifted his footing and invoked another technique of the thousand-leaf katana style. Wavy leaf. The katana began to move in flowing motions, rather than rigid arcs. Each slash merged seamlessly into the next, forming an uninterrupted current. The blade no longer resembled cold steel. It moved like water given form. The assault surged forward like a rising tide. Zeke stepped back lightly, still wearing a relaxed smile. Straight attacks could be predicted, but a blade that flowed like water was far more difficult to read. Despite retreating, he did not do so blindly. While evading, he observed carefully. Gradually, the flowing pattern of Edge's blade became clearer in his perception. Beneath the fluid motion lay a hidden structure, a rhythm guiding each movement. In the next instant, Zeke leapt upward. The sweeping strike passed beneath him, losing its advantage once it failed to track his movement completely. Suspended in mid-air, Zeke grinned. He acknowledged the skill behind the attack, but made it clear that he had no intention of allowing himself to be cut. Edges did not respond verbally. Lightning gathered along the length of his katana once more. Brilliant billion lightning. The technique erupted into a storm of flashing arcs. Zeke shifted aside again, though this time his eyes narrowed with sharper focus. The blade's trajectory was extraordinarily difficult to predict. It was not simply fast. The technique disrupted the natural rhythm of combat itself. Each swing arrived slightly earlier or later than expected, constantly breaking the flow of timing. As the exchange intensified, Zeke began to recognize the truth. Edges was not relying on fixed sequences of attacks. Instead, he continuously transitioned between forms, adapting his style in real time. Even while shifting techniques, neither his speed nor his power diminished. Efficiency was the true core of the style. There was no wasted motion, no unnecessary force. Every cut was executed with precision, tuned perfectly to Zeke's breathing, stance, and even the smallest shifts in weight. A sharp sound suddenly split the air. The katana's edge skimmed across Zeke's clothing, slicing the fabric cleanly, while leaving the skin beneath untouched. Zeke acknowledged the feat inwardly. Such control could only come from relentless, brutal discipline. He quietly recognized the technique as incredible. Edge's breathing remained steady despite the relentless pace of the battle. He admitted that he had not expected to struggle so much in cornering Zeke. Even after pushing himself this far, there was genuine admiration in his tone, as he wondered what kind of training could produce someone like Zeke. Zeke's expression brightened slightly. If curiosity remained after the match, he suggested that they could train together in the future. Without warning, Zeke moved. In an instant, he closed the distance between them. His fist pulled back, and then launched forward with explosive force. Edges raised his katana to intercept the strike. However, the impact sent a violent tremor through his arm. The raw power behind the blow surged through the blade, causing his grip to waver. For a brief moment, disbelief crossed his face. That level of strength did not belong to someone who was merely a two-star fighter. Zeke adjusted his stance, mentally replaying the exchange. He had deliberately altered his breathing patterns during the fight, yet Edges had still adapted. Internally, Zeke admitted the truth. Edges was far more refined than he had initially assumed. Edges noticed the remark and calmly asked whether Zeke had finished observing him. To some extent, Zeke had begun to counterattack. Edges' gaze sharpened immediately. He questioned whether Zeke truly believed he had already deciphered the style. Without waiting for confirmation, Edges suddenly leapt into the air. His aura intensified as he raised his katana high above him. If Zeke believed he had already understood everything, then Edges intended to reveal something further. Zeke recognized the posture instantly. It appeared identical to the earlier setup. He pivoted smoothly, avoiding the descending slash with practiced ease. But this time, Edges did not follow the expected trajectory. In that moment, his blood surged, and a residual image separated from his form. An afterimage lingered in place, disguising the true path of the strike. Before Zeke could fully process the change, a sharp impact struck his chest. His eyes widened as the katana's edge cut across him. The force pushed him backward, his shoes scraping harshly against the arena floor as he struggled to stabilize himself. Edge's expression shifted slightly as he observed the result. He wondered whether that demonstration was sufficient, or whether he should reveal even more. Zeke lowered his gaze. A thin line appeared across his chest where the blade had struck. So the attack had finally landed. Zeke murmured the realization quietly to himself. Then he smiled. It was the same calm expression he had worn before, yet now it shone brighter, carrying a clear sense of exhilaration. The battle had become far more interesting. Around the arena, the atmosphere tightened. What was unfolding was no longer just a simple exchange of techniques. Sandy crashed against the wall, collapsing to the ground after fighting Leika and ending up half dead. Blood flowed from her mouth and nose, and her entire body was covered in wounds. This time, Leika had won and had proven her power to Sandy. Severely injured, Sandy lost consciousness. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, blinking repeatedly, groaning in pain. She weakly asked where she was. Her teammates, worried and tense, rushed to her side and urgently asked if she was okay. They helped her sit up and supported her carefully. Sandy answered that she was fine. She then admitted that she understood what had happened and that she had lost. The memory of how her sister Leika had defeated her returned to her mind, along with the image of her sister's confident expression. Instead of resentment, Sandy felt happiness for her sister's victory and smiled softly. She apologized to her teammates, saying that if she could have one, things might have been different. One of the girls with purple hair immediately encouraged her, telling her not to say that and insisting that they were the ones who should apologize for bothering her. The rest of the team also apologized to Sandy. Sandy slowly stood up and smiled again. She told them that it was not true and that they should not blame themselves. She explained that the opponent had simply been strong, and that was all. That was why she had won. She assured them not to worry and said that next time they would work together so they would not lose. She smiled warmly once more, lifting her teammates' spirits. Hearing her words, they cheered up excitedly and agreed that next time they would work together and not lose. After that, Sandy asked whether the West Wing versus South Wing match had started yet. The purple-haired girl explained that, for some reason, their fights had continued longer than expected, and that the ongoing match could be seen from where they were. Confused, Sandy tried to understand what she meant. The purple-haired girl pointed toward the edge and revealed that an incredible battle was happening at that very moment. Sandy felt terrified and shocked as she looked toward the edge. There she saw Edge, his body surging with a full, energetic, powerful, and overwhelming aura flame as he prepared to attack Zeke. Seeing this, Sandy asked her teammates what that overwhelming presence was. Concern filled her thoughts as she realized that there were 5 aura blades. That meant those edges signified that he was using all his power. On the other side, as Edge charged toward Zeke with immense speed and strength, Zeke seemed to be enjoying himself even more, wearing a playful smirk. At that moment, Sandy remembered what Leika had once told her, that he was the strongest among them. Edge unleashed the style of a 1,000-bladed katana, and immediately followed it with the 5-shaded katana technique. As he activated the move, a fierce yellow fiery aura burst from his sword. Radiating intense energy, he leapt forward and struck at Zeke with full force. Zeke calmly raised his hand to block the attack. The impact sliced through his hand, and even his cheek was slightly cut. Despite the injury, Zeke smirked as if the damage meant nothing to him. Seeing that confidence, Edge smirked as well and remarked that the gesture had not worked either. Even after such an intense exchange, Zeke's breathing had not changed at all. Edge observed this carefully and wondered what kind of body Zeke possessed. Without hesitation, Edge swung his sword again, the glowing aura erupting once more from the blade. Zeke responded with a playful smile and explained that he had also put effort into training basic endurance. He acknowledged that martial arts were important, but emphasized that fundamentals mattered just as much. Edge agreed as he stepped forward, admitting that it seemed so, and resolving to train his body more next time. Then Edge swung his sword once again. This time, an overwhelming surge of power erupted not only from the blade, but from within him as well. The intensity shocked Zeke. As he observed closely, he began analyzing the sword's blade hardness, generation speed, and range overall. He concluded that the blade's performance was still only medium to low. However, considering its age, he believed it could become something interesting in the future. In the midst of the battle, Zeke finally became certain of the difference between 1,000 years ago and today. A smirk appeared on his face once again, as he reflected on the martial arts of 1,000 years ago. Back then, the essence of combat focused on the eviction of the attack. The true essence of martial arts lay in expressing all the phenomena of the universe through technique itself. The source of true power was used only as support. But in the present era, everything had changed. By materializing the true power source, one could represent all the phenomena of the universe directly. In other words, the handling of the true power source had become the decisive factor in battle. Edge then activated the true essence of martial arts in the modern age. Instantly, numerous floating swords appeared around him. One by one, he launched all of them toward Zeke with precise control. Zeke prepared himself again to nullify every incoming attack. A faint smile formed on his face as he reflected that in the end, he had been dazzled only by martial techniques and had realized the truth quite late. He acknowledged that in 1,000 years, nothing had been this interesting up to this point. With perfect timing, Zeke shattered each sword one after another using his punches. As the blades broke apart, he even began to laugh, clearly enjoying the battle. In the next moment, Edge attacked from another direction. Watching Zeke respond flawlessly, Edge felt astonished. He realized that his attacks had been perfectly answered one after another, and that the display was truly beyond human. Observing the prolonged clash, Rangis grew anxious and noted that even though they had been fighting for 2 hours, there still did not seem to be a winner. Leika added that neither of them was normal, but it was probably about time for the battle to reach its conclusion. Edge smirked and acknowledged that his moves had been completely observed. Zeke smiled and admitted that the fight had been very fun. Edge agreed with that sentiment. Then Zeke clenched his fist and, with a confident smile, declared that he would show his respect. What he had learned in this battle would now be revealed as the New Moon technique. At first, Zeke's overwhelming confidence made Edge slightly uneasy. However, Edge soon smiled and admitted that it was no wonder he could not win. Even so, he resolved to fight to the end and to win at any cost. With renewed determination, Edge used the style of a 1,000-bladed katana secret technique, the extreme katana of the 5-leaf. Zeke smirked again and clenched his fist. An overwhelming fiery aura burst from it. He prepared himself to decide the victor. Then he unleashed the destroying dragon combat technique, second form modified star fist. From this technique, countless clenched fists were launched forward. These devastating strikes did not target only Edge, but spread across the entire arena. Many students were caught in the destruction and suffered injuries. Panic erupted as students ran in every direction to save themselves. The power of Zeke's star fist was overwhelming. Wherever a fist landed, the ground and surroundings were completely destroyed, leaving devastation across the arena. Then an enormous fist descended toward Edge and struck him directly. A massive explosion followed, Nothing could be seen through the smoke and debris. The entire area where Edge had been standing was completely destroyed. The remaining students retreated to a safe distance and covered themselves with shields while watching the match. One student muttered that the power was overwhelming. Sandy, filled with concern, anxiously wondered who had won. At that moment, the examiner stepped in and declared that it was enough. He announced that the fight had ended. As the dust slowly cleared, the scene became visible. Edge's sword lay broken in the dirt. Edge himself had fallen to the ground. Severely injured, his body was covered in wounds. He was breathing heavily, yet a smile remained on his face. He admitted that he could not even move a finger and acknowledged the absurd strength he had faced. In the end, he accepted that his training was still not enough. The examiner then officially declared the winner as Zeke of the East Wing. Zeke stood proudly with his arms crossed, breathing steadily and wearing a bright smile. All the students were left in shock. They had expected Edge to win, since he was considered the strongest. Instead, Zeke had claimed victory. Witnessing Zeke's overwhelming power, the students murmured among themselves in disbelief. They questioned what kind of battle they had just seen. They could not accept that Edge had lost. Many wondered who Zeke of the East Wing truly was. Afterward, the examiner announced that once the arena was restored, the next battles would begin between the West Wing and the South Wing. Everyone was told to prepare themselves. Rangis and the rest of the teammates looked at Zeke in amazement. Filled with excitement, they expressed that this was exactly what they had expected from him. They praised him for defeating Edge. Leika smirked and pointed out that Zeke had destroyed everything once again. She remarked that he was strange in many ways. Zeke pouted slightly and responded that nothing was wrong since he had finally secured the victory. He brushed it off and shifted his focus to what would come next. Leika then revealed that the other candidate for family head, Vaniel, would soon make his appearance. The scene shifted to Vaniel, who was seated like a king while his teammates stood guard around him. Observing this, Zeke crossed his arms and smiled. He noted that the West Wing seemed to have the best overall quality. However, he also observed that in the South Wing, there was someone who looked strong as well. Soon after, a fight began between Vaniel and a member of the opposing team. Watching this, Zeke smiled playfully and wondered what would happen next. However, contrary to what Zeke had expected, the match between the West Wing and the South Wing turned out to be completely one-sided. The students watched in terror and shock as the battle unfolded. Because Vaniel defeated his opponent with overwhelming ease, the other boy lay on the ground, badly injured, while Vaniel stood over him, giving him a cold death glare. The scene then shifted to what happened after the battle with Zeke. Zeke casually pouted and admitted that maybe he had gone a little overboard. Looking at the heavy destruction around him, he remarked that with so much damage, it probably would not be fixed anytime soon. Rangis suddenly told him not to worry and urged him to look. Alarmed, Zeke shouted in confusion, asking what he was seeing. He was stunned to realize that everything had been completely restored. Rangis explained that a rare mineral called etherite had been used throughout the stadium. If true power was channeled into it, it could restore itself to its original form like this, as if staring into the void and resetting everything. Zeke thought to himself once again that some incredible material had appeared before him. He admitted that it was impressive and truly awesome. Rangis enthusiastically agreed, saying that seeing something so valuable used in such a huge building was truly amazing. The duel came to an end, with Vaniel standing victorious. As the dust settled in the arena, the examiner watched him closely. Troubled by what he had witnessed, he found it strange. Kakaso had possessed the ability to defeat Lyra Sonar in such a completely one-sided manner. Vaniel responded to the silence with a dark, deathly glare, asking if he still needed to continue. His overwhelming presence made it clear that he was ready to go on if required. The examiner, sensing the intensity in the air, immediately declared the end of the match. He officially announced Vaniel as the winner from the West Wing. With that, the next stage was declared. The final would be East Wing versus West Wing, and it would begin in 1 hour. As the announcement echoed through the arena, attention shifted to the defeated side. Members of the opposing team rushed to their injured teammate. The one Vaniel had defeated, they carried her carefully, their faces filled with worry. Vaniel's attack had left her nearly half dead, and the damage was far beyond what anyone had expected. Leika witnessed the aftermath and stood in shock. She found it incredible that Lyre had been overwhelmed like that. Nearby, Zeke silently observed everything. He felt that something was wrong. The difference in skill between the two fighters had not seemed that vast. Yet somehow, the girl's ether flow had appeared extremely unstable. From her condition and the way the battle unfolded, it was almost certain that something was not normal. That instability had made the result so overwhelmingly one-sided. Even the judge's behavior during the match had seemed questionable, as though the count had been ended prematurely. The situation left an unsettling feeling about what was truly happening behind the scenes. Zeke's blonde teammate expressed disbelief that Lyra of the Sonar family had been left so completely defenseless. He acknowledged that a candidate for the next boss would naturally exist on an entirely different level of power. A blue-haired girl, still shaken, felt that it had all gone too far. The brutality of the outcome disturbed her. An orange-haired girl tried to reason through it, suggesting that perhaps this was simply how things were. It was her first time witnessing the ability of someone powerful from another wing, so she felt she could not fairly judge what was normal at that level. Rocky, on the other hand, smiled with excitement. Speaking of candidates for the next boss, he mentioned Leika and Zeke, and added that Vaniel must also possess incredible power. The rest of the teammates agreed with his assessment, nodding as they reflected on the overwhelming display they had just witnessed. Amid their discussion, they noticed that Rangi's looked unusually tense. Concerned, they asked him if something was wrong. Rangi's hesitated before responding. Although he admitted that Vaniel had been incredible, he also pointed out that everyone on the West Wing was extremely strong. His voice carried anxiety and self-doubt. He apologized for already sounding like a weakling, even before the upcoming fight had begun. His insecurity only added to the pressure hanging over the group. Some of his teammates grew frustrated at his lack of confidence, especially with the final match drawing closer. The atmosphere within the team became heavier, as excitement, doubt, fear, and anticipation blended together while they prepared for what was to come. The orange-haired girl let out a quiet sigh and admitted that what had been said was true. Even in the previous fight she had lost. It frustrated her deeply, but she acknowledged that she could not match the guys on the West Wing. Hearing this, Rocky's confidence surged. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth with intensity. He admitted that if they were talking about that, then neither could he. He had not even been able to beat them, despite them having fewer stars. Yet that did not mean he intended to lose, just as they had defeated superior opponents before. He believed they could win too. That was all that mattered. His determination spread quickly through the group. The other teammates agreed with his words. Their spirits rising, Zeke watched their excitement, confidence, and renewed courage with quiet satisfaction. Like a master observing his students grow stronger. He felt proud. He praised their fighting spirit in his heart, thinking it was very good. He also noticed that Rick and Aaron seemed to be praying that they would improve and become stronger. However, Zeke understood that the real problem lay elsewhere. His attention shifted toward Leika. She looked extremely tense. Zeke realized that Leika did not seem to have noticed the anomaly in that girl's ether. If she had seen the entire previous fight, simply as a demonstration of Vaniel's overwhelming power, then her inner turmoil made sense. But since he himself did not know all the details, he could not offer hasty advice. He was left uncertain about what he should do next. Rangi's also noticed how tense Leika appeared. He gently asked if she was okay. Leika responded that she was fine and thanked him. She explained that she just needed to organize her thoughts. After that, she said goodbye to the group and left the area. Rangi's watched her go, growing tense himself. Elsewhere, Leika sat quietly on the edge of a circular stone fountain. Her posture was slightly slouched, reflecting the weight of her thoughts. She could not believe that Vaniel had reached a level capable of defeating Lyra in such a unilateral way. Even edges would not have been able to overwhelm Lyra like that without taking damage. And yet, that Vaniel guy had done exactly that. She lowered her hand into the water of the fountain and reflected further. The last time she had fought him was when she was 5 years old. At that time, she had only reached 10% of her strength, and she had lost. Since then, she had been striving to get revenge on him. Just when she believed she had finally caught up, the situation had turned out like this. According to the order, Vaniel's next opponent would probably be Zeke. She felt a slight sense of relief because she would not have to fight him herself. But she hated that feeling of relief. To her, it was practically the same as admitting defeat. Clenching her fist tightly, Leika reignited her resolve. She decided that she would defeat that guy. After some time, Vaniel arrived at the fountain along with his subordinate. He noticed Leika sitting there alone. A mocking smirk formed on his face as he approached her and casually asked what was wrong. Commenting that she seemed very serious, Leika lifted her eyes and gave him a sharp death glare. She demanded to know what he wanted, and made it clear that she had nothing to say to him. Vaniel continued teasing her, telling her not to be so cold. He arrogantly suggested that if he became the boss, perhaps she would become his wife. His tone was playful, but it carried clear provocation. Leika immediately stood up, her anger exploding. She shouted for him to shut up and declared that she would be the one to become the boss. Vaniel remained relaxed, maintaining a casual posture. He pointed out that she had thought she could not win, and claimed that it was no wonder she had never been able to beat him before. He reminded her of the fight that had just taken place, and implied that it proved his superiority. Refusing to listen any further, Leika ignored his words and began to walk away. Vaniel's grin widened. He reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. Stopping her, he taunted her again, insisting that she was certain she could not win. Leika, furious, told him to shut up. His expression darkened, with a dirty look. He tightened his grip on her shoulder and pressured her to admit the truth. He declared that in the past and now, she would never be able to defeat him. He told her to surrender and submit to him, adding that if she did, he would treat her with kindness. Enraged, Leika forcefully removed his hand from her shoulder and shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. Without looking back, she stormed away in anger, leaving Vaniel standing behind her. Watching Leika walk away with such defiance, Vaniel smirked. He clenched his teeth in irritation and muttered that she was not pretty at all. Yet he believed that, with what had already been set in motion, it was over. He implied that the rest was already understood. His subordinate stepped forward calmly and told him to leave it to her. She then asked what they were going to do about that bastard, Zeke. Vaniel responded casually, saying that Zeke should not be a problem even during the fight. However, his subordinate maintained a steady and serious expression. She reminded him that even if Zeke was a bastard, he was still the one who had beaten Edges. She suggested that they should get ahead of the situation. Vaniel considered it and admitted that it would be better to act before the fight. However, he pointed out that Zeke had strangely sharp instincts. If Zeke realized anything, it would become troublesome. Moreover, from what he had observed, Zeke had seemed to be taking the attacks on purpose. Because of that, Vaniel believed Zeke could probably handle it even during the fight. His subordinate acknowledged his reasoning and responded with understanding. Vaniel clenched his hand tightly, his confidence unwavering. He believed that even without any preparation, the fact that Zeke had defeated that damn Edges made it impossible for him to lose to that bastard. Standing beside the fountain, Vaniel extended his hand over the water. A poisonous substance spread from his palm and dissolved into the clear surface of the fountain. The contamination blended silently into the water, leaving no visible trace. With cold certainty, he concluded that in this fight victory would be theirs. Rick was tense as he clenched his fist and declared that it had finally arrived. Leika, equally nervous and shaken, looked at Rick with visible anxiety. He gritted his teeth and thought about their situation, realizing that, although they were the senior students among the East Wing representatives, they were the weakest. In contrast, the West Wing was clearly filled with elites. The thought weighed heavily on him, and he struggled internally as doubt consumed his mind. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Rick's voice trembled as he anxiously wondered if they could win. The fear kept building inside him, and he became extremely nervous. At that very moment, Zeke suddenly approached and struck Rick hard on the head. A bump instantly formed on Rick's head from the impact. Zeke then confronted him, demanding to know what had happened to the energy he had shown just a moment ago. Rick hesitated, stammering as he tried to respond, unable to properly explain himself. Seeing this, Zeke shifted his attention and pointed directly at Rick, questioning the purpose of fighting and whether it was to lose. Rick firmly responded that it was not. Zeke reminded him that when one fights, it must always be with the intention of winning, regardless of any difference in skills. He emphasized that this mindset was what truly mattered. Hearing these words, Rick felt motivation rising from within. Confidence slowly replaced his fear, and he declared with determination that they would win. Zeke, pleased with his response, placed a hand on Rick's shoulder and smiled, praising him for training very well and encouraging him to maintain his confidence. Feeling both confident and slightly amused, Rick respectfully thanked him. Zeke then decided to offer a small but important tip. He advised Rick to relax his shoulders more. Confused, Rick sought clarity. Zeke carefully explained that the high-strength fist technique concentrates all force onto a single point of impact. If too much effort is applied in the wrong way, the force that should be concentrated becomes dispersed. To demonstrate, Zeke placed both hands on Rick's shoulders and encouraged him to relax. Following the guidance, Rick felt a renewed surge of confidence. He expressed that he now felt capable of winning and sincerely thanked Zeke, praising his relaxation technique as the best. Zeke felt proud upon hearing this. With firm confidence and satisfaction, he encouraged Rick to go forward and win. After being motivated by Zeke, Rick headed toward the duel like a happy kitten, cheerfully chanting that they would definitely win. His earlier fear had completely transformed into excitement and determination. As he walked away with renewed confidence, Zeke and Leika watched him from behind, observing his energetic stride. Leika broke the silence, remarking that something felt curious. Zeke calmly asked what she found so curious. She pointed out that he had not learned the great force fist technique, yet he seemed to understand it very well. She added that sometimes he appeared to know a great deal about other martial arts too. She questioned the reason behind it and admitted that it felt strange. Zeke responded with a calm smile, assuring her that it was not a silly question at all. His tone suggested that there was indeed something more. However, his expression soon turned serious as he continued. Hearing his words, Leika's eyes widened in shock. Then, suddenly shifting back to a smile, Zeke pointed at himself and declared that the reason was simply because it was him. His confident and playful response broke the tension instantly. Leika, now clearly annoyed, remarked that she had been foolish to ask him such a serious question in the first place. Meanwhile, Rick stood confidently before his opponent. As he stared ahead, he thought about the incredible fighter he had witnessed in the first battle. The memory remained vivid in his mind. However, this time his resolve was firm. He strengthened his determination and vowed within himself that he would not lose again. Rick's opponent stood before him with a cold and arrogant attitude. With a dismissive scoff, he mocked Rick, declaring that a nobody who had lost to the North Wing had no right to wear such an arrogant expression. His pride was evident in his posture and tone. In response, Rick answered with equal arrogance, carrying himself like an alpha male. He boldly declared that he was no longer the same person as before. His opponent reacted with a dirty grin spreading across his face, doubting that Rick had truly changed at all. At that very moment, the examiner formally announced the beginning of the first match between the East Wing and the West Wing. The atmosphere in the arena tightened as the signal to start echoed through the battleground. The instant the match began, Rick's opponent drew his dagger and charged forward at full speed to attack. As he rushed in, he shouted that Rick should stop talking nonsense and accept reality. He insisted that no one could change within just a few hours. He taunted Rick further, reminding him that only minutes ago he had been nothing more than a weak loser mouse pretending to act like a tiger. The sudden burst of speed and aggression shocked Rick. His eyes widened as he witnessed the ferocity of the incoming attack. His opponent lunged forward midair with an intense, shouting expression. He held short blades in both hands, and bright green, wind-like energy spiraled around him in a powerful aura. The energy formed sharp, curved streaks that emphasized overwhelming speed and destructive force, making it clear that he was unleashing a special attack. Rick's opponent executed the combat insect dagger technique, specifically the devastating mantis cut. The technique sliced through the air with tremendous pressure. Faced with such a powerful strike, Rick barely managed to block it by crossing both of his hands together in front of him. Even though he succeeded in defending himself, the force of the impact sent him flying far across the arena. He crashed to the ground at a distance, yet despite the blow, he still managed to stand back up. Seeing Rick recover angered his opponent. Jealousy and rage burned in his eyes. Consumed by fury, he gripped both daggers again and dashed toward Rick at the speed of light for another assault. This time, he unleashed an even more terrifying technique, known as Total Devour of the Lobster. The sheer power of this strike left everyone watching in complete shock. The audience was stunned by the overwhelming energy radiating from the attack. Rick could barely defend himself and was forced to block the strike with his bare hands. Once again, the impact blasted him far away, his body thrown back by the opponent's energy. He hit the ground hard and suffered visible injuries, groaning in pain as he struggled to endure the damage. His opponent began laughing mockingly, ridiculing Rick's condition and questioning what had gone wrong with him. He sarcastically reminded Rick that he was supposed to have changed. Rick continued to groan while gritting his teeth, feeling the immense strength behind those attacks. In his mind, he admitted that the power was overwhelming. However, even as pain surged through his body, he refused to surrender. He resolved that he could not allow himself to be crushed unilaterally. With determination burning in his heart, he promised himself and his head that this time, no matter what happened, he would definitely win. Despite his injuries, Rick forced himself to move. Gathering all his remaining speed, energy, and power, he began launching a relentless barrage of punches toward his opponent. Each strike carried desperation and determination. However, his opponent effortlessly dodged every single punch with smooth footwork and superior agility. While evading, he mockingly called Rick a fool and declared that such attacks would never reach him. In the next instant, the opponent slipped behind Rick and stabbed him in the back with a dagger. Blood spilled from the wound, staining his clothes. Rick gritted his teeth and groaned in pain as the sharp sensation shot through his body. Even while suffering, Zeke's earlier words echoed clearly in his mind. He realized that if he continued fighting like this, he would never be able to reach his opponent. Confusion filled his thoughts as he wondered what he should do. Then the memory continued to replay in his head. He remembered the encouragement to move forward. He recalled the instruction to relax a little. He remembered the explanation that the powerful fist technique concentrates all force onto a single point of impact. Breathing heavily, Rick wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes hardened with resolve. He understood that this was an all-or-nothing moment. It had become a true situation of do or die. Meanwhile, his opponent once again prepared to finish the fight. Holding two daggers firmly in both hands, he positioned himself for another decisive strike. This time, Rick did not panic. He steadied his stance and prepared himself to block the incoming attack. His opponent screamed as he charged forward aggressively. In that instant, he unleashed another technique known as the flash of the stinging bee. But this time, Rick did not feel fear when facing the attack. Instead of widening his eyes in shock, he formed a confident grin. With unwavering determination, he declared that he had finally caught him. Seeing Rick's sudden change, his opponent became furious. He gritted his teeth in anger and, unable to understand what was happening, demanded to know what Rick was doing. Rage and disbelief were clearly written across his face. In that decisive moment, Rick clenched his fist tightly. A powerful yellow aura began to surge from his hand, radiating intense energy. Without hesitation, he grabbed the incoming blade with his bare hand. The sharp edge dug into his palm, yet he refused to let go. His grip was firm, unshakable, and filled with resolve. With a loud scream fueled by determination, Rick declared that it was now time for his Great Strength Fist technique. He invoked the name of the Great Strength Fist as his energy intensified. Instantly, a fiery aura burst from his fist, blazing with overwhelming power. The flames of energy wrapped around his arm as he drove his punch forward with incredible force. Rick then delivered a devastating blow to his opponent. The impact was so harsh and powerful that his opponent was sent flying across the arena. He crashed violently into the wall, shattering parts of it upon collision. Debris scattered everywhere as a massive explosion echoed throughout the battleground. All the students watching were left completely stunned. Shock spread across their faces as they struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Leika and Zeke, observing from a distance, felt immense happiness seeing Rick's performance. Zeke, in particular, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. As the dust slowly settled and silence filled the arena, the examiner stepped forward and declared that the match was over. He formally announced that the winner was the East Wing. Moments after the announcement, the scene shifted toward Rick's defeated opponent. He was slumped helplessly against a cracked wall. The surface behind him had shattered outward in a deep, crater-like pattern, clearly showing that he had been violently thrown into it. Seeing this devastating result, Rick stood frozen in shock. For a brief moment, he could not believe what he was witnessing. He struggled to accept that he had truly won the fight. The realization slowly sank in, and disbelief transformed into overwhelming joy. Excitement burst out of him as he raised his hand high into the air and began cheering in celebration. However, the moment did not end there. Rick's defeated opponent suddenly opened his eyes. Shock filled his expression as he tried to process what had happened. He could not comprehend that he had lost, especially not to someone he had considered weak. Elsewhere in the arena, Vaniel sat upon his throne like a king observing his domain. His presence carried authority and dominance. With a simple gesture, he summoned the defeated fighter to come closer. The injured opponent dragged himself forward and knelt down in front of Vaniel's feet. Trembling and ashamed, he apologized sincerely. Vaniel's expression darkened ominously as he looked down at him. Without mercy, Vaniel delivered a powerful punch that sent the man flying once again, crashing onto the ground at a distance. After striking down the defeated fighter, Vaniel slowly turned his attention toward the rest of his subordinates. Holding his dagger firmly in hand, he cast a deadly glare at them. His eyes carried a clear warning as he reminded them that they already knew what would happen if they lost. The threat in his presence alone was enough to send chills through the air. Hearing those words, his subordinates were overwhelmed with fear. Their bodies stiffened, and anxiety spread across their faces. In unison, they shouted loudly that they understood him. Their voices trembled, revealing just how terrified they were of failing. On the other side of the arena, the atmosphere was completely different. Rick, still filled with adrenaline from his victory, turned toward his teammate Marin. With urgency and encouragement, he told her to try her hardest. He assured her that she could do it, and reminded her that she needed to win. Marin responded by clenching her fist tightly. Confidence shone in her eyes as she declared that she could do it, and that she would definitely win. Her determination was firm and unwavering. Her opponent, however, watched her silently with cold and calculating eyes. There was no visible emotion on his face, only focus and readiness. At that moment, the examiner formally announced the beginning of the second fight. The tension in the arena immediately intensified as both fighters stepped forward. Marin and her opponent stood face to face. Without hesitation, Marin rushed forward with intense power. Gripping her sword tightly, her movements were sharp and fearless. Opposite her, her red-haired opponent stood prepared in a solid defensive stance. Holding a spear with precision, flames and glowing sparks surrounded both fighters, swirling around them as their energy flared. Dynamic motion lines streaked across the ground beneath their feet, amplifying the sense of speed, force, and the imminent impact of their clash. With fierce determination, Marin gathered her full power and launched an aggressive attack at her opponent using her sword. She screamed as she activated her sword technique of red fire, unleashing the devastating spark cut. Her expression turned sharp and fearless as fiery energy surrounded her blade. The sword glowed bright yellow-orange, flames spiraling around it as she propelled herself forward through the air with explosive speed. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter steadied himself. Holding his spear firmly, he took a defensive stance. Motion lines streaked around him, emphasizing the speed and crushing pressure of the incoming fiery slash. The burning arc of Marin's attack tore through the air toward him, signaling an imminent and powerful clash. In response, the red-haired spear user suddenly stepped forward with aggression. He swung his spear in a wide, sweeping arc. A brilliant blue crescent-shaped energy wave formed around the spear's blade and sliced through the air toward Marin. The motion lines trailing behind him highlighted the speed and force of his counterattack. Marin was still mid-charge, her sword blazing with yellow-orange flames. Sparks and fiery fragments scattered around them from her earlier strike. As the blue energy slash collided with her advance, a violent burst of light erupted between them. The impact effects exploded outward, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Despite her momentum, Marin was struck slightly by the spear's force. She groaned as pain shot through her body. However, her opponent did not hesitate. Seizing control of the fight, he activated the Great Chaos Spear technique, known as Chodiko Blow Ba Perforani. With ruthless precision, he thrust the spear forward and struck Marin hard in the stomach. The blow sent her flying backward. She crashed onto the ground at a distance, groaning in agony. Blood spread from her mouth as she coughed painfully, her strength rapidly fading. Seeing this opportunity, her opponent moved in without mercy. He raised his spear and brought it down toward her head. Blood splattered from the impact. The entire arena fell into silence. Fear spread among the spectators as they processed the brutal scene before them. Rangis, trembling with shock, questioned how things could have escalated so far. Marin's remaining teammates, including Leika, were overwhelmed with fear as they witnessed the brutal scene. Shock spread across their faces, and anxiety gripped their hearts. Leika, however, was not only frightened but also furious, because there was no rule that justified such excessive violence. The blue-haired girl nearby trembled and admitted that she could not continue watching any longer. Leika's anger intensified as she fixed her eyes on Marin's opponent, feeling that he had gone far beyond what was acceptable. Rick, deeply worried for Marin, tried to rush toward her side. His body moved instinctively, driven by concern and desperation. However, a blonde-haired teammate quickly grabbed him and held him back. He warned Rick that he could not interfere, because the match had not yet been officially declared over. He reminded him that if he acted now, it would result in a forfeit. Before the tension could escalate further, the examiner's voice rang out across the arena, formally announcing that the match was over. He declared the winner to be the West Wing. As the announcement settled, the cruel image became even clearer. The West Wing fighter stood proudly, with his foot placed on top of Marin's head. She lay almost completely knocked down on the ground, her body limp and battered. Blood flowed from her mouth, nose and head staining the floor beneath her. Unable to hold back any longer, Rick rushed forward once the match was officially ended. He knelt beside Marin and gently lifted her into his arms, trying desperately to help her up. His face was filled with panic and guilt. Leika hurried to her side as well, her expression tense and shaken. She repeatedly called out to Marin, asking if she was okay and begging her to wake up. Throughout all of this, Zeke stood silently at a distance. He observed everything with a steady, unreadable expression, his gaze calm yet deeply focused. Marin's teammates rushed to her side, desperately trying to bring her back to consciousness. They shouted her name repeatedly and kept shaking her, hoping she would wake up, but none of their efforts worked. After being defeated by her opponent, Marin had been injured so badly that she was almost half dead. As they looked at her broken condition, her teammates began questioning the situation among themselves, wondering if what had happened was really acceptable. They kept calling out to Marin loudly, urging her to snap out of it and wake up. Meanwhile, Zeke silently observed everything from the side, carefully watching the entire situation without saying a word. Rick, however, could not hold back his anger. Furious at what had been done, he confronted Marin's opponent and demanded to know if there had really been any need to take the fight to such an extreme point. Marin's opponent responded with clear arrogance, acting as if there was nothing wrong with what had happened. Hearing that, Rick reacted sharply, clearly stunned by the attitude. The opponent then justified his actions by explaining that it had been a real fight. According to him, he had simply acted carefully and methodically to guarantee victory. Rick and the others grew even more furious after hearing this explanation. They argued that even if it had been a fight, the level of damage inflicted on Marin was far too excessive. In their view, the battle should never have needed to go this far. Instead of backing down, the opponent only smirked and mocked their reaction. He claimed that they were being naive. According to him, fighters of the West Wing never showed mercy to their enemies during combat. Their approach was simple: crush the enemy completely. At that moment, Leika stepped forward. Her expression darkened as she confronted the opponent and questioned whether such brutality was actually an official order. The opponent showed no concern and dismissed her challenge, stating that it did not matter. He suggested that if they disliked it, they were free to leave. He then pointed out that the referee had never stopped the fight, implying that everyone should already understand what that meant. He continued explaining that Marin had shown the will to keep fighting, and because of that, he had simply broken her. From his perspective, it was the most logical outcome of a real battle. Hearing this cold justification filled Leika with intense anger as the tension around the arena grew heavier. Marin's opponent turned around with an arrogant attitude. As he walked away from the spot, he coldly remarked that continuing to talk to them was very annoying. He added that they should worry about themselves before worrying about their colleagues, because all of them were going to go through the same thing now. At that moment, Letten arrived there and calmly declared that that was simply the way things were. He then mockingly added that if Rangi's wanted, he could retire right there. Hearing Letten's sudden appearance and words, Rangi's became frightened. Letten gave a slow, confident smirk and looked directly at Rangi's. With clear arrogance, he reminded him that people like Rangi's could not say his name casually. After that, he challenged him further, asking if he was not going to back down. Hearing those words, Rangi's became even more nervous and uneasy. Letten maintained his mocking smile. He then pointed directly at Rangi's while continuing his humiliation. He stated that he was not going to stop Rangi's if he wanted to be beaten just like that woman. He then paused for a moment, as if remembering something from the past. Letten continued with an even more insulting tone, suggesting another possibility. He asked whether Rangi's wanted him to do the same thing he had done back when they were in the village. After recalling that incident, Letten belittled him again by calling him insignificant Rangi's. Those harsh words deeply affected Rangi's. Disappointed and humiliated, he lowered his head and silently endured the insults. His expression darkened as he tried to tolerate everything without reacting. Suddenly, Leika could not hold back his anger anymore. He stepped forward aggressively and shouted at Letten, demanding to know what nonsense he was talking about. However, Rangi's quickly tried to calm him down and told Leika that it was okay. Rangi's then continued by explaining that before Adlam, he was not going to run away. Hearing this unexpected statement, Leika became confused, but then Rangi's slowly lifted his head. His expression changed completely, and confidence appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed directly toward Letten. With firm determination, Rangi's declared that today, right there in that arena, he was going to overcome Letten. Seeing this sudden confidence from Rangi's made Letten visibly angry. Meanwhile, the scene briefly shifted across the arena. Marin was still lying there unconscious on the ground after the earlier attack. Around the battlefield, the other contestants were watching everything with shock and tension. Everyone's attention was now fixed on the center of the arena. The atmosphere had become extremely heavy because a fight between Rangi's and Letten was about to begin. And everyone present clearly knew one thing. Letten was far stronger than Rangi's. Rangi's stood in the arena, clearly nervous about the upcoming duel. His body language showed how anxious he felt, yet he refused to let fear completely take control. He slowly took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing thoughts. After a moment, he managed to calm himself and regain a small amount of confidence. Suddenly, Rangi's felt something strange. It seemed as if he could hear Zeke calling out to him. Confused by the unexpected sensation, Rangi's wondered how he could possibly be hearing Zeke's voice. Zeke calmly reassured him not to worry about it. He explained that he was simply trying to recreate an experience he had once had a few years ago. However, he also admitted that he was not entirely sure where he should begin. Then Zeke, speaking with the authority and composure of a true master, emphasized that something else was far more important. He revealed that he had used this technique specifically to give Rangi's some advice. Curious and slightly confused, Rangi's asked what kind of advice it was. Zeke then began explaining a saying. He mentioned that there was a phrase that went like this: "Clouds float free and water flows clear." Rangi's looked puzzled and questioned what clouds had to do with anything. Zeke patiently repeated and clarified the saying. Clouds float freely and water flows constantly. He told Rangi's that whenever he found himself in trouble, he should try to remember those words. Just then, the examiner interrupted the moment and loudly asked Rangi's what he was doing. Startled, Rangi's quickly snapped back to reality and apologized. He nervously said sorry and stated that he was ready now. After that, Rangi's firmly gripped his spear. This time, his posture became far more confident as he prepared himself for the fight. The examiner then loudly announced the matchup. It was the East Wing versus the West Wing. This was the third match of the round. With that declaration, the examiner gave the signal for the battle to begin. As soon as the match started, Rangi's immediately stepped forward with his spear. Charging forward with determination, he activated the cloud and water spear technique and launched a powerful move known as piercing water. Letten was momentarily shocked by the sudden and powerful attack coming from Rangi's. At first, he attempted to block the strike with his bare hands, but the force behind it was too strong. Realizing this, Letten was forced to quickly draw his sword to defend himself. As he did so, a powerful and energetic purple aura burst out from the blade. With that energy surging around him, Letten immediately countered using his snake attack sword technique, unleashing a fierce move called Assault Piercing. At the same time, Letten angrily shouted at Rangi's, calling him filthy and mocking him for thinking he was brave. He insulted him again, calling him insignificant. Letten furiously accused Rangi's of talking, so much despite having such a weak level of strength, repeating that he was nothing but a damned insignificant opponent. Meanwhile, Rangi's desperately tried to block Letten's powerful attack with everything he had. While Rangi's struggled intensely to stop Letten's attack, the pressure kept increasing. Rangi's was putting in all his effort just to hold his ground against the overwhelming force. Seeing Rangi's struggle so much, Letten began laughing to himself with clear amusement. In his mind, he mocked Rangi's and commented that Rangi's could not even block his first attack properly. So he wondered what Rangi's planned to do against the rest of his techniques. Letten then excitedly declared that another attack was coming again. Immediately after that, Letten used the snake attack sword technique once more. As the attack came forward, Rangi's quickly stepped back to avoid it. However, Rangi's was shocked because Letten did not give him even a moment to recover. Without wasting any time at all, Letten launched another attack directly toward him. This time Letten used a move known as Snake Cut. Letten swung his sword with tremendous force. The blade released a powerful and intense aura that felt overwhelming in the arena. The energy radiating from the sword was so strong that Rangi's struggled to handle the pressure. Rangi's was clearly frightened by the sheer strength behind the attack, but Letten still refused to give him any time to react. Moving forward with incredible speed, Letten closed the distance and attacked Rangi's again almost instantly. Seeing the incoming strike, Rangi's panicked internally. As he tried to respond, He nervously thought to himself that he believed he had blocked the previous attack, and he desperately hoped that the direction of the new strike had changed. Letten looked at Rangiz with a mocking smirk on his face. With clear arrogance, he taunted him and asked what was wrong. He mockingly told Rangiz to try to counterattack if he actually could. Rangiz clenched his teeth while desperately holding Letten's sword back with his spear. Despite the pressure, he stubbornly declared that he could fight back as well. Gathering his remaining strength, Rangiz once again activated the cloud and water spear technique. This time he performed the move known as passing clouds flowing water. As Rangiz thrust his spear forward, powerful and energetic water-like energy surged out from the weapon. The force of the technique spread outward across the battlefield. However, instead of showing fear or tension, Letten simply smirked. Without hesitation, Letten swung his sword again and launched a powerful counterattack toward Rangiz with full force. As he attacked, he mockingly told Rangiz to take the attack if he could. The impact was overwhelming. Rangiz was sent flying backward and crashed onto the ground at a distance. Seeing this, Rangiz's teammates became extremely tense and worried about him. The scene then focused on Rangiz lying on the ground. He was badly injured from the exchange. Using his spear as support, he struggled just to remain upright while kneeling on the ground. His body was so damaged that he could barely stand up. While struggling to breathe, Rangiz thought to himself that he wanted to deflect the attacks and counterattack. However, he realized something terrifying. Every move he attempted was simply being used against him. At that moment, Letten slowly walked toward him, standing in front of the injured Rangiz. Letten smirked again. He coldly remarked that Rangiz was trying to use Letten's own moves to counterattack. Letten said he was sure about that. Then he laughed loudly. He mocked Rangiz again, saying the situation was laughable. He sarcastically asked if Rangiz wanted to know what his favorite technique was. Letten proudly revealed that his favorite technique was a counterattack technique. He then cruelly added that it was unfortunate for Rangiz, because he was many times more skilled than him. Struggling to speak, Rangiz weakly tried to deny it. But before he could say much more, Letten suddenly grabbed Rangiz by the hair. He forced Rangiz to lift his head and look at him. With a cruel smirk, Letten mockingly said that he did not know what kind of misunderstanding Rangiz had been living with. Then he insulted him further by asking how the child of a fake dragon could ever grow strong. Letten continued his humiliation, declaring that Rangiz, just like his father, was insignificant. Those words ignited anger inside Rangiz. Despite his injuries, he angrily demanded to know how Letten dared to mock his father. In response, Letten became furious. He punched Rangiz hard and shouted angrily that the fake one would never be able to defeat the real one. The blow knocked Rangiz down onto the ground again. Even after that, Letten did not stop. He continued kicking Rangiz repeatedly while he lay helpless on the ground. As the painful assault continued, Rangiz felt his hope collapsing. With deep sadness, he thought to himself that in the end, he had failed. He had believed that he had become stronger, but now he realized he had been wrong. He bitterly accepted the painful truth in his heart. In the end, he was still weak. In the end, he was nothing but a fake. As these thoughts filled his mind, tears slowly began to flow from Rangiz's eyes. As Rangiz lay there in pain, memories from the past slowly surfaced in his mind. The scene shifted to a peaceful moment from years ago. Rangiz was spending time with his father near a river while they were fishing together. The calm environment was completely different from the brutal arena he was currently fighting in. While holding the fishing rod, his father gently asked Rangiz whether he liked fishing. Rangiz answered with excitement and happiness, saying that he really liked it. Hearing that response made his father smile warmly. He said that he understood and that Rangiz was just like his father. He explained that Rangiz's father also liked fishing in the same quiet way, while calmly contemplating the clouds above and the flowing water of the river. Curious about what his father meant, Rangiz asked whether he liked the clouds and the water. His father softly patted Rangiz on the head and answered calmly. He explained that the clouds always floated peacefully in the sky, and the river water continued to flow endlessly without stopping. He then explained something deeper. Whenever someone looked at those things, they slowly realized that the problems humans worried about were actually very small. His father gently added that perhaps one day Rangiz would also come to understand this truth. With that final thought, the memory slowly faded. The scene returned to the present moment inside the arena. Rangiz was lying there unconscious on the ground after the brutal beating. Even in that unconscious state, he quietly murmured the words floating and flowing. From the side of the arena, The examiner carefully observed Rangis's condition. Meanwhile, Letten stepped forward again. Grabbing Rangis by the collar, he lifted him slightly from the ground while preparing to deliver a powerful finishing punch. A cruel smirk appeared on Letten's face as he declared that he would end everything with this final blow. He continued insulting Rangis, claiming that in the end, Rangis was just like his father. Letten shouted that a fake would always remain a fake, and that Rangis would spend his life crawling in weakness. At that moment, Rangis suddenly remembered the words his father had told him long ago. The clouds float freely, the water flows constantly. Those words echoed clearly inside his mind. Then something unexpected happened. Just as Letten's punch came forward, Rangis suddenly moved. With surprising speed, Rangis dodged the attack and stepped away from Letten. Letten froze in shock, clearly not expecting that movement. The examiner carefully watched Rangis's new posture and presence. Seeing the sudden change in his spirit, the examiner smirked slightly and acknowledged that this was the right spirit. The scene continues as Letten witnesses Rangis's power, leaving him both shocked and furious. His teeth clenched tightly as he refuses to accept the reality before him, unable to acknowledge that someone he considers a fake could ever stand on equal ground with him. The denial burns inside him as he becomes consumed by anger. Driven by rage, Letten unleashes the snake attack sword technique, executing the move known as snake cut. He shouts as he charges forward, launching a fierce attack at Rangis. His assault comes with full force, combining both strikes simultaneously. His emotions spiral out of control, and a vivid purple aura begins to surge from his sword, radiating intense energy. Rangis notices everything clearly. Despite his weakened state, he maintains sharp focus. Moving swiftly, he dodges each incoming strike with precise movements, shifting from side to side with remarkable speed. Even though his condition is critical, he continues to evade every attack through pure concentration. Watching this, Letten is left stunned. His anger deepens, his teeth grinding as disbelief fills his mind. He recalls that he had just landed a hit earlier, yet Rangis now moves as if he can read every attack in advance. The thought unsettles him, but he refuses to accept it as possible. Still unwilling to back down, Letten once again channels his fury and activates another technique. This time, he uses the snake attack sword technique, known as the disturbing attack of the chaotic snake. His blade erupts with even more intense energy, releasing a powerful aura as he combines multiple attacks and directs them toward Rangis. At the same time, he mocks Rangis, convinced that this overwhelming assault would finally break him. However, Rangis responds the same way as before. With incredible speed, he avoids every single strike. Moving fluidly and effortlessly, his movements appear almost natural, as if he is simply flowing around the attacks rather than resisting them. This leaves Letten completely shocked. His jaw drops as disbelief takes over. Fear begins to mix with his shock, and he struggles to understand how Rangis is achieving this. From a distance, Leika and Zeke witness the entire scene. Both are stunned by Rangis's sudden display of power. Leika finds it hard to believe what she is seeing, unable to comprehend how Rangis is fighting at such a level. Zeke, however, begins to explain the situation to Leika and the rest of the team. He observes that Rangis has now moved closer to something deeper, something fundamental. Leika, confused, tries to understand what he means. Zeke elaborates by describing a natural principle. He explains how clouds drift peacefully and water flows endlessly, never stopping regardless of circumstances. He describes it as something soft and flexible, constantly changing shape, absorbing force and letting it pass through without resistance. He adds that he himself had demonstrated a small part of this concept in a previous battle, but Rangis has now surpassed that level magnificently during this fight. Hearing this, Leika is left shocked. She cannot understand how someone could achieve such progress in such a short time. Zeke continues, noting that Rangis himself does not seem aware of it. Yet his level of concentration is extraordinary. At that moment, Rangis shifts from defense to offense. He begins advancing toward Letten with determination. Seeing him approach, Letten is overwhelmed with fear and confusion. He cannot comprehend what is happening, and instinctively tries to stop Rangis from coming closer. But Rangis does not hesitate. He continues forward and launches his attack. Their weapons collide, sword meeting spear in a powerful clash. As this happens, Zeke watches with a slight smirk and reflects on the situation, recognizing that water does not always flow calmly. The momentum of the battle shifts as Rangis swings his spear and leaps into the air. A vivid blue aura flows from the weapon as he grips it tightly and launches himself toward Retin, closing the distance with a decisive attack. Retin, overwhelmed by shock and fear, reacts in panic, unable to understand why Rangiz is advancing toward him with such force. At that moment, Rangiz expresses the principle he has reached, embodying the nature of raging water, where once it surges, nothing can resist its current. With that understanding, Rangiz drives his spear forward and lands a powerful strike directly into Retin's abdomen. The impact sends Retin flying backward, and he crashes onto the ground at a distance, losing consciousness completely. The battlefield falls silent as the outcome becomes clear. The examiner steps forward and declares the match over, announcing the East Wing as the winner. Immediately after, Rangiz stands in shock, struggling to process what has just happened. His teammates rush toward him and begin cheering loudly, celebrating his victory with excitement. Leika expresses her amazement, praising his performance as incredible and congratulating him on reaching 3 stars, as well as achieving such a remarkable win. Rangiz, still confused, tries to process the situation, realizing that he has reached 3 stars and secured a victory. The thought slowly sinks in as he begins to question whether he truly won. One of his friends confirms it with enthusiasm, describing the match as incredible and acknowledging Rangiz's achievement. Rangiz continues to process everything, trying to comprehend that he actually defeated his opponent. Rick placed his hand on a Rangiz soldier and asked about the powerful technique that had just been used. Leika also showed interest in learning about that technique. Seeing this, Rangiz began to blush and pretended to be unaware, avoiding explaining the technique. Leika continued by describing the move as an incredible technique, resembling a water dragon ascending a waterfall. Rick agreed with her observation. Rangiz was left shocked as he saw his friends being so impressed by something he had done suddenly. He found it hard to believe that his friends were praising him so much. As everyone continued to admire him, Rangiz blushed even more. At that moment, Zeke arrived and revealed the name of the technique as the Ascending Dragon Lunge. He explained that it was originally one of the techniques recorded in the 2nd volume of the Cloud and Water Spear technique. Zeke then pointed out that Rangiz had only read the 1st volume, praising him for figuring it out on his own. Hearing this, Rangiz became extremely surprised. Leika then asked Zeke how he knew about it. Zeke replied that he had only seen it briefly on the 2nd floor of the Dragon Hall and could not claim to have created it himself. Upon hearing this, Leika realized how far Rangiz had progressed. She praised him, acknowledging that he had reached the level of the 2nd volume entirely on his own. Seeing everyone so happy, Zeke also felt pleased. In his thoughts, he reflected that the Cloud and Water Spear technique was a martial art he had created in his past life. Yet he did not remember ever recording it in a book. He assumed that later generations must have transcribed it, dividing it into several volumes and archiving it. He further considered that, to prevent inexperienced individuals from accessing it, its true essence had been safeguarded in the upper sections. However, the path that intentionally led to that hidden essence had been opened by Rangiz alone, using only his own strength, which proved his incredible talent. As their conversation continued, an instructor arrived and scolded them for wasting time. The blue-haired girl became frightened and immediately apologized to the instructor. Rick then asked the blue-haired girl to finish their match, and she quickly agreed. The scene transitioned as it was revealed that following the Battle of Rangiz, the morale of the East Wing had reached its peak. However, the West Wing also rallied after their defeat, making the battle even more intense. In the 4th bout, Selene fought bravely but lost by a narrow margin. In the 5th bout that followed, Raymond displayed strong fighting spirit and secured a narrow victory. Despite these outcomes, the overall result remained unchanged until the 2nd half. After his victory, Raymond felt extremely happy, and Rangiz supported him while praising his effort. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl felt troubled by her loss and apologized to Leika. However, Leika did not take it to heart and comforted her, telling her not to worry. Leika then reassured her by explaining that they now had 3 wins and 2 losses, making victory almost certain. She confidently declared that if she won the next match, the battle would end in their favor, asking her to leave it to her. Hearing this, the blue-haired girl regained her belief and decided to trust Leika. As their conversation continued, Zeke called out to Leika. She felt slightly confused, and Zeke asked her how she was feeling. Leika fell silent for a moment before lightly hitting Zeke and pushing him away, telling him that he was standing too close. She confidently added that there was no need for him to worry because she would win the match. Zeke gave no response and remained silent. Rangis cheered for Leika, encouraging her to give it her all. Even then, Zeke stood quietly. As Leika walked toward the ground, she reassured her friends once more that she would definitely win. However, as Zeke watched her leave, he became extremely serious. He sensed a strange and dangerous feeling surrounding Leika, one that posed a significant threat to her. Leika's opponent, Rick, was struck hard in the stomach by a powerful kick. She looked at him with clear disappointment, calling him completely useless. With a cold attitude, she brushed it off, believing that if she won this fight, everything would return to normal. Rick was thrown back by the impact and collapsed at a distance. Regaining his stance, he pointed his sword toward Leika, signaling the start of the fight. Leika responded with a confident smirk, declaring that her opponent's belief was impossible because she would be the one to win. At that moment, the examiner officially announced the sixth match between the East Wing and the West Wing, marking the beginning of the battle. As the fight commenced, Leika activated her Thunder Sword. Electricity surged around her as she leaped forward and launched a swift attack. Her opponent barely managed to dodge. Realizing the overwhelming speed, it became clear that Leika was a thunder power user who surpassed even Sandy. In that instant, her opponent understood that she could have already lost if Leika continued at that pace, especially if Vaniel had not intervened earlier. Leika, clenching her teeth, prepared to finish the fight. A powerful thunder aura began to radiate from her body, intensifying her presence. However, just then, Vaniel interfered by releasing a dark aura that suppressed and faded Leika's thunder energy. Caught off guard, Leika became confused as her power suddenly weakened. She struggled to understand why her thunder energy had disappeared and what had just happened. That moment of distraction created an opening. Seizing the opportunity, her opponent jumped toward her and launched a direct sword attack, fully confident that Leika would not be able to defeat her. Meanwhile, from a distance, Vaniel observed the situation with a subtle smirk, clearly satisfied with how events were unfolding. Leika clashed with her opponent, raising her sword just in time to block the incoming strike. The impact was heavy, and even though she successfully defended, the force still sent pain through her body. Before she could recover, her opponent followed up with a powerful blow aimed at her belly. The strike landed hard, forcing Leika backward as a painful groan escaped her. From a distance, her teammates watched in growing fear. Their concern for Leika intensified as they called out to her, desperate to know if she was still okay. In contrast, Zeke remained silent, his gaze fixed on the battle as he carefully observed every movement. Meanwhile, Leika clutched her stomach, struggling to endure the pain as a troubling realization formed in her mind. She couldn't use her thunder energy, and she didn't understand why. Her opponent noticed the shift immediately. A confident smirk spread across her face as she asserted that Leika could not win, reinforcing the doubt already creeping into Leika's thoughts. Without hesitation, the opponent launched another full-force attack. The blow struck with overwhelming power, sending Leika crashing to the ground at a distance. By now, Leika was heavily injured. She clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to give in, even as her body screamed in pain. In that moment, another realization struck her. It wasn't just her thunder energy that had failed her. She couldn't use the ether either. The weight of that truth settled in, as if it carried a measurable intensity, almost like a rising percentage, reaching a critical point. The nature of a warrior's body became clear in her mind. A warrior's body was deeply connected to the ether that resided within them. Every single movement they made was reinforced by that ether. It was the very force that strengthened their actions and protected them in battle. Without it, everything changed. In simple terms, during combat between warriors, if the ether were lost, then every attack from the opponent could turn into a fatal wound. There would be no reinforcement, no protection, only raw vulnerability. As if to prove that reality, her opponent charged again and delivered another brutal strike. The impact forced blood from Leika's mouth. She groaned under the unbearable pain, her teeth gritting once more as she fought to stay conscious. Despite everything, her resolve did not break. Deep within, she pushed herself with a single determination. She had to defend herself, no matter what. Nearby, Sandy continued watching the fight unfold, her worry becoming impossible to hide. Something about the situation felt wrong to her. She sensed that something strange was happening to Leika, something beyond a normal battle disadvantage. Edge stood beside her, equally focused on the fight. He acknowledged the situation while carefully observing every detail. As he analyzed what he was seeing, a troubling thought formed in his mind. Was Leika's ether not working at all? The confusion deepened as he tried to make sense of it, realizing that something was seriously wrong. Leika, now badly wounded, lost the strength to remain standing and dropped to her knees before collapsing forward. Her body trembled under the weight of her injuries, yet she had endured far longer than anyone would have expected. Her opponent watched her closely, recognizing that despite being unable to use ether, Leika had resisted to an extraordinary degree. It was the kind of resilience expected from someone considered a candidate to succeed at Vaniel's level. Even so, that acknowledgement carried a cold finality. The opponent's gaze then shifted toward Vaniel. In response, Vaniel returned a faint, knowing smirk and gave a subtle signal, an unmistakable command to finish Leika, to cut her down completely with a single decisive strike. Understanding the order, the girl's expression darkened. Any trace of hesitation vanished as she turned back to Leika. In her mind, the conclusion had already been reached. Leika had resisted long enough, but that time was now over. The shift in her expression did not go unnoticed. Rangis, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of fear and concern for Leika. Panic took over as he rushed forward, attempting to enter the arena. Desperate, he tried to stop the opponent, pleading for her to halt the attack. Rick reacted instantly, moving to block Rangis. He grabbed hold of him, struggling to restrain him from interfering, knowing the consequences of stepping into the fight. As the fight continued, Leika's opponent moved forward to strike her with a decisive sword attack. At that exact moment, Sandy suddenly stepped in front of Leika and blocked the attack. She reacted sharply, questioning what her opponent was thinking. From a distance, Zeke silently observed everything without interfering. Leika's opponent turned her attention to Sandy and challenged her actions, questioning what she was thinking by interfering in the battle. Sandy, while holding Leika back for safety, shouted angrily at her opponent, accusing her of pretending to be clueless and pointing out that she had just attempted to kill Leika. The entire scene left the surrounding students stunned as they witnessed the sudden escalation. In response, Leika's opponent gave a sly smile and dismissed the accusation, describing those claims as dangerous words, while denying any intention of doing something like that. At the same time, Edge stepped in and expressed his doubt, stating that even from his perspective, that attack had been extremely dangerous. Hearing this, she reacted defensively and questioned why they were doubting her. Edge expressed dissatisfaction and pointed out that such behavior required more caution in both words and actions. He emphasized that it was obvious to everyone that Leika was unable to handle ether at that moment, and attacking someone in that condition using aura was clearly excessive. At that point, Vaniel stepped forward with a smirk and addressed Edge. He criticized the interference, stating that they had interrupted the fight and were now blaming others for their own actions. He insisted that in real combat, an opponent's condition did not matter and that the enemy had to be completely crushed. According to him, the West Wing was simply simulating real battle conditions. Sandy, unable to hold back, argued that there should still be limits, as a fight was not meant to be to the death. Vaniel responded with another smirk, dismissing them as weaklings and claiming that weakness was the reason they lost. Edge chose to remain silent as the tension continued to rise. Vaniel continued, explaining that they were not playing at war like the others but treating it as a real battle. He added that even though it was not truly a fight to the death, they were still controlling their strength. He then casually remarked that he had no intention of killing her, though perhaps something might have been broken in the process. Hearing this, Sandy became furious and lashed out in anger. Suddenly, a dark aura spread across the area. The overwhelming energy shook all the students, leaving them frightened and tense. This immense dark energy was coming from the examiner. His body radiated a powerful and oppressive aura. His eyes darkened and gleamed as he coldly questioned why they had come forward to speak nonsense. Sandy tried to argue, pointing out that Jalin had launched a dangerous attack on Leika. The examiner immediately silenced her, stating that anyone who did not belong there had no right to speak. He ordered them not to interfere in the fight, and declared that the authority to stop or continue the battle belonged solely to him. Realizing their mistake, both Edge and Sandy apologized. Without further delay, the examiner announced that the fight was over and declared victory for the West Wing. He then ordered all those not participating in the next match to withdraw immediately. After the match ended, Vaniel and his teammates celebrated with a confident high five, showing their satisfaction with the outcome. Meanwhile, Edge carefully lifted Leika into his arms and instructed Sandy to bring Leika's sword along with them. Sandy immediately agreed and followed his instruction. Edge then carried Leika toward her teammates. Rangis was visibly worried, and the rest of the team looked frightened by her condition. Edge reassured them that she would be fine, explaining that he had already given her recovery medicine. However, he made it clear that she would need time to recover, so he decided to take her straight to the first aid station. Rangis, still anxious, asked about her condition. At the same time, Zeke acknowledged Edge's effort, recognizing that he had gone through considerable trouble. Edge brushed it off and told him not to worry. He also pointed out that Zeke had tried to stop the situation as well. Zeke responded calmly, stating that what happened had been inevitable. As the tension settled, the situation began to feel unusual. It was acknowledged that Alan was certainly strong, but the way Leika had been defeated so easily did not seem normal. Reflecting on the earlier fight, the concern deepened. Edge then explained that something had felt off since the first match involving Lyra. He suspected that the opposing side was hiding something. With that warning, he advised Zeke to stay cautious moving forward. Leika remained unconscious in Edge's arms, while Zeke quietly looked at her, lost in thought. Zeke acknowledged the concern shown to him and expressed his appreciation. At the same time, he remarked that the situation was unfortunate. Nearby, Vaniel smirked with confidence and declared that Zeke had no chance of defeating him, making it clear that he believed Zeke's defeat was already certain. Ignoring those words completely, Zeke focused on warming up for the fight. His calm indifference only irritated Vaniel further. Soon after, the examiner officially announced the 7th match between the East Wing and the West Wing, signaling the beginning of the battle. As the fight started, Vaniel shouted in frustration, questioning how long Zeke could maintain such an irritating attitude. However, before he could even finish his words, Zeke suddenly moved. In a single instant, Zeke delivered a powerful punch that landed directly on Vaniel, causing blood to spill from his mouth. The impact sent him flying far across the arena, where he crashed to the ground. The unexpected attack left everyone in shock, including the examiner. Their eyes widened as they stood stunned by what had just happened. Zeke then responded with a faint smirk, pointing out that despite constantly talking about real combat, Vaniel had been completely defenseless. He emphasized that this moment reflected exactly the kind of real combat Vaniel claimed to admire so much. Zeke declared that Vaniel had said he was fighting like it was a real fight. Vaniel raised his eyebrow, clearly confused by Zeke's statement, trying to understand what he meant. Zeke pointed his finger straight at him and declared that in that case, he would fight like it was a real fight too, questioning whether Vaniel would truly not regret that decision. Vaniel responded with a mocking attitude, implying that Zeke would be the one to regret it instead. Zeke reacted with disbelief at that statement. He then clenched his fist and firmly stated that they would soon see who would actually regret it. In the next moment, Zeke launched a powerful punch at Vaniel with full force, sending him flying backward as he crashed into the distance. Vaniel's teammates screamed in concern upon witnessing the impact. Meanwhile, Zeke casually observed the entire situation without any tension. The focus then shifted to Vaniel, who had slammed into a wall due to the punch. The impact was so strong that the wall itself cracked. Vaniel suffered heavy injuries, his body covered in wounds, with blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Struggling through the pain, he somehow managed to stand up. Groaning as he clenched his teeth, he was overwhelmed, unable to comprehend how such a thing was even possible. A realization struck him as he considered that even if he launched a counterattack as quickly as possible, Zeke still remained completely unharmed. Zeke then stood right in front of him with confidence and identified that Vaniel was using ether with wind properties. Understanding the situation, he concluded that Vaniel must belong to one of the 4 great families of the moon. Recognizing it as the special ether possessed by his lineage, Vaniel gritted his teeth in rage and cursed at Zeke in frustration. Remaining calm, Zeke remarked about real combat, explaining that he had only slightly adjusted his strength to match Vaniel's level. Enraged once again, Vaniel lashed out, hurling insults at Zeke in anger. In the very next instant, Zeke moved at the speed of light and appeared right behind Vaniel. He fixed him with a deadly glare and declared that this was the 2nd time. At that same moment, Aster delivered a powerful strike to Vaniel's back. Vaniel was sent flying once again, crashing to the ground as he groaned in pain. He clenched his teeth and was overwhelmed with confusion, unable to understand what was happening and why he was being defeated so easily. Before he could recover, Zeke rushed toward him again with incredible speed. Standing close, he gave him another death glare and criticized his mindset during a real fight, pointing out Veniel's overconfidence. Immediately after, Zeke struck him hard in the stomach. Veniel coughed violently as blood came out of his mouth, and he collapsed onto the ground. Zeke observed him casually and mockingly noted that this was the third time. Veniel, shocked and coughing, struggled to comprehend Zeke's words. Zeke glared at him and pointed his finger, making it clear that Veniel failed to understand the situation. He then explained that he was referring to how many times Veniel had already died. Veniel stood there terrified, confused, and completely shaken. Zeke continued, explaining that the first time was when his face was exposed. He then moved to the second instance, referring to Veniel's neck. Finally, he pointed out the third moment, which was his heart. He clarified that in a real fight, Veniel would have already died 3 times by now, and the only reason he was still alive was because Zeke had held back. Hearing this, Veniel became extremely frightened and even more shocked. Without hesitation, Zeke kicked him in the face again and casually remarked that this had been a real fight, adding that the break was now over. Veniel rolled across the ground from the impact, tumbling far away before coming to a stop. Nearby, Sandy watched Zeke's overwhelming power in shock. She gulped, unable to believe what she was witnessing, realizing that this situation could not even be called a fight. Edge was also stunned, sweat dripping down his face as he tried to process the situation. From his perspective, he realized that his own fight with Zeke had merely been a friendly and goodwill exchange. He understood that in a real fight, Zeke was completely irrational and far beyond normal comprehension. Finally, Zeke stood confidently in front of Veniel, a faint smile on his face, as he made it clear that Veniel should now have at least some understanding of what a real fight truly meant. Meanwhile, Veniel lay on the ground, severely injured and trembling in the dirt. Zeke continued by acknowledging that on the battlefield, as Veniel had said, it was indeed important to eliminate the enemy completely. He added that Veniel and everyone on the West Wing would surely become exceptional warriors. With a light laugh, Zeke pointed out that this was not a battlefield. He reminded them that they were under the supervision of an instructor and had access to recovery potions. He explained that when it came to real combat, this environment was far too indulgent. Veniel, unable to tolerate it, angrily told him to shut up. Zeke, now more determined, clarified that the kind of real combat Veniel was talking about was far from an actual battle. He accused Veniel of simply wanting to look away from his own weakness. Enraged, Veniel shouted repeatedly for Zeke to stop talking. At that moment, a powerful and energetic green aura burst out from Veniel's body, shocking all the students present. Fueled by anger, Veniel charged toward Zeke while screaming insults, furious that someone like Zeke would dare treat him this way and lecture him with such arrogance. Zeke responded with a mocking smile, comparing Veniel's behavior to a rebellious phase. He made it clear that if there was no other option, then he would not act as his opponent and instead let him vent out all his frustration. Veniel, gripping his dagger, rushed forward with the intent to strike Zeke, shouting in anger and demanding that he stop speaking with such a know-it-all attitude. In response, Zeke used the wind-cutting fan technique, unleashing the storm blade, which lifted him into the air. Veniel gritted his teeth, desperately thinking that even touching Zeke once, even for a brief moment, would be enough. Watching this, Rangis became nervous and confused, unable to see anything clearly, yet noticing the strange effect on the ground. Ed then explained that it was her power, identifying Lena of the 4 great families from the Fafnald family as the bearer of wind energy. He described her aura as invisible, a power that could not be seen with the naked eye. Sandy reacted by calling it a subtle and sinister power that suited them perfectly. Edge responded with an awkward smile, asking her not to say things like that. He admitted that while it was annoying, it was essentially a continuous invisible attack, making it a very tough ability to deal with. Meanwhile, Rangis silently prayed for Zeke's safety. Back on the battlefield, Veniel, still overwhelmed by Zeke's power, gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to understand why he could not land even a single proper hit. Zeke casually explained that if one observed the flow carefully, everything became quite simple. Veniel, growing even angrier, shouted in frustration, rejecting Zeke's explanation as meaningless nonsense. Zeke then struck the back of Veniel's head and calmly pointed out another opening in his defense. Veniel staggered from the hit, his anger reaching its peak as he cursed Zeke and demanded that it was enough, wishing for his death in pure rage. In a desperate attempt, Veniel tried to attack Zeke from behind. However, Zeke effortlessly dodged the attack and casually remarked that Veniel still seemed to be in the middle of a rebellious phase. Questioning whether he had vented enough yet, Veniel became even more furious, shouting in uncontrollable rage, unable to hold himself back, as he declared his intent to kill Zeke. Zeke calmly acknowledged that kind of perseverance, noting that as a warrior, it was something admirable. In the very next moment, Zeke moved faster than light and appeared right beside Veniel before he could even react. He delivered another devastating full-force punch to Veniel's stomach and stated that his body had already reached its limits long ago. Blood burst out from Veniel's mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. Zeke continued, explaining that if Veniel pushed himself any further, he would only suffer more and that it was time to end the fight. However, in that instant, Veniel suddenly grabbed Zeke's leg tightly. Zeke reacted with a faint scoff, implying that if they were to continue until the very end, then so be it. Right after that, Veniel forced himself back up. A dark purple aura began to emerge from his body, and he started laughing loudly. Zeke grew confused at this sudden change, unable to understand why Veniel had started laughing like that. Veniel responded with a smirk as he raised his sword forward. A powerful aura surged from the blade, signaling that everything was about to end, and that Zeke was finished. Zeke showed a hint of surprise at this unexpected shift. Without wasting another moment, Veniel activated the wind-cutting fan technique and unleashed the wind gulp projectile. The attack was extremely powerful. Zeke was unable to block it and was sent flying far away before crashing down. Seeing this, Rick and Rangis became worried for Zeke. Rick reacted in shock at the sight of Zeke being blown away. Edge observed the situation carefully and noted that Zeke's behavior had changed. Someone nearby agreed with that observation. A blue-haired girl, confused, tried to understand what that meant. At that moment, a voice from behind acknowledged the situation, recognizing that it was exactly what one would expect from Edge's. Edge responded in agreement. The scene then revealed that it was actually Leika. She slowly regained her senses as her teammates supported her and carefully brought her over. Leika smiled, clearly impressed, as Edge had noticed the change in Zeke's behavior. She acknowledged that Edge had done a good job recognizing it. Seeing Leika, Sandy, Rangis, and the others felt relieved. They immediately asked if she was all right. Leika sat down and apologized to everyone for making them worry. A blonde boy, still nervous, asked her if she knew the reason behind Zeke's behavioral change. Leika explained that, in her view, Zeke was going through the same condition as her. She recalled that during her previous fight, she had suddenly lost control over her ether. Rangis was left shocked by this revelation. Ricky reacted with disbelief, unable to understand how such a thing could even happen. Leika admitted that she did not know the exact reason, but she pointed out that Lena, who had fought Veniel in their first encounter, had also behaved strangely. She then considered that perhaps Lyra had been in the same state as well. And if that was true, then Zeke must be experiencing it too. Rangis, alarmed, realized what that implied, concluding that Zeke might currently be unable to use his ether. Meanwhile, Veniel burst into loud laughter as he mocked Zeke, claiming that this was the result of his arrogance and that he would make sure Zeke would never challenge him again. He then activated the wind-cutting fan technique, specifically the first secret technique known as Sediment Typhoon. A powerful aura, resembling a raging typhoon, erupted from his body as he charged straight towards Zeke with killing intent. The attack rapidly closed in on Zeke. Watching this, Rangis became terrified for him and shouted his name in panic. Despite facing such an overwhelming technique, Zeke clenched his fist and moved forward. He delivered a powerful punch to Veniel, causing blood to burst from his mouth and nose once again. Veniel collapsed to the ground, completely shocked, unable to understand why this was happening. Zeke's friends were equally stunned by what they had just witnessed. Leika, however, smiled calmly and remarked that even though she had more to say, it seemed Zeke himself did not care about it. As the dust from the clash slowly settled, Zeke was revealed standing there with a wild grin on his face, looking almost like someone who had lost himself in the fight. Veniel clenched his teeth in anger, overwhelmed by confusion over the situation. At that moment, a strange poisonous aura began forming around Zeke's hand. He appeared confused at first, but soon tightened his fist as realization struck him about the nature of the poison. Veniel, filled with rage, clenched his teeth again and found it impossible to believe that Zeke had identified the poison, especially when it was designed to be completely undetectable. Zeke then came to a clear understanding of the situation. He realized that the reason all previous opponents had been defeated so decisively was due to a unique poison that only activated when ether was used. Until he himself activated his ether, even he had failed to notice its presence. He acknowledged Vaniel's skill with a playful smirk. Vaniel, still confused, questioned how Zeke managed to land a hit when the poison should have completely blocked his ether. In response, Zeke casually flexed his biceps, showing no concern. He made it clear that such tricks were useless against a body trained to perfection. Even if his ether was sealed momentarily, it did not mean that someone like him, who considered himself the strongest, would hesitate. Vaniel's anger intensified as he clenched both his fists and teeth, unable to accept that his ether-destroying poison was being called useless. Zeke then mockingly pointed out that the poison seemed harmless to its own creator. He recognized it as a revolutionary creation, one that worked by channeling through ether into others. He even admitted that creating such a poison was admirable. However, despite all its uniqueness, it had no effect on him. Soon after, the poison began leaving Zeke's body through his nose and mouth. As he expelled it completely, Vaniel stood shocked, realizing that Zeke had somehow detoxified himself. Zeke treated the unknown poison as nothing more than an interesting experience. In the end, he believed that everything came down to one's own strength. Relying entirely on poison only proved that Vaniel still had a long way to go. Vaniel, still in shock, reacted strongly to those words. Zeke then calmly moved forward, believing that Vaniel should be satisfied by now, and that it was time to finish the fight. Once again, Vaniel clenched his teeth in anger, overwhelmed by rage and helplessness. Deep down, he felt that the world itself was cruel. Vaniel was suddenly pulled back into the memories of his childhood, where the voice of his mother echoed harshly in his mind. She had always told him to do whatever it takes and become the head of the family, drilling into him the belief that anyone who failed to reach that position was completely worthless. Those words had carved deep scars into his sense of self, shaping the way he viewed his own existence. Along with that, he remembered how people around him constantly praised Leika. They would say that it seemed Leika had already mastered her family's martial arts at a young age. The candidates to become the next head of the family were all described as geniuses, every single one of them except for one, and that one was always him. Whenever his name came up, people would react with dismissal, acknowledging him only to point out that he had the least chance among all the candidates. To them, Vaniel was nothing more than a failure drifting among prodigies. As those memories lingered, Vaniel reflected on himself, realizing that he had always been somewhat average. No matter how hard he tried, his lack of talent would inevitably be exposed, even when compared not just to the two oldest candidates, but also to the youngest. Leika, he found himself completely outmatched. He could not even perform something as simple as basic magic, and for that, his mother would punish him severely, scolding him relentlessly for being so useless. However, in the midst of those painful days, something changed. Vaniel finally discovered what he believed to be his own talent. That talent was poison. It was not swordsmanship, nor magic, nor any noble skill. It was the ability to create and use poison. And in his mind, that was enough. With poison, even he could fight. With poison, he believed he could rise. He became convinced that through this ability, he would become the head of the family. And if he achieved that, his mother would finally recognize him. Yet despite that determination, something inside him twisted further. A dark aura began to pour out from within him, growing heavier and more violent, overwhelmed by anger and years of resentment. He lashed out, screaming uncontrollably. He shouted that no one understood him, that everyone around him constantly compared him to geniuses every single day. No matter how hard he tried, he was nothing compared to their talent. And still, they kept comparing him to Lunar again and again. The pressure suffocated him. The frustration consumed him. He declared that no matter what, he had to fight with everything he had, and no one had the right to speak as if they understood his struggles. Driven into a frenzy, Vaniel attacked Zeke like a mad dog, his movements reckless and fueled by rage. But Zeke remained calm. He blocked the attack effortlessly by grabbing Vaniel's hand, stopping him in place. The dagger slipped from Vaniel's grip and fell to the ground. At that moment, something even more shocking happened. A massive amount of poison began to flow out from Zeke's body, the very poison that Vaniel himself had created. Vaniel was stunned. It was not just him. Rangi's, Leika, Rick, and the rest of Zeke's team were equally shocked. Even Sandy and Edge could not hide their surprise. Sandy questioned what Zeke was doing, unable to comprehend the situation, while Edge remained silent, carefully observing Zeke's actions without interruption. Meanwhile, Zeke used that same poison to surround Vaniel completely. The toxic aura closed in around him, trapping him within his own creation. Instead of weakening him immediately, it pushed Vaniel further into a frenzy. His breathing grew heavier, his movements more erratic, and his expression more feral. He embraced the chaos, shouting that relying on poison was exactly right. To him, as long as he won, nothing else mattered. He admitted that he had no talent for combat, but with poison, he finally had something he could call his own. With poison, he believed he could never lose. Then suddenly, a smirk appeared on his face. Despite the danger, he declared that he had not wanted to use this particular poison. But in order to win, he had no other choice. He revealed that the poison needles hidden within the deadly smoke were so dangerous that even he, who created them, would struggle to counteract their effects. He admitted that he himself had already inhaled some of the smoke, yet he still believed that this would secure his victory. At that moment, Zeke looked at him with a cold, piercing glare, questioning what was going through Vaniel's mind and why he was smiling in such a situation. Then came the turning point. Vaniel noticed something that shattered his confidence entirely. Zeke was holding one of the poisonous needles between his teeth, completely unfazed. Zeke smirked calmly and indicated that it had been the last attack. The realization hit Vaniel like a blow. Shock and disbelief overwhelmed him as his body gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. Zeke then casually spat out the poisonous needle, as if it had been nothing more than a trivial inconvenience. After that, Zeke stepped forward and extended his hand toward Vaniel. The gesture itself was enough to terrify him. Vaniel could not comprehend what kind of person stood before him. Zeke then grabbed his shoulder firmly and told him to listen carefully. He pointed out that Vaniel was wrong about one thing. Vaniel, still confused and shaken, waited for an explanation. Zeke explained that becoming strong did not require talent in martial arts, nor did it require talent in manipulating ether. What truly mattered was the will to win, the burning thirst for victory. That relentless desire was what drove a person toward true strength. Hearing this, Vaniel was left stunned, unable to immediately process the words. Zeke then shifted his tone, becoming stricter, almost like a teacher scolding a student. He addressed what Vaniel had said earlier about having no talent in martial arts, and rejected it outright. He explained that the issue was not a lack of talent, but rather the choice of weapon. The iron fan simply was not suitable for him. After considering for a moment, Zeke suggested that something with a slightly longer handle would suit him better. He gave an unusual example, an umbrella. Vaniel was confused by this suggestion and questioned it internally, unable to understand how an umbrella could be a weapon. Zeke clarified that he was not joking. While it might sound unusual, an umbrella like the iron fan had history and tradition as a weapon. From his perspective, almost anything in the world could be turned into a weapon if used correctly. Vaniel remained silent, processing everything, still confused but beginning to question his own assumptions. He wondered if perhaps the problem was not himself, but whether the tools he had been using were unsuitable from the start. His mother's words echoed once again in his mind, repeating the belief that anyone who could not become the head of the family had no value. The pressure of those expectations clashed with what Zeke was now telling him. Zeke then gently patted his head and observed that Vaniel seemed to lament his lack of combat talent. He reframed the situation entirely, stating that if viewed from a battlefield perspective, Vaniel was actually more of a warrior than anyone else. This statement left Vaniel even more confused. Zeke continued to explain that on the battlefield, as Vaniel himself had said, winning was all that mattered. However, focusing only on warrior pride would prevent someone from protecting anything truly important. In order to win and protect what mattered, one had to use every possible means available. From that perspective, Vaniel's way of thinking was not wrong. What was wrong was where and how he chose to apply that thinking. Vaniel remained silent, absorbing every word. Zeke then stood up, a faint smile appearing on his face, and invited Vaniel to come with him. That simple invitation shocked Vaniel. Zeke extended his hand again, offering him a path forward. He promised that if Vaniel chose to follow him, he would make him as strong as he wanted to be. Vaniel, still irritated and uncertain, questioned whether Zeke was really going to make him stronger. Zeke responded confidently, pointing out that he was already stronger than Vaniel. He laughed lightly, telling him to relax. Under his training, Vaniel would not have time to worry about trivial things like talent. Instead, he would be taught how to truly train and grow stronger. As Vaniel looked at him, He could not help but think that this man spoke with overwhelming confidence, as if everything he said would undoubtedly become reality. Vaniel hesitated and was unable to say anything, while Zeke remarked that he had forgot they were in the middle of a battle. Vaniel stood shocked in that moment. Suddenly, Zeke delivered a powerful punch to Vaniel's chin, sending him flying backward. Zeke then proudly raised his hand and declared that combat truly begins when one wakes up, urging his opponent to come with him. However, Vaniel had already fallen unconscious. The instructor observed the scene and announced that the battle was over. At the same time, the instructor reflected internally, managing to tune everything out at that note. Shortly after, the instructor declared the winner to be the East Wing. Zeke stood proudly with his arms crossed as the members of the East Wing celebrated joyfully. Edge Sandy also shared in their happiness, while the rest of the students remained shocked. Vaniel, having lost, was filled with intense anger. With this, the selection round came to a conclusion. Following the match, the instructor treated the East Wing candidates to a delicious meal, leaving them pleasantly surprised. The instructor then clapped, congratulated them, and proceeded to introduce the details of the special mission. After hearing the instructor, all the students reacted with excitement, noting that the ones who had won were from the East Wing. At the same time, Sandy expressed confusion about why their group was also being called together. Edge responded with a light chuckle, suggesting that perhaps they were about to receive some kind of explanation. Around them, most of the students stopped eating their delicious food and stared ahead in concern. In contrast, Zeke remained completely at ease, calmly continuing his meal. Noticing their reactions, Zeke pointed out that if they did not eat quickly, their food would get cold. His relaxed attitude left everyone stunned, though some began to chuckle at the situation. Leika then questioned how he could stay so calm in such a moment, and wondered about his lack of curiosity regarding what the instructor was about to explain. In response, Zeke loudly and confidently admitted that he was indeed curious. Hearing that, Leika smiled awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed as she acknowledged his answer. Shortly after, the instructor apologized for the delay and allowed everyone to continue eating, while also pointing out that someone had already started ahead of the rest. He encouraged the others to eat as well, explaining that the feast had been prepared as a reward for the strength shown by those who participated in the 66-lesson trials, specifically highlighting the achievement of reaching 86 strength. Upon hearing this praise, the students from the West team felt both happy and slightly shy. Then the instructor announced that the time had come to explain the details of a special mission. At that moment, Edge respectfully asked if their group could also listen. The instructor responded with a smile, allowing it and mentioning that there was a possibility they might participate as well. The moment the announcement was heard, Edge was left completely stunned, the weight of the information settling heavily across the room. The instructor stood firmly, maintaining authority, and began explaining the situation referred to as does, drawing everyone's full attention. A few days earlier, a special crack had been discovered deep within the lands of the Eldragon family, a discovery that immediately caused shock and tension among those who heard it. As the word spread, everyone reacted with visible surprise, and even Zeke, who had been casually eating, stopped midway, abandoning his meal to listen carefully to the instructor's explanation. As he focused, Zeke recalled something from his past studies, thinking about how he had once read about cracks in a book stored within the Dragon Hall, and the memory now seemed far more relevant than ever before. The instructor continued speaking with calm seriousness, explaining that everyone present would already have some level of knowledge about cracks, as they were not entirely unfamiliar phenomena. However, he clarified that what they were dealing with now was something entirely different, something far more unusual, as they were probably not familiar with special cracks. He went on to explain that, in simple terms, these special cracks could not be conquered using normal methods, making them extremely dangerous and unpredictable compared to ordinary ones. This clarification deepened the tension among the students. Leika, unable to fully grasp the meaning, reacted with confusion, trying to understand what exactly made these cracks so different and why they could not be handled in the usual way. The instructor responded by elaborating further, stating that the special crack discovered this time came with strict limitations, and those limitations were highly specific and unavoidable. Only 7 individuals with a 3-star level or lower were allowed to enter this crack, and this restriction was absolute. He emphasized that there was a 97% certainty that if anyone with 4 stars or more attempted to enter, or if the number of permitted individuals was exceeded, they would immediately be forced out by the crack itself. Hearing this, students from all directions, west, east, north, and south teams, listened intently, absorbing every word with serious expressions, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The instructor continued, reinforcing the importance of these conditions, explaining that if the requirements were not met, not even the head of the family himself would be able to enter the special rift. This made it clear that no exceptions existed, regardless of status or power. Because of this, he stressed that accessing the crack required strict respect for these conditions, and any attempt to bypass them would be futile. Although there were indeed 3-star warriors among the Eldragon soldiers who could potentially qualify, the instructor explained that due to the recent increase in the appearance of cracks, the family unfortunately did not have enough personnel to handle everything at once. It was precisely for this reason that their attention had turned toward the students, placing unexpected responsibility upon them. As the explanation deepened, the instructor revealed something even more significant, stating that within this special crack, there was a very high possibility that the magic water necessary to awaken magical power existed. The moment this was heard, shock spread once again through the group, the importance of the mission suddenly escalating to an entirely new level. Rick, confused yet curious, struggled to understand what exactly this magic water was. Zeke, however, reacted instantly, his thoughts aligning with what he already knew, realizing with certainty what the instructor was referring to. The instructor then clarified the concept, explaining that AGI was the key, and that by drinking the magic water, a person would gain the ability to convert ether into magic power. This transformation was essential, as it allowed the human body to properly handle and utilize magic. Upon hearing this, Zeke became overwhelmingly excited, unable to contain his joy. His eyes sparkled brightly with enthusiasm as he imagined the possibilities, his earlier seriousness replaced by pure excitement as he celebrated the idea of magic. The instructor continued, shifting the focus to the broader world, explaining that, as everyone already knew, the world was governed by the 8 families, known collectively as the 8 gates of the hegemonial, and among them was their own Eldragon family. However, despite being one of these powerful families, there was a crucial disadvantage that set Eldragon apart. While the other families possessed Lena, the magical fountain from which magic originates, the Eldragon family was the only one that did not possess such a source. Because of this absence, magic water held immense importance for them, representing a rare and valuable opportunity. Summarizing everything, the instructor clarified that the current mission was straightforward in its objective yet extremely critical in execution. They had to conquer the special crack and recover the magic water. It was a mission of utmost importance, one that carried immense weight and responsibility, and failure was not an option. However, there was an additional complication. The location where the crack had appeared was dangerously close to the territory of the Cerberus family, another of the 8 gates of the hegemonial. This meant that it was highly likely that the Cerberus family would also attempt to claim the crack for themselves, turning the situation into a potential conflict. Taking all these factors into account, the instructor concluded by explaining the purpose behind the selection tests. These tests were being conducted to identify and choose those individuals who were 3 stars or lower, yet possessed sufficient ability and strength to undertake this dangerous mission. The room remained heavy with anticipation as the full scope of the challenge settled in, connecting every detail into a single, high-stakes objective that now rested on the shoulders of the chosen few. As the instructor's explanation settled in, Edge quietly processed everything before turning towards Sandy, expressing his understanding of the situation with a calm realization. From what he had grasped, it seemed clear to him that the 7 members from the East Wing who had won would be the ones placed in charge of the Special Rift Conquest mission. Hearing this, Sandy responded with a subtle smile, acknowledging his conclusion. However, the instructor continued speaking, adding an important clarification. Although the results of the tests had declared the East Wing as victorious, this did not mean that the 7 selected members from the East Wing would automatically become the conquest team. This distinction shifted the atmosphere once again, realizing that his assumption had not been entirely correct. Edge reacted with a mix of surprise and satisfaction, quietly pleased that he had at least partially understood the situation. Sandy, noticing this, let out a small chuckle. Then, with a sudden shift in intensity, the instructor forcefully placed his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention back to him. He firmly declared that from this point onward, Under the leadership of the East Wing, the conquest team for the Special Rift would be formed. However, instead of being limited to a single group, the team would be chosen from among everyone present there. This announcement sent a wave of shock and unease through the room, leaving many students both terrified and confused about what was to come. The instructor continued, explaining the reasoning behind the earlier battles, the purpose of making everyone fight until the very end, regardless of victory or defeat, had been to observe and share the skills and characteristics of each individual's martial arts. Through this process, they were able to establish proper evaluation criteria for forming the most suitable conquest team. Still, he admitted that there were some individuals who had not been able to fully demonstrate their true potential. After saying this, his gaze shifted directly toward Zeke, singling him out in front of everyone. With deliberate authority, he declared that Zeke would be the one to choose the members of the conquest team. The sudden responsibility hit Zeke completely off guard, causing him to choke in surprise, with food nearly falling from his mouth as he struggled to process what had just been assigned to him. The instructor questioned his reaction, pointing out that there was no reason for such surprise, since Zeke was the representative of the East Wing. Zeke hesitated, trying to explain that it had not been something he had intended or expected. Feeling the pressure, he quickly turned toward Leika, attempting to push the responsibility onto her, and insisting that she should be the one to decide instead. Leika, completely unprepared for this, froze in shock, unable to respond immediately. Zeke, however, continued speaking in his usual unpredictable manner, acknowledging that his own participation in the mission was mandatory. Even so, he questioned whether this arrangement truly made sense. With a sudden shift in tone, he boldly declared that if he were allowed to choose freely, he would simply form a one-man conquest team, taking on the entire mission by himself. This outrageous statement left Leika stunned, unable to comprehend what he was suggesting. She struggled to respond, pointing out that while it sounded absurd, knowing Zeke, it was not entirely impossible for him to attempt something like that. Zeke, seemingly pleased with her reaction, continued speaking in a scattered, yet confident manner, suggesting that she should consider the situation carefully, evaluate the top individuals, and use her own knowledge and judgment to make the decision. After a brief moment, he casually concluded that everything seemed fine and decided to hand over the position of representative to Leika. The instructor, slightly taken aback, questioned whether Zeke was truly certain about this decision. He reminded him that leading the Conqueror team would bring him one step closer to becoming the next head of the family. Zeke responded without hesitation, casually stating that he had no intention of becoming the family head at all. This declaration shocked everyone in the room, with Vaniel being particularly affected, unable to hide the surprise. Edge immediately questioned this statement, struggling to understand how someone could reject such a powerful position. Sandy also reacted with disbelief, wondering whether Zeke was actually serious. Leika, however, confirmed that he was being completely genuine in what he was saying. Zeke continued, explaining that such a position held no real value for him. What he considered important was pursuing his own path, his own goals, and his own business. Edge tried to reason with him, pointing out that if he were to rise to the position of family head, he would gain control over the entire Eldragon family and wield immense power. But Zeke dismissed the idea entirely, stating that he had no need for something like that. For him, there was only one true objective that mattered. He declared that the only thing he sought was the ultimate end of martial arts, the absolute pinnacle of strength and mastery. Hearing this, the entire room fell into stunned silence, as everyone turned their gaze toward Zeke, unable to ignore the intensity and conviction behind his words. Zeke's expression softened into a confident smile as he turned toward Leika, reassuring her not to worry about him. Instead, he shifted the focus entirely onto her, urging her to concentrate on the task at hand and choose the members she would take for the mission. Leika, still feeling the weight of the responsibility, slowly stood up. Despite the pressure, she gathered herself and accepted the role with determination. With a serious expression and a sense of duty, she prepared to announce her choices, ready to decide who would be part of the conquest team. As the moment built, the scene smoothly shifted to another location, where the head of a powerful family sat in a commanding position. Beside him rested a terrifying two-headed wolf, radiating a menacing presence that added to the tension of the setting. The head remained calm, casually smoking, when an assistant approached and delivered urgent news. Upon hearing the report, the head reacted with sharp interest, questioning whether the information he had just received was truly accurate. The assistant confirmed without hesitation that a special crack had indeed been discovered within the forest of the abundant dog. A smirk slowly spread across the head's face as he processed the information, realizing that the Eldragon family, whom he referred to mockingly as lizards, had already begun making their move. However, his tone quickly shifted to irritation as he questioned why he was only learning about this development now. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and everyone present became visibly nervous. The assistant, overwhelmed by fear, bowed deeply and apologized, explaining that they had been skillfully deceived, which caused the delay in discovering the crack. The head continued to smoke, his smirk returning as he reflected on recent events. He recalled hearing that the so-called lizards who had infiltrated the forest of the abundant dog had been behaving in a strangely provocative manner. Now everything made sense to him, and he acknowledged their plan as clever. Curiosity flickered in his expression as he wondered whether there was something particularly valuable or interesting about this special crack, judging by their actions. The assistant responded by explaining that it was highly likely that the crack contained Caglia Magical, something of great significance. Hearing this, the head calmly acknowledged the situation, realizing that it was no surprise the opposing side would want to obtain it at any cost. He then asked about the conditions required to enter the special crack. The assistant explained that the limit allowed only individuals of 3 stars or lower. With a restricted number of participants, the head reacted with a confident smirk, noting that such conditions did not seem especially difficult to meet. However, he also recognized that the opposing side had already taken the lead and would likely occupy all the available positions. The assistant added more information, explaining that the Eldragon side did not have enough capacity to send their trained soldiers. Instead, they were reportedly sending young trainees who had not yet reached higher ranks. This revelation surprised the head, who reacted with disbelief at the idea that they planned to conquer such an important crack with a group that had not even reached proper rank levels. The assistant, uncertain, asked what course of action they should take, suggesting whether they should immediately form a team of 3 stars or lower. The head considered the situation carefully, acknowledging that it was already too late to start forming such a team from scratch. However, he pointed out an important detail. When it came to special Lena cracks and such rare opportunities, there was no doubt that the heirs of the Eldragon family would also be involved. This realization shocked the assistant, who immediately understood the implications. The head then shifted his attention and asked how many deception bracelets remained in their possession. The assistant quickly recalled that there were approximately 4 left. A dangerous smirk formed on the head's face as he issued a decisive order. He declared that he did not care if all the bracelets were used, commanding the assistant to go and eliminate all those young trainees. The assistant hesitated, clearly shocked, questioning whether such a decision was truly appropriate given that they did not know when they would be able to acquire more deception bracelets. The head dismissed the concern without hesitation, stating that there was no point in being stingy with resources that would otherwise gather dust in storage. In his view, it was far more productive to use them all at once in a moment like this. As he continued speaking, his tone grew darker, almost amused, as he imagined the reaction of the Eldragon leader when faced with the consequences of such actions. With a sinister grin spreading across his face, he found the thought deeply satisfying, as if the outcome itself would bring him a twisted sense of reward. Zeke shifts his focus toward the companions he is about to leave behind, making it clear through his demeanor that they will not be spared from hardship. In his view, their current strength is far from sufficient, and improvement is not optional but necessary. Without hesitation, he throws them into an unforgiving training routine. The first exercise immediately sets the tone, as they are forced to perform push-ups while bearing the crushing weight of enormous boulders pressing down on their backs. The strain is overwhelming, yet Zeke offers no relief. The intensity escalates as Rangus, and the others are driven into endurance training that borders on merciless. They are made to run at full speed, while dragging massive stones behind them. Their bodies push to their limits with every step. Rick and Marin observe the ordeal with visible dread, questioning whether such punishment is truly required. Their unease is met with a deceptively innocent expression from Zeke, whose almost playful look contrasts sharply with the brutality of the exercises. Understanding the futility of resistance, the group forces uneasy smiles and accepts the situation. They recognize that arguing would only make matters worse when Zeke has assumed the role of instructor. Satisfied with their compliance, Zeke acknowledges them with a subtle nod before moving on to the next stage of training. His attention turns to Raymond, the blonde shield user. Zeke introduces a new and intimidating tool, massive enchanted stones known as regeneration stones. These objects, prepared in advance, immediately confuse the group. Their purpose is not obvious at first glance. Zeke explains that these stones possess a dangerous characteristic. Any force applied to them is reflected back with amplified intensity, multiplied many times over. The explanation is accompanied by the memory of his own painful experience with such stones, reinforcing the seriousness of the situation. Despite the obvious risk, Zeke expresses confidence in his approach. He declares his intention to strike one of the stones, using nothing but physical strength, deliberately avoiding the use of source power. The announcement leaves his companion stunned. The idea appears reckless to the point of absurdity. Nonetheless, Zeke prepares himself with calm focus and delivers a clean, unenhanced punch to the stone. The observers are left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could attempt such a thing without protection. Zeke remains composed, fully aware that the returning force will be devastating. As expected, the stone releases an explosive surge of energy that rebounds toward him. The sheer magnitude of the impact suggests certain injury. Yet Zeke had anticipated this. Instead of absorbing the full force directly, he employs a basic shield to intercept the shockwave. The shield cracks under the strain, but it successfully demonstrates his point. This method, though risky, serves as a clear example for Raymond. The lesson focuses on mastering defensive techniques, either by enduring the impact head-on or redirecting it effectively. Raymond, realizing the difficulty of such training, feels a deep sense of pressure. Next, Zeke directs his attention to Selene. He hands her a sword and instructs her to attack the regeneration stone using her source power. She complies with determination, unleashing a rapid sequence of strikes. However, her attacks lack precision, landing across multiple points rather than concentrating on a single target. As a result, the stone recovers almost instantly, negating her efforts. Zeke identifies the flaw immediately. Her strength is scattered rather than focused, allowing the stone's regenerative ability to outpace her attacks. He clarifies that her training will revolve around refining her focus, channeling all her energy into one precise point. To illustrate this principle, he demonstrates the technique himself. With a single, fluid motion, he delivers one perfectly concentrated strike. The impact penetrates the stone's core, causing cracks to spread across its entire surface. The display leaves Selene astonished. The precision and power achieved in a single blow surpass anything she had imagined. Zeke explains that her current style prioritizes rapid, numerous attacks, but advancing further requires a shift in mindset. Each strike must carry intention and accuracy, rather than relying on volume. Selene accepts this guidance with gratitude, understanding the path she must now follow. Zeke then turns to Rangus, who braces himself for another grueling challenge. Contrary to expectations, Zeke presents him with something unexpectedly simple, a delicate white feather. Despite its simplicity, the task proves far from easy. A swirling green aura of wind energy begins to form around the feather, immediately capturing Rangus's attention. The energy resembles a technique associated with a powerful figure, one that Rangus recognizes instantly. Zeke reveals that he learned to replicate this ability after experiencing it firsthand in battle. The explanation defies logic, leaving Rangus unable to comprehend how such a feat is possible. Ignoring the disbelief, Zeke proceeds to outline the objective. Rangus must learn to control the flow of wind with such precision that he can manipulate the feather without physical contact. To demonstrate, Zeke performs a seemingly impossible act. He balances the feather using controlled bursts of wind generated through his movements, maintaining its position with extraordinary accuracy. The challenge lies in the feather's lightness, which makes it extremely sensitive to even the slightest disturbance. Zeke explains that true mastery requires a shift in approach. Instead of attempting to dominate or control the wind forcefully, Rangus must learn to align himself with its natural flow. Through another demonstration, Zeke shows how subtle movements can create gentle currents capable of lifting and guiding the feather. The lesson emphasizes surrender rather than control, suggesting that true command over the element comes from understanding and harmony. Rangus struggles to grasp the concept, yet the depth of the technique leaves a strong impression on him. As the training session concludes, Zeke's composure reflects the confidence of someone who has already reached a higher level of mastery. His companions are left overwhelmed, each facing a daunting path of growth. Before they can fully process the experience, a voice calls out to Zeke, urging him to hurry. The reminder pulls him back to the present moment. With a brief farewell, Zeke entrusts his friends with their respective training tasks and departs to join the mission team. Rangus, shaken by the challenge ahead, begins to doubt his ability to succeed. However, support from his companions helps him regain his determination. The emotional weight of the moment transforms his uncertainty into resolve. Meanwhile, preparations for the mission are underway. A group of selected individuals gathers, forming an unconventional team composed of both allies and rivals. The lineup reflects a strategic decision, combining different strengths to maximize their chances of success. Despite underlying tensions, the team moves forward with a shared objective. Elsewhere, discussions unfold regarding the mission's risks. Concerns arise about potential interference from rival forces, as well as the possibility of betrayal once the objective is achieved. Confidence in the team's abilities remains strong, particularly due to Zeke's presence. Observers note that his capabilities defy conventional evaluation, making him an unpredictable yet invaluable asset. Speculation about his origins intensifies as his abilities are compared to legendary techniques reserved for the highest authority within his lineage. The similarities are too significant to ignore, raising questions about how he could possess such knowledge without formal training. Investigations into his past reveal no clear explanation, deepening the mystery. The idea emerges that Zeke's talent may transcend ordinary understanding. Some consider the possibility that his abilities are tied to something far older and more profound. This theory, though difficult to accept, gains weight as more evidence aligns with it. The notion of reincarnation is quietly suggested, linking him to figures of immense historical significance. The revelation leaves a lasting impact on those who hear it. What initially seemed impossible begins to feel plausible in the face of Zeke's extraordinary feats. His presence alone challenges established beliefs about strength, talent, and legacy. The head observed everyone's reaction and noticed their growing nervousness, then dismissed the situation by calling it an absurd story. He reasoned that if the kid truly possessed that level of power, then wild dogs like those would be insignificant to him. The scene then transitioned smoothly to 1 week later, where all the instructors and students had gathered in a jungle. Freya appeared visibly worried as she asked about the whereabouts of the vice leader of the Black Dragon Squadron. An instructor hesitantly explained that when they realized the situation, the vice leader had already disappeared. The word disappeared lingered heavily in the air. Freya reacted with concern, recalling that they had promised to send more personnel. Yet she remained unsure whether he would be safe. Her attention shifted as she noticed that others had just arrived. At that moment, Leika approached, with Zeke following behind her. Leika energetically spoke about running and moving along the fastest path, questioning how one could expend energy before the mission, and why instructor Freya was present there. Freya responded coldly, clarifying that she was no longer acting as their instructor, but was instead on a mission for the protection of the special domain. Leika realized they were dealing with a special domain, prompting Freya to explain that certain cracks could influence the outside world and create such domains, and that this was one of those cases. As Zeke listened, he observed the dark trees and felt a familiar energy, similar to the black mist that had emanated from the raging boar he had previously fought. He reflected that he had never considered that phenomenon to be an effect of a crack. Zeke questioned why Freya was protecting the special domain. Freya explained that her purpose was to contain and sabotage the Cerberus family. When Leika asked what sabotage meant, Freya elaborated that conquering the rift and obtaining the magic water would undoubtedly strengthen the Eldragon family, something their rivals would not welcome. Leika acknowledged this explanation, and Freya added that they also eliminated monsters expelled from the special domain. Among other duties, Zeke showed curiosity about the term expelled, prompting Freya to clarify that the entry limit for the special rift was restricted to 7 3-star individuals. Edge confirmed that he had heard the same. Freya then demonstrated by placing her hand on the domain barrier, explaining that those who did not meet the requirements, including herself, were expelled. She further clarified that monsters of 4 stars or higher were also excluded. Only those meeting the criteria could enter, and entry operated on a strict first-come, first-served basis. Once participants entered, no one else could join until the rift was conquered or completely cleared. Zeke placed his hand on the domain with ease. Surprising Freya, internally, he analyzed the barrier as something that selected participants. although it was said to be indestructible by force. The more he heard, the more he felt tempted to test it. His smirk made Freya uneasy, prompting her to remind him to listen carefully when others spoke. Zeke responded playfully, assuring her that he had been listening, though Freya immediately called out his lie. Freya then warned that they did not know when members of the Cerberus family might arrive, so they needed to proceed quickly. Turning to the students, she asked if they were ready. The group responded with determination that they were prepared. Freya wished them good luck in conquering the domain. The group entered the domain and soon encountered a herd of massive deer with enormous antlers charging toward them. Vaniel stepped forward, prepared to strike, and swiftly killed them all in a single attack. His companion praised his performance as magnificent, while Vaniel quietly stared at his weapon. This moment triggered Edge's memory of an earlier encounter. He recalled secretly watching Zeke hand Vaniel a weapon. Zeke had instructed him to take it, reminding him that he always followed through on his promises, including training him, since the mission would involve real combat. Zeke insisted that Vaniel use the staff. Vaniel questioned the decision, pointing out the importance of the mission and his lack of familiarity with the weapon. Zeke insisted anyway, frustrated. Vaniel threw the weapon aside and refused, questioning why he should use something he did not understand. As Vaniel walked away, Zeke used the weapon's aura from behind, releasing a powerful wind energy that shocked Vaniel. Vaniel questioned why Zeke was using wind energy. Zeke dismissed the concern and again urged him to use the weapon. Vaniel initially refused, repeatedly saying no, while Zeke persistently insisted like a stubborn child. The exchange escalated until Vaniel, exhausted, collapsed, and finally accepted the weapon, admitting there was no reasoning with Zeke. Zeke then explained that, although there was no umbrella available, the cane served as a substitute with similar handling to a Lin Paragon. He declared that this time, Vaniel would train specifically for that style. Vaniel expressed doubt, pointing out his lack of basic knowledge or techniques. Zeke reassured him, claiming he had created a technique tailored specifically for him and revealed its name. The scene shifted back to the present, where Vaniel reflected on the technique, known as the Phantom Wind Umbrella Technique. He found it hard to believe that Zeke could create a technique from scratch, yet he recognized that since adopting it, his movements had become sharper and perfectly aligned with his wind attribute. Edge observed this and wondered if Zeke had truly created a personalized technique. Zeke praised Vaniel's last strike, while Vaniel's companion confirmed that the technique had indeed been created by Zeke. She whispered in amazement, questioning who Zeke really was. Vaniel, still frustrated, admitted he did not know. Meanwhile, Lyra approached Zeke with a smile and asked him directly whether he had created the technique. Zeke proudly confirmed that he had. Lyra reacted with surprise and excitement, clapping happily. Sandy, however, dismissed the claim as impossible. Edge countered that, considering Zeke, it somehow made sense. Sandy insisted that regardless of what others believed, she would not tolerate being obstructed, directing her frustration toward Vaniel and his companion. Vaniel reacted angrily, demanding clarification. Sandy arrogantly criticized him, claiming he could not fight properly without relying on poison, and was now using a technique he did not understand. Vaniel and his companion snapped back, demanding respect and warning her about her language. Sandy retaliated, accusing them of being upset by the truth and belittling them further. Leika attempted to calm her, urging her not to get so angry. Edge stepped in with a laugh, trying to diffuse the tension by reminding everyone that they were partners in conquering the special rift and needed to cooperate. Sandy strongly objected, questioning how she could cooperate with those who had nearly killed Leika using poison. She declared her disagreement with the team selection. Edge and Leika tried to restrain her. Zeke then asked Lyra if she had any thoughts on the matter. Lyra responded indifferently, stating she did not care as long as she could participate in the mission. Zeke found her attitude amusing and praised her broad-mindedness. Sandy, still upset, questioned Leika's decision to include such individuals. Leika explained that, although she was not as pragmatic as Lyra, she recognized the outstanding skills of those individuals and believed they were necessary for the mission. Vaniel's companion sarcastically remarked that at least the leader seemed sensible, unlike her older cousin. This provoked Sandy further, causing her to lash out again, only to be restrained by Edge, who tried to keep the mood light. Amid the tension, Leika expressed concern about whether the group would truly be able to function effectively. Zeke reflected internally that the aftermath of the selection test was still affecting them. preventing trust and cooperation. He noted that each member had their own unresolved thoughts, making the group unstable. He considered that if they could understand and accept each other, they might become trustworthy companions. Leika then drew everyone's attention to the crack ahead. Zeke reacted with excitement upon seeing an actual crack in space. Leika shifted into leadership mode, warning the group that they did not know what awaited them inside, and urging everyone to remain focused. The group steadied themselves with determination. Zeke stretched his arms and encouraged everyone to proceed. At that moment, he sensed someone entering the domain from behind and briefly looked back. When Lyra asked if something was wrong, Zeke dismissed it and urged the group to move forward immediately. With that, everyone focused their attention on the crack and prepared to enter together. Step by step, they moved closer toward what seems to be the core of the anomaly, fully aware that whatever lies ahead may be their toughest challenge yet. As they cross into the heart of the domain, their caution proves justified almost instantly. The moment they enter, the situation spirals out of control. Panic erupts without warning. Leika is overcome with sheer terror, her reaction immediate and visceral. Edge's expression twists as fear takes hold, while Sandy is left stunned, struggling to process what's happening. The ground beneath them disappears as if it had never existed. In an instant, the entire group is plunged into open air, their bodies dropping rapidly through an endless sky. The sudden shift leaves no time to think. Leika tries to regain control of the situation, attempting to steady everyone mentally and urging them to focus on finding a way to land safely. But events move faster than anyone can react. Out of nowhere, a massive bird descends with terrifying speed. Its presence is overwhelming, and before anyone can intervene, it snatches Zeke clean out of the air. The action is so sudden that it leaves the rest of the team helpless to respond. Sandy watches in horror as the scene unfolds, her attention torn between Zeke being carried away and Leika continuing to fall toward the forest far below. Zeke himself barely has time to comprehend what's happening. One moment he is falling alongside his team, and the next he is being hauled away through the sky. The sheer unpredictability of the situation leaves him momentarily stunned. Below, Leika desperately gestures toward the sky, her focus locked on Zeke as he disappears into the distance. Her concern for him is immediate and overwhelming, but Edges quickly forces her attention back to reality. He emphasizes the urgency of their own survival as the ground rushes closer with alarming speed. Faced with the inevitable, Leika braces herself for impact, preparing for the worst. Nearby, Vaniel reacts with visible irritation, clearly unimpressed by the chaos surrounding him. He calls upon his attendant, Alan, and without hesitation, the two shift into action. Alan executes a newly mastered technique, channeling wind into a protective form reminiscent of an umbrella. At the same time, Vaniel unleashes his own refined wind-based abilities. The combination of their techniques generates a powerful whirlwind beneath the falling group. The swirling air forms a cushioning barrier, slowing their descent and reducing the severity of the fall. The effect is immediate. The violent drop is softened, giving them a chance to survive what would have otherwise been a devastating impact. Edges manages to seize a sturdy tree branch at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding a direct collision with the ground. Vaniel and Alan land with precision, their control over the wind allowing them to touch down smoothly. The others are not as fortunate. Leika and Sandy hit the ground hard, the impact sending waves of pain through their bodies. Sandy voices her frustration at the rough landing, clearly shaken. Vaniel, however, shows little sympathy, dismissing the situation with cold indifference. Edges steps in quickly, attempting to ease the tension by pointing out that without their intervention, the outcome would have been far worse. Leela slowly pushes herself upright, acknowledging the pain, but confirming that she is still able to continue. The group takes a moment to recover as Edges scans their surroundings. The environment is unfamiliar and unsettling, unlike anything they have encountered before. Recognizing the uncertainty ahead, he suggests they take advantage of the moment to recover, encouraging everyone to use healing resources while they can. With the immediate danger behind them, Leika turns her attention to Vaniel and Alan. She expresses genuine gratitude for their actions, acknowledging that they saved the team from a far worse fate. The response she receives is distant. Vaniel dismisses the thanks, framing his actions as a necessity for the mission, rather than an act of goodwill. Sandy reacts with mild frustration, wishing for at least a hint of acknowledgement. Alan then shifts the focus to a more pressing concern, Zeke's sudden disappearance. The question of what to do next hangs heavily over the group. Vaniel's response is blunt, suggesting that they simply move on without him. This sparks curiosity, leading Leela to question whether he might actually be concerned despite his words. His reaction is immediate and defensive, denying any such feeling, though his demeanor suggests otherwise. Sandy observes this contradiction, noting his inability to be honest about his own thoughts. Surprisingly, Edges sides with Vaniel's perspective, arguing that worrying about someone like Zeke may be unnecessary. This unexpected confidence catches Sandy off guard, prompting her to question how he can be so certain. Leika's agreement only deepens her confusion. Frustration builds as she tries to understand how the others perceive Zeke. In their minds, memories of his past actions surface, his relentless training, his intense presence, and his overwhelming strength. These recollections shape a shared conclusion among them. To them, Zeke is something far beyond ordinary. As this realization settles in, Sandy begins to question whether her own perception is the outlier. Edges brings the conversation back to the immediate problem, reminding everyone that regardless of their opinions, they still need to regroup with him. The challenge lies in figuring out where to begin. At this point, Leela offers a crucial piece of information. During their fall, she managed to catch sight of something unusual in the distance, a distinct pillar of light. While Alan expresses doubt that anyone could maintain awareness during such chaos, Leela remains confident. She indicates a specific direction within the dense forest, certain of what she saw. Her certainty surprises the group. When questioned, she explains that she briefly surveyed the surroundings mid-fall and committed the location to memory. The display of awareness earns admiration, particularly from Sandy, who is visibly impressed. Building on this information, Leika quickly and decisively forms a plan. She recalls that the bird carrying Zeke was heading in the same direction as the strange, glowing light. This connection provides them with a clear and immediate objective. Rather than wandering aimlessly through the unknown terrain, they decide to head toward the towering pillar of light, believing it may lead them closer to him. The group agrees without much hesitation, recognizing that Zeke himself would likely be drawn to something so unusual and mysterious. Meanwhile, far from the others, Zeke's situation unfolds in a completely different and far more perilous manner. Despite the circumstances, he appears surprisingly composed and observant. Rather than panicking, he reflects on the unexpected turn of events with a sense of curiosity and intrigue. Being seized by a massive creature, the very moment he entered the rift, is not something he had anticipated. Yet he treats it as a strangely novel experience. The encounter introduces him to something entirely new, an attack originating from another dimension. Even the sheer shock of it fails to unsettle him for long. Instead, he regards it as a rare opportunity to learn and adapt. Though separated from his team, he shows no real concern for their ability to manage without him. His confidence in them remains steady and unshaken. As the bird continues its long, powerful flight, its behavior suddenly shifts. The subtle change signals that their journey is nearing its end. Without warning or ceremony, the creature abruptly releases him. Zeke begins to fall once again, this time completely alone. Looking downward, he quickly understands exactly where he is headed. Below him sits a massive, crudely built nest perched precariously atop a jagged mountain peak. The structure is enormous, and within it are 3 large, restless chicks, each one eagerly awaiting food. Their attention locks onto him instantly. The young birds react with visible excitement, their anticipation unmistakable, as they prepare to receive what they perceive as their next meal. As Zeke descends rapidly toward them, the situation becomes painfully clear. He is the target, and to them, he is nothing more than food falling straight into their grasp. After settling the situation with the starving chicks somewhere off-screen, the danger around Zeke finally faded. The young hatchlings that had nearly torn him apart moments earlier were no longer acting aggressive. Instead, the little creature that had once looked ferocious now trembled pitifully, sweat dripping down its tiny body as it whimpered in complete defeat. Zeke brushed the dirt from his clothes and reflected on how close he had come to becoming bird food immediately after arriving in this strange place. Taking in his surroundings, he quickly realized that this world was nothing like the one he came from. Everything about it felt hostile, wild, and unfamiliar. His attention shifted toward the enormous bird family nearby. These giant fluffy creatures hardly matched the terrifying image he had imagined when hearing stories about chaos monsters. Curious, he reached out and gently touched the massive mother bird, finding her surprisingly soft and oddly adorable despite her intimidating size. As he climbed across her back, his expression slowly changed. The creature's condition was terrible. Her feathers were tangled and dull, her body painfully thin, and every movement carried exhaustion. Zeke inspected her more carefully and confirmed that she was badly weakened, likely injured as well. The bird flinched slightly under his touch, revealing just how much pain she had been hiding. Standing before the frail creature, Zeke wondered what could have reduced such a massive being to this miserable state. But before he could think further, his mood shifted. For some time now, he had sensed an unsettling presence stalking them from afar, and it was rapidly approaching. Soon the answer revealed itself. Far in the distance, the sky darkened beneath a massive swarm of approaching figures. Countless insect-like monsters surged through the air, wrapped in an eerie purple aura that radiated pure hostility. The moment the mother bird noticed them, panic consumed her. Instinctively, she retreated behind Zeke, treating him as the only thing standing between her family and death. At that moment, Zeke understood everything. These insects were the true chaos monsters. The starving bird family had become their prey, and the swarm had returned to finish the hunt. He calmly assessed the enemies closing in around them. The smaller locust-like creatures were around 3-star level, dangerous enough on their own, but their leader was clearly stronger, a true 4-star threat. Glancing back at the mother bird and her chicks, Zeke saw how pitiful their situation really was. The family was starving, exhausted, and barely surviving. Despite the hopeless odds, the mother bird's fear slowly began to change. At first, she looked ready to flee, believing escape was their only option. Yet as she looked down at her trembling chicks, something fierce awakened inside her. Driven by pure maternal instinct, the weakened creature spread her wings wide and positioned herself protectively over her young, preparing to fight to the very end, even if it meant certain death. The sight amused Zeke in the best possible way. A faint smile appeared on his face as he watched the bird stand her ground. Even the tiny chicks joined in, puffing out their chests and chirping defiantly beside their mother. Their courage in the face of overwhelming terror impressed him deeply, and that spirit made his decision for him. As the chaos swarm descended, with murderous intent filling the air, the mother bird lunged forward to confront them. Zeke moved beside her without hesitation, charging directly into the incoming horde. One of the smaller locust monsters rushed toward him first. Zeke intercepted it effortlessly, seizing the creature by its grotesque head, before crushing it with a single devastating punch. The insect's skull exploded instantly, spraying green gore everywhere. Covered in bug blood, Zeke's eyes gleamed with dangerous excitement. The first enemy had fallen easily, but the swarm remained undeterred. The 4-star leader and the countless insects behind it continued their relentless advance, as though the death of their ally meant nothing at all. Behind him, the mother bird stared in complete disbelief. Her beak hung open as she struggled to comprehend the monstrous strength this strange human possessed so casually. Then Zeke finally decided to become serious. A terrifying blood-red aura erupted from his body, dark energy radiating outward as his eyes glowed ominously. The atmosphere itself seemed to freeze under the pressure he unleashed. High above the battlefield, a gigantic draconic eye materialized in the sky, staring down upon the swarm with overwhelming dominance. The effect was immediate. Every insect in the swarm froze in terror, completely paralyzed beneath the crushing force of Zeke's dragon pressure. His silhouette darkened beneath the ominous aura as he silently gave them a final warning. Retreat now or face complete annihilation. The draconic presence hanging above them made the outcome painfully clear. Unable to endure the suffocating pressure, the swarm finally broke. The insects abandoned their attack and fled into the distance in complete panic. Watching them disappear, Zeke casually remarked to himself that the creatures had terrible taste anyway. Even so, there was a certain excitement in battle that he found himself enjoying more and more lately. Still, after the enemies vanished, exhaustion briefly crossed his face. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he admitted internally that using dragon pressure while still weakened placed a considerable strain on his body. Nearby, the mother bird continued staring at him in stunned silence. Her trembling had not stopped, but now it came from sheer awe rather than fear. As she slowly approached the corpse of the dead bug, she nudged it weakly with her beak, clearly drawn by hunger. Zeke noticed immediately. Without hesitation, he gestured toward the carcass, offering it to her as food. The starving bird wasted no time and tore into the chaos monster desperately, finally getting nourishment after what was clearly a long period of suffering. A brief flashback revealed the full story. Earlier, while searching for food for her starving chicks, the mother bird had been ambushed by this same swarm of chaos bugs. barely surviving the encounter. She escaped with severe injuries. On her return journey, exhausted and desperate, she had spotted Zeke falling from the sky and instinctively viewed him as potential prey. Back in the present, the situation had completely changed. The chicks now slept peacefully beside their mother, their tiny bodies sprawled out with full stomachs, while drool dripped from their beaks in contentment. Looking at the sleeping family, Zeke reflected on how he had almost become bait for them earlier. Somehow, though, the strange encounter felt almost destined. And because of that feeling, he made a decision. The mother bird lifted her head in confusion as Zeke looked toward her with renewed determination. Seeing how desperately the family needed food, he decided he would help transform the weak creature into a true predator, one powerful enough that she and her chicks would never suffer from starvation again. Excitement returned to his face as he flexed his arm confidently. The hunt was about to begin. Elsewhere, deep within the forest below, another scene unfolded. A sharp blade pierced through the corpse of yet another chaos bug, while a group of sharply dressed men surveyed the battlefield. These individuals belonged to the Cerberus family, their formal suits and fedoras giving them the appearance of refined gentlemen, despite the violence surrounding them. Their leader calmly examined the remains of the battle before dismissing the mysterious rift and dead insects as insignificant distractions. At his command, the men unsheathed sleek katanas in unison. Standing amidst the carnage with his own blade gleaming ominously, the leader finally announced that the true mission could now begin. The lizard hunt had officially started. 1 week later, the scene shifted deep into the jungle where Sandy and Vaniel were desperately fighting against waves of poisonous insects. Every slash from Sandy's blade cut through the creatures while their loud groans echoed through the forest. Frustration burned across his face as he yelled about what kind of place they had ended up in. Vaniel, already irritated from the endless battle, shouted at him to stop yelling and focus on fighting instead. Sandy immediately warned him to keep moving his hands as more poisonous insects swarmed toward them. Together they continued slaughtering the deadly creatures without pause. As the battle raged on, the scene smoothly shifted toward another edge of the jungle where Edge and Lily were also fighting side by side against the same endless swarm of poisonous insects. Edge complained that the enemies never stopped coming and that they had been fighting non-stop for an entire week. Lily let out a tired sigh and admitted that she was completely fed up with all the chaos surrounding them. Hearing that, Edge chuckled loudly and agreed with her. At that moment, a poisonous ant rushed directly toward Edge. Without hesitation, he sliced the creature cleanly in half. Nearby, Leika launched her own attack against the swarm of ants. She activated the technique of the great immense net of inevitable lightning. A massive thunderstrike burst across the battlefield, filling the entire area with blinding flashes of lightning. The powerful technique wiped out countless poisonous ants in an instant. After the attack ended, Leika wiped the sweat from her face and checked on everyone around her, asking if they were all okay. Watching her closely, Edge smiled quietly to himself. Deep down, he wondered whether she could keep moving after repeatedly using such a powerful technique. He also hoped that she was not pushing herself too hard, simply because she carried the responsibility of being the leader. The group continued struggling through the dangerous forest when Sandy suddenly exploded in frustration. She could not understand how anyone was supposed to think the situation was acceptable. In her eyes, the entire place felt like a complete disaster, and she began wondering if every crack was this horrible. Leika calmly explained that not all cracks were the same. Each crack connected to a different kind of chaotic world, meaning the dangers varied depending on where it led. However, Sandy remained furious and continued venting her anger without restraint. Seeing her reaction, Edge casually remarked that they had simply been unlucky this time. He also teased Sandy by pointing out how much she hated insects. That only made Sandy even angrier, and she immediately started hitting Edge in frustration. Leika quickly stepped in and tried to calm her down before things escalated further. After finally settling herself, Sandy puffed her cheeks in annoyance and admitted that complaining would not end the mission anyway. Edge quietly laughed to himself and felt fortunate that Leika was there to keep the situation under control. Even so, Edge admitted that he desperately wanted to escape the forest as soon as possible. At that moment, Vaniel noticed that the direction of the wind had changed. Based on that, he realized the exit should finally be nearby. Sandy immediately warned him not to come close while still covered in disgusting insect body fluids. Vaniel calmly insisted that he was not lying. After all, he had spent an entire week listening to Sandy screaming non-stop throughout the forest. The moment Sandy heard that the end was near, her entire mood changed instantly, and she declared that everything was fine now as long as they were almost out. Vaniel became visibly irritated and internally complained that dealing with her was a complete headache. Meanwhile, Leika encouraged everyone to move forward together. She urged the group to take advantage of the opportunity and finally escape the forest once and for all. Soon after, the group finally spotted the way out. Seeing the exit, Sandy immediately became excited and happily celebrated the fact that they would finally be free from those disgusting insects. Her loud laughter echoed through the forest as the group finally approached freedom. Just as the group finally began relaxing after escaping the forest, Sandy's smile suddenly disappeared the moment she noticed a massive pillar of light rising into the sky ahead of them. Confused by the strange sight, she immediately questioned what it could possibly be. Edge quickly realized that the area ahead looked just as dangerous as the forest they had barely escaped from. At the same time, Vaniel's companion recognized the phenomenon and explained that it was the same pillar of light they had seen earlier while falling from the sky. Lily then confirmed that they were definitely getting closer to their destination. Leika carefully observed the pillar before asking Edge if he had also realized what that light truly was. Edge finally admitted that after coming this far, the answer had become obvious. The pillar of light was coming from the Chaos Stone their instructor had previously warned them about. As that realization sank in, the scene shifted back to several days earlier, right before the team departed to conquer the special rift located in front of Eldragon headquarters. Before sending them off, the instructor reminded everyone that simply retrieving the magic water would not be enough to complete the mission. The students immediately acknowledged the explanation. Leika then added that properly conquering a rift also required closing it completely. The instructor confirmed that she was correct. To close the rift, they would need to destroy the Chaos Stone, which served as the source of the rift itself. Hearing the term, Zeke recalled seeing information about Chaos Stones in a book before. Edge then explained that the Chaos Stone was a special mineral believed to create cracks between worlds. Zeke quickly realized that the stone itself was essentially the origin of every rift. The instructor agreed, but clarified that the Chaos Stone was far more dangerous than just a simple source. He then showed them an image of a horrifying creature from a book and explained the true nature of the Chaos Stone. According to him, the stone itself represented the threat of the rift. It constantly released enormous amounts of energy in order to maintain the chaotic world connected to the crack. That energy gradually corrupted the ecosystem of the chaotic world and transformed living creatures into beings of chaos. The only instinct possessed by those corrupted creatures was slaughter. They endlessly repeated the cycle of killing, invading worlds, and consuming them entirely. Once a world was destroyed, they searched for new worlds through the cracks, so they could begin invading again. Hearing the explanation, Zeke admitted that the Chaos Stone sounded unbelievably dangerous. Sandy, however, became more concerned about the mission itself. She pointed out that finding both the magic water and the Chaos Stone sounded extremely complicated. But while looking through the book, Edge noticed something important. He explained that the task might not actually be as difficult as it sounded, because the magic water was naturally generated near the Chaos Stone itself. Back during the briefing before the mission began, the instructor had explained that the first priority was to locate the Chaos Stone itself. He warned the students that although the characteristics of each Chaos Stone varied greatly, they all shared one common trait. Every Chaos Stone emitted an overwhelmingly intense amount of energy that could be recognized instantly once someone got close enough. Remembering those words in the present, Vaniel realized that their path had now become simple. From that point onward, all they had to do was continue moving toward the source of the Pillar of Light. His companion immediately agreed with that conclusion. As the group continued forward together, Leika quietly noticed something unusual. For once, Vaniel and his companion were actually discussing the mission normally instead of constantly insulting each other. Meanwhile, Edge commented that the situation would have been perfect if they had also managed to reunite with Zeke. Leika became slightly worried and hoped that Zeke had also noticed the Chaos Stone somewhere nearby. However, Vaniel showed no concern at all and impatiently insisted that they should just keep moving forward. Lily quietly observed that Vaniel actually seemed worried despite pretending otherwise. As they continued traveling, Sandy noticed something strange about the area around them. Unlike the forest from earlier, not a single insect could be seen anywhere. Lily immediately admitted that she was relieved because the endless insects had completely exhausted her. Even so, Edge remained cautious. He reminded everyone that powerful chaos creatures heavily influenced by the energy of the Chaos Stone were said to exist near it. Leika admitted that hearing that was honestly a little frightening. She warned everyone not to lower their guard and encouraged the group to keep moving carefully. After traveling for some time without encountering any danger, Leika became surprised that they had managed to arrive safely without anything happening. Soon after, Vaniel's companion finally laid eyes on the Chaos Stone itself and immediately sensed how sinister its presence felt. Lily was shocked by its massive size. Meanwhile, Sandy seemed oddly disappointed. She had expected terrifying monsters to appear guarding the area, yet nothing had shown up at all. Sensing that something still felt wrong, Leika quickly urged everyone to hurry up. With everyone finally gathered together, the students combined their strength and successfully destroyed the massive Chaos Stone. Right after the stone shattered, Zeke suddenly appeared before the group. The moment everyone saw him safely arrive, a wave of relief spread across the team. Leika happily realized that the entire group had finally reunited at last. Zeke also expressed his relief after confirming that everyone else had survived safely. Leika quickly noted that despite everything, it seemed like everyone had managed to make it through alive. However, Vaniel immediately reacted with irritation, pointing out that none of them actually looked okay after what they had endured. Lily agreed and admitted that the entire group looked completely exhausted and battered. After observing them more carefully, Zeke awkwardly realized they might have a point. Then everyone suddenly noticed the corpse of a massive poisonous beetle nearby. The horrifying sight terrified the group, especially Sandy. Edge instantly realized that this creature was probably the powerful chaos monster they had been warned about earlier. He then looked toward Zeke and wondered if he had been the one who defeated it. Zeke casually explained that the creature had attacked him first, leaving him with little choice but to kill it. Hearing that explanation, Leika finally understood why they had encountered no chaos creatures on their journey toward the Chaos Stone. Zeke then admitted that he believed he had defeated something extremely dangerous earlier. However, his attention had quickly shifted toward the giant rock itself, which was why he had remained there waiting for the others to arrive. Edge immediately confirmed that the giant rock was without question the Chaos Stone. Soon after, Leika finally discovered the magic water nearby. Seeing it, Zeke became excited and noted that there was even more magic water present than the original report had claimed. However, Edge explained that the magic water only worked if a certain amount was properly consumed. Because of that, the quantity they found would probably only be enough for a small number of people. Sandy immediately lost patience and insisted that they should quickly collect the magic water and finish the mission already. Leika then carefully examined the liquid and explained that the color of magic water normally determined which magical attribute a person could use. However, this particular magic water appeared transparent, or rather strangely colorless compared to normal examples. Edge admitted that despite its unusual appearance, he was still certain it was genuine magic water. Vaniel showed little interest in the discussion and simply stated that none of that mattered to him. At that moment, Zeke suddenly pulled Leika aside as if he had sensed something nearby. Then, without warning, a man wearing a long coat appeared alongside several subordinates and launched an attack toward the group. As he arrived, he mockingly remarked that they had done well cornering the little lizard for him. In response, Zeke smirked calmly, realizing that their hidden enemies had finally decided to reveal themselves at last. Zeke gave a faint smirk as he realized the enemies had finally revealed themselves. The members of the Cerberus family were left stunned by his reaction, unable to understand why he spoke as if he had been expecting them all along. At the same time, Sandy and Edge were equally shocked. Edge immediately sensed the danger and realized that Zune had chosen to attack at that very moment. He quickly connected the situation and understood that the people standing before them were members of the Cerberus family. Without wasting another second, Edge tightened his grip on his sword and recalled that only 7 characters with fewer than 3 stars were supposed to be allowed inside the rift. No one outside their group should have been capable of entering. Even so, the reality before him completely contradicted those rules. As the tension rose, immense mana began pouring out from the bodies of every Cerberus family member. One of them calmly explained that the method they used to enter the rift must have seemed strange to everyone there. The group then revealed strange bracelets attached to their wrists. The sight immediately confused Leika, who could not understand what those bracelets meant. The Cerberus family member then revealed that the item was known as the Bracelet of Deception. By wearing it, they were able to trick the rift itself and bypass all entry restrictions. Hearing this, Edge was left in disbelief that such an item could even exist. Vaniel immediately shouted in frustration, unable to understand why the enemy would reveal such important information so casually. However, one of the Cerberus family members simply removed his watch and coldly declared that none of it mattered anymore, because everyone there was about to die. The moment those words were spoken, Zeke's eyes widened in shock. Instantly realizing the incoming danger, he quickly pushed Leika behind him to protect her. At the same time, the members of the Cerberus family unleashed blazing fire mana directly from their hands. The attack rushed forward at full force and struck Zeke head-on, sending him crashing backward. Seeing this sudden attack, Leika panicked and screamed out Zeke's name in fear. As the chaos continued, several members of the Cerberus family rushed toward Leika with their swords raised, preparing to strike her down. Before the attack could land, Vaniel suddenly stepped in front of her and blocked the attack with great difficulty. Leika was left shocked by his sudden appearance, while Vaniel struggled to hold back the enemy's strength. Even while resisting the attack, he warned her not to lower her guard and ordered her to get out of the way immediately. Right after that, Vaniel released a burst of mana and forcefully pushed the attackers backward. However, the Cerberus family members refused to retreat. Instead, they simultaneously activated the Bala de Rocas technique. Holding their fingers forward, they launched countless blazing firestones toward all the students at once. The students desperately struggled to dodge the incoming attacks as explosions erupted around them. Without giving anyone time to recover, the Cerberus family members immediately followed up by throwing thunderstick mana attacks as well. At the same time, they charged directly toward the students together. Seeing the enemies rushing toward them, Leika realized they were closing in fast. At that moment, Sandy called out to Edge and declared that they should confront the enemies head-on. Edge quickly responded while observing the battlefield around him. Elsewhere, Vaniel's companion realized that their group had been separated during the chaos. Even though Edge felt nervous, he still maintained his confidence and showed a faint smirk. He understood that their priority now was to buy enough time to reunite with the others. At the same time, he correctly guessed that the Cerberus family's true goal was the magic water. One of the Cerberus family members coldly replied that he had nothing more to say. The two sides then glared directly at each other, as the tension in the battlefield grew heavier. Meanwhile, Leika tried to focus, despite being shaken by what had happened to Zeke. She immediately forced herself to stop getting distracted, knowing that even a single mistake would get her killed. As she analyzed the enemies before her, she realized that these opponents were all 4-star level fighters. She understood that 4-star was a realm completely different from ordinary talent. No matter how much effort a normal person put in, 3 stars was usually the absolute limit they could ever reach. 4-star was a domain reserved only for those born with true talent. Because of that, the gap between a 3-star and a 4-star fighter was unimaginably huge. Then Leika came to an even more terrifying conclusion. The leader of that group was most likely a 5-star fighter. She realized that even if she somehow managed to defeat the enemy standing in front of her, the moment their leader decided to move personally, everything would be over instantly. At the same time, Leika recalled the strange event from earlier and became certain that it had definitely been magic. She then concluded that Jess was most likely a high-level magic user. As the battle intensified, the leader of the Cerberus family coldly ordered his subordinates to finish everyone off. The moment the command was given, all of them began summoning their creatures at the same time. Leika was immediately overwhelmed with fear after seeing the terrifying summons appear before them. The creatures were enormous wolf-like monsters with savage and deadly appearances. Seeing this, even Edge became shaken as he realized they had actually summoned monsters. At the same time, Sandy stared at the giant beast in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of monstrous creature it was. Meanwhile, Vaniel's friend quickly recognized the creature and concluded that it was clearly a 3-star monster. The situation instantly became even more desperate. Leika silently gritted her teeth as the pressure around them continued to rise. Then, in the middle of the chaos, another shocking scene unfolded. Zeke suddenly appeared while lifting an enormous giant stone, using only one hand. The sight alone completely stunned the members of the Cerberus family. Without hesitation, Zeke threw the massive stone directly toward them. Although the enemies barely managed to dodge the attack, they were visibly terrified by his monstrous strength. One of the members could not understand how Zeke was still capable of moving after taking such an attack earlier. At the same time, Zeke casually picked up another huge stone and arrogantly bounced it in one hand. He then mocked the enemies, revealing how disappointed he was after finally seeing magic for himself. Earlier, he had expected magic to be something truly impressive, but what he witnessed failed to meet his expectations. Seeing him alive and unharmed, Leika was instantly filled with relief and happiness. Zeke simply responded with confidence, making it clear that there had never been any need to worry about him. Right after that, Zeke threw another giant stone toward a Cerberus family member. This time, the target failed to dodge in time and was sent flying far away after being struck directly. With a smug expression, Zeke mocked them once again, claiming that if their magic was nothing more than throwing stones around, then even he could do the same thing easily. Watching his subordinate get crushed so effortlessly, the leader of the Cerberus family glared at Zeke with killing intent, furious at the humiliation he had caused. Seeing Zeke completely unharmed and even smiling, the head of the Cerberus family clenched his teeth in frustration. He admitted that Zeke's resistance had been unexpected, but the outcome waiting for him would never change. Right after that, the Cerberus family head activated Invocation Mana. As the summoning magic spread across the battlefield, monsters began appearing one after another. The moment Zeke saw those summoned creatures, he reacted with amusement. He realized that there was even magic capable of summoning monsters, and instead of fear, he showed excitement. The Cerberus family head could not understand Zeke's attitude at all. He pointed out the overwhelming difference in power between them. Even though their current situation placed them at a slight disadvantage, he remained fully confident in victory. But before the battle could continue, a sudden disturbance appeared in the sky above them. In the next moment, the giant birds that had previously saved Zeke descended from above once again. Their arrival shocked everyone on the battlefield. Zeke gently petted the giant birds after their arrival. He welcomed them warmly and noted that they had returned at the perfect time. He even asked if they had already filled their stomachs. In response, the giant birds immediately moved forward and stood protectively in front of him, like loyal guards. Seeing this strange scene, the others became confused and questioned the true identity of those birds. Zeke casually explained that they were basically his disciples. The moment they heard that answer, everyone around him was left completely shocked. Zeke then revealed that while the others had been away, he had personally taken care of those birds for quite some time. Soon after, Zeke stood side by side with the giant birds as they prepared to face the Cerberus family together. He proudly explained that he had trained them properly, which was why they had become so powerful. He also mentioned how much they had grown compared to the first time he saw them. Leika could not process the situation at all. She became completely confused after hearing about birds being treated like disciples. At the same time, Sandy also struggled to understand what Zeke had been doing while they were away. But before anyone could think further, Zeke calmly apologized for suddenly asking for help. He requested everyone to join him for some exercise after lunch, and suggested letting the birds deal with the little dogs standing in front of them. The disciple birds instantly responded to Zeke's command. At that exact moment, the monsters summoned by the Cerberus family launched their attack. In response, Zeke's giant birds also charged forward without hesitation. Soon, a fierce battle erupted between both sides. While watching the fight unfold, Zeke smirked at the head of the Cerberus family. He declared that this alone should already be enough for him to fight against him. However, the Cerberus family head remained unfazed. As he pulled out his sword, he insisted that nothing would change just because a few winged birds had joined the battle. He warned Zeke not to overestimate himself. Immediately after that, he launched a powerful sword attack directly at Zeke. Zeke managed to dodge the strike with ease. Seeing the sudden attack, Leika shouted Zeke's name in worry, but Vaniel quickly reminded her to focus on the enemy standing right in front of her. He warned that this was not an opponent she could defeat, while being distracted by concern for someone else. He told her to worry about herself first. Leika immediately apologized and admitted that he was right. Right after that, she gathered herself once again and prepared to defeat her opponent. As the battle continued, another member of the Cerberus family mocked Leika and questioned why she was not helping Zeke, even though her friend was supposedly about to die. Leika remained determined and declared that she would help him only after defeating her current opponent first. Hearing that response, The Cerberus family member became furious. He called her a foolish brat and insisted that defeating him was impossible. Immediately after that, he activated the Earth Dog sword technique. Leika instantly moved to counter him and attempted to defeat him head-on. At the same time, Vaniel stepped in to support Leika and activated the Ghost Wind Umbrella technique. The battlefield was suddenly filled with a powerful wind gust stunt attack. Following that opening, Leika unleashed the Great Thunder Sword technique. A bright flash of thunder erupted across the battlefield as her attack struck forward. The Cerberus family member was blown far away and crashed onto the ground. However, despite taking the combined attack, he slowly stood back up while smirking confidently. He recognized the long-range wind attack along with the thunder slash and realized that the two standing before him were the children of the family head. Vaniel clicked his tongue in frustration. After seeing how little damage their attacks had caused, he admitted that dealing with such an opponent would be troublesome. Leika agreed that the enemy was strong, but she still believed he was someone they could defeat. She then confidently declared that victory was possible, as long as she fought alongside Vaniel. Hearing those words, Vaniel was left completely stunned.